Good morning, and thank you so much for waking up with us here on Live Now from Fox. It's Tuesday morning, January 21st. I'm Jeanette Francine. As we come on the air, we are following breaking news as it relates to a prisoner exchange with the United States. I want you to take a good look at your screen on this Tuesday morning. The Associated Press reporting that a prisoner swap between the United States and Afghanistan's Taliban freed 2 Americans in exchange for a Taliban figure in prison for life in California on drug trafficking and terrorism charges. Officials releasing this information to the Associated Press on this Tuesday morning. The deal came as Joe Biden, who oversaw the chaotic U.S. withdrawal from Afghanistan back in 2021, handed power over to returning President Donald Trump. The Taliban praised the swap as a step toward the, quote, normalization of ties between the U.S. and Afghanistan, end quote. But that likely remains a tall order as most countries in the world still don't recognize their rule. The Taliban's foreign ministry in Kabul confirming the swap, saying 2 unidentified U.S. citizens had been exchanged for Khan Mohammed, who was sentenced to 2 terms of life imprisonment back in 2008. And we know the family of Ryan Corbett, one American held by the Taliban, confirms he had been released in a statement. Corbett, who had lived in Afghanistan with his family at the time of the 2021 collapse of the U.S.-backed government, was detained by the Taliban in August of 2022 while on a business trip. In a quote, they say, "Our hearts are filled with overwhelming gratitude and praise to God for sustaining Ryan's life and bringing him back home after what has been the most challenging and uncertain 894 days of our lives." The family statement goes on to say they thank both Trump and Biden, as well as many government officials, for their efforts in freeing him. Corbett's family also praised the Middle Eastern nation of Qatar for their vital role in facilitating Ryan's release and for their visits to Ryan as the United States protecting power in Afghanistan. Energy-rich Qatar, which hosted negotiations between the U.S. and the Taliban over the years, did not immediately respond to requests for comment. We know both CNN and the New York Times, relying on anonymous U.S. officials, identified the second American released as William McKenty, though no other details have emerged about his identity or what he was actually doing in Afghanistan. On this Tuesday morning, coming in from the Associated Press, the Taliban reporting that 2 Americans were freed in a prisoner exchange. This is preliminary information, so as we get more in, you'll be the first to know right here on Live Now from Fox. Now, 1 minute past the 5 o'clock hour here on the East Coast, I want to turn to another breaking news headline here on Live Now from Fox. Take a good look at your screen. Compelling video coming into our Live Now from Fox studios on this Tuesday morning. The Associated Press reporting a fire at a hotel at a ski resort in northwestern Turkey on this Tuesday killed at least 10 people and hospitalized 32 others. The fire broke out at around 3:30 a.m. in the restaurant of a 12-story Grand Hotel in a resort of a Bolu province. The cause of the fire remains under investigation this morning. We're learning from AP that 2 of the victims died after jumping from the building in panic. And we're also being told that some people tried to climb down from their rooms using bed sheets and even blankets. We're hearing at that time there were 234 guests staying inside of the hotel. A ski instructor from the hotel spoke to AP, saying he was asleep when the fire erupted and he rushed out of the building. He goes on to say that he did help some 20 guests escape out of the hotel. We're also hearing that the hotel was engulfed in smoke, as you can see with the video on your screen, making it difficult for guests to locate the fire escape. Images showing the roof and top floors of the hotel on fire. The government appointing 6 prosecutors to lead an investigation into this fire this morning. We know the 161-room hotel is on the side of a cliff, hampering efforts to combat the flames. We are learning at this time, but the good news is you were able to see emergency personnel and responders were finally able to get to the hotel. But just tragic news. We're learning that other hotels at this resort were evacuated as a precaution, and guests were placed in hotels in and around that vicinity. So again, tragic news we are learning on this Tuesday morning. At least 10 people are dead, 32 injured in this hotel fire at a ski resort in Turkey. As we get more information in as it relates to this breaking news alert, you'll get it right here live on Live Now from Fox, and of course our website, LiveNowFox.com. The time now 5:05 here on the East Coast. I'm Jeanne Francine. We're going to go ahead and take our first 2-minute commercial break of the hour. When we come back, following breaking news headlines as it relates to the very latest, we have a new commander-in-chief this morning. You saw right here on Live Now from Fox the inauguration ceremony, the changing of the position from former President Joe Biden to now the new commander-in-chief, President Donald Trump. We'll have the very latest from Fox News correspondent Rebecca Castor when we come back in just 2 quick minutes. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Jeanne Francine. Right now, we want to transition to your top political headlines as we have a new commander-in-chief this morning, President Donald Trump. Take a live look out in the nation's capital, the White House on your screen here at 5:07 on the East Coast. As the sun prepares to rise over the White House, President Donald Trump kicks off the second day of his second non-consecutive term, only the second president in history to serve under those conditions. Fox News correspondent Rebecca Castor joins us in Washington this morning with the latest on the executive orders he's signing and what you can expect for the future.
President Donald Trump's second day in office will likely mirror his first, jam-packed with items advancing his administration's goals for the nation.
The golden age of America begins right now.
With his eyes on the future, President Donald Trump says past struggles, like surviving last summer's assassination attempt at his Pennsylvania rally, are fueling his desire to lead.
I was saved by God to make America great again.
After taking the oath of office Monday and becoming the 47th commander-in-chief, Trump wasted no time signing a slew of executive orders into the night.
This is a proclamation guaranteeing the state's protection against invasion.
Many are related to immigration, with the president declaring a national emergency at the border and reinstating the Remain in Mexico policy, ending the use of the CBP One app, which helped thousands of migrants enter the country.
approximately 1,500 people.
Trump also pardoned hundreds of people associated with the January 6th Capitol riot, as well as signed orders stating the U.S. government will only recognize two sexes, male and female. The president also hopes executive actions to ease regulations on oil and gas production will help combat energy costs and inflation. Meanwhile, with Senator Marco Rubio approved by the Senate as Trump's Secretary of State, focus now remains on getting the rest of his cabinet confirmed.
President Trump's jam-packed schedule continues today with meetings with House and Senate Republican leadership at the White House. In Washington, Rebecca Castor, Fox News.
Rebecca, thank you so much for that detailed update. And speaking of a jam-packed schedule for President Donald Trump, don't forget we have the National Prayer Service today. Live coverage right here on Live Now from Fox at 10 a.m. Eastern Time. 5:09 here on the East Coast. We have to take our second 2-minute commercial break of the hour. When we come back, heading out to a live event. The details when we come back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Right now, taking you out to Davos, Brazil, a live event kicking off. It's the first full day of the World Economic Forum. You're expected to hear from several dignitaries as it relates to foreign policy, as well as maybe some things as it relates to politics. Let's listen in.
World Economic Forum's annual meeting in 2025 is our 55th annual meeting. With us in Davos, there are more than 3,000 leaders from around the world and from across the public and private sector. We are meeting at one of the most uncertain geopolitical and geoeconomic moments in generations. Today, we are at an inflection point. 2025 will be a year of consequences. It will affect the course ahead, maybe even at a level we have seen in history like 1918, 1945, 1989. Because we are facing rapid advancements in technologies that are reshaping economies, changing power dynamics that are remaking global relations, and new trade policies that are redesigning commerce. The long-standing international order that existed for the last 3 decades has receded. we are now between orders, and the next order has not yet taken shape. At this critical moment, we must ensure that the jungle of geopolitics do not grow back. Force cannot replace discourse. Non-cooperation cannot become the new normal. Because we just came out of the hottest year on record. The number and intensity of conflicts around the world have risen sharply. And the possibility of another global health crisis is ever looming. We can only address these challenges, and we can only unlock new economic opportunities together. Let's be clear, we will not agree on everything, but we need to find new and more effective ways to work together, even in the face of disagreements. It's the only way to make progress. This will be the focus of this important week, developing pathways for greater cooperation at a complex moment for the world. I'm confident we can do it together. Now it is my pleasure to introduce founder and chairman of the World Economic Forum, Professor Klaus Schwab. Thank you, and again, welcome.
Thank you, President Berger, Brendan, and a very warm welcome to the annual meeting 2025 of the World Economic Forum. We are coming together at a moment when the world faces critical challenges. Our annual risk report 2025 identifies the foremost risks, such as armed conflicts, extreme weather events, misinformation and disinformation, increasing divisions within societies, within countries, cyber espionage, and many more. Simultaneously, we stand at the brink of what we call here the intelligent age, where artificial intelligence and other groundbreaking technologies and innovations will fundamentally transform economic systems, business models, and personal lives. The transition from the industrial to the intelligent age is occurring at an exponential pace, carrying unprecedented risks for humanity as we strive to prepare and to adapt to its complexities. Yet, it also offers significant opportunities for meeting current and future challenges and spark a new renaissance, one defined by advancements in technology, health, culture, and societal welfare. The foundation of such a renaissance lies in cooperation. This is the reason why we have chosen as a theme for this annual meeting 25, collaboration for the intelligent age. The scale and complexity of shaping the intelligent age requires the commitment and engagement of all stakeholders of global society. The forum community here in Davos and in this room, 3,000 decision makers from politics, business, civil society, academia, young professionals, and the media will bring different perspectives and diverse expertise to collectively engage into discussing solutions and new pathways for this intelligent age. As when we meet today, we also have to face an erosion of trust in our society. We all must work together to regain trust in order to progress nationally and internationally. This can only be achieved if we genuinely address the existential fears of so many, the fears of marginalized, the fears of those who are afraid of accelerating environmental degradation, and the fears of those who worry about being left out in the transition to the intelligent age. While we come together in Davos with our own important personal objectives, the true impact of this meeting stems from being united around the common mission of committed to improving the state of the world. That reason, that mission, has guided the Forum since its foundation 54 years ago, and is the ultimate purpose, particularly in a world which is in search of a new balance between global needs and national interests. The heart of my opening message is captured in a motto which I propose to guide our work in the coming days: constructive optimism. Throughout history, humanity has been driven by the aspiration to create and to care for a better future for ourselves and for the next generations. If this narrative of care for the next generation fails, we risk depending into self-serving and short-sighted behaviors that undermine collective progress and lead to profound societal and political shifts. To counter the erosion of hope and confidence in our future, we must go beyond reacting just to crisis. We must focus proactively, shaping the future in strategic, innovative, and constructive ways, despite the intense, short-term pressures and problems which we all feel. It is not cynicism or negativism which brings us forward, but practical steps to address the real-world challenges, what we want to do here during this meeting. Since creating the World Economic Forum more than half a century ago, I have devoted my life to bring the world together in the hope of building a better future through open dialogue and action-oriented collaboration. Despite monumental challenges, serious crises, and inevitable setbacks and conflicts, the fact remains that a large majority of global population lives today in better condition than in 1971, even though our fragile planet now supports twice as many people. There is progress, and this fuels, hopefully, all our optimism. The precondition for this positive thinking is that we are guided by a clear mission and develop the resilience to withstand the increased uncertainty, complexity, and also adversity which characterizes a fragmented and polarizing world. The future does not just unfold. The future is shaped by us, and particularly shaped by us here in this room. By embracing constructive optimism and believing in our collective capacity and commitment to improve the state of the world, we can shape the intelligent age as an era where every human being can realize its full potential. It's now my great pleasure to introduce the President of the Swiss Confederation and head of the Federal Department of Finance, Madam Karin Keller-Sutter. Madam President, I want to use this opportunity also to thank you, to thank the Swiss federal government, but also the cantonal authorities and the community of Davos and Klosters to make it possible to turn this small mountain town into a real global village. And I want to include particularly in my thanks the population of Davos and Klosters for the great hospitality which we all feel is exercised during those days. Madam President, the floor is yours.
Well, thank you so much, Professor Schwab, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Perhaps it would send a shiver down your spine here in wintry Davos if I were to ask you for reasons to be cheerful in these times. But don't worry, you won't have to rack your brains. I'll give you a pretty good reason myself. The prosperity of nations and their populations is not simply left to chance. No, there are rules and patterns that can be recognized. These scientifically based findings earned Darren Acemoglu, Simon Johnson, James Robinson the Nobel Prize in Economics last year. They showed that countries that establish community-oriented institutions to protect citizens' rights and promote fair competition are more likely to prosper in the long term. Where power and resources are concentrated in the hands of a small elite, however, widespread prosperity and social peace cannot flourish. In these turbulent times, insights such as these serve as a signpost, pointing the way forward and making a strong case for democratic and liberal values. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, signposts are particularly useful these days. The British magazine The Economist once aptly described our time as the era of predictable unpredictability. When certainties fade away, and you must always be prepared to surprises, it is important to create reliability wherever possible. Responsibility lies primarily with governments. They must ensure that the right conditions are in place at both the national and international level. Let me start, also in the spirit of the Nobel laureates I mentioned, with the general conditions that a country must primarily create on its own. After all, the international community also benefits from the domestic strength and thus the prosperity and stability of individual states. It can ultimately only be as strong as the sum of its members. Firstly, I would like to mention the institutional dimension. Only a state with stable institutions can create a sound environment where everyone can freely develop their potential. And a state must protect this freedom with rules. Within this secure framework, the economy and its businesses can generate prosperity. Secondly, competitiveness, both domestically and with the world. Without competition, there is no innovation, and without innovation, there is no progress. Think of climate change. It will be impossible to deal with it without technological progress. But in order for the best ideas to serve everyone, we need open production and good markets. And these markets only work if we ensure fair and transparent rules. The free trade in goods and services has reduced poverty in many parts of the world and made humanity as a whole more prosperous. It would be wrong to forget this. Of course, there is potential for improvement. Many people feel forgotten in the globalized world. This has a negative impact on the credibility of the national and international institutions. This is another, but not only pure economic reason why Switzerland will continue to advocate for open and regulated trade. The third point I would like to mention is fiscal strength. The importance of healthy public finances is immeasurable, especially in unstable times. They make a state strong and resilient to crisis. They enable it to invest not only in education and infrastructure, but also in security, in social security, of course, and also in national securities. A state is only credible and sovereign if it has sufficient resources and if it can guarantee its core task of providing security. And at the same time, a state's ability to act is also the best defense against populist tendencies. As I said at the beginning, the concentration of power in the resources in hands of just a small elite can be an obstacle to widespread prosperity and social peace. The same also applies when politicians squander the working population's money without any discernible benefit, or if they borrow and spend at the expense of future generations. I'm sure I'm not the only one in this room who is concerned about the very high and rising debt levels in many countries. They not only pose a risk for those countries, but also a threat to the stability of the international financial markets. As finance minister, I have been dealing with this topic intensively for some time now. No market is more globalized than the financial market, and financial market stability can therefore only be achieved multilaterally. When Credit Suisse failed, Switzerland was able to prevent the loss of confidence in a single bank from spiraling into an international financial crisis. Switzerland was able to act because it has stable institutions, is financially strong, and could guarantee large sums. But it was a close call, and I believe a stronger international regulatory framework is essential. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Switzerland is willing to do its homework and maintain its domestic strength and sovereignty. This also allows us to be involved at the international level and to stand up for global interest in a spirit of solidarity. For this solidarity to work, we need international agreements that are adhered to. With this in mind, Switzerland is committed to a just and lasting peace in Ukraine and to the country's long-term reconstruction. And with regard to the Middle East, Switzerland welcomes the ceasefire in Gaza and commenced the negotiation efforts of the United States, Egypt and Qatar. But it is not only the government that have to assume responsibility. Business must do so too. For itself, for expertise building, training, for the environment, for the society, there is, to put it diplomatically, still room for improvement. For some years now, we have been able to observe how economic players increasingly call for state support, in short, for public money. The pandemic reinforced this tendency, and excessive wages also undermine trust in the private sector. As a result, due to such failures, the considerable social and ecological commitment of so many companies, from small businesses to global corporations, risks being forgotten. So let me ask you to help restore the positive image of the business community. In return, I can assure you of Switzerland's commitment to safeguarding reliable conditions at the national and international level. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, these aren't good times for people without an inner compass and for routes without signposts. And Davos in winter isn't a good place for shoes without a sturdy tread. So don't slip. And above all, let's make sure we don't slip up. Thank you.
If you're just now tuning into Live Now from Fox, you're listening in live as the World Economic Forum is holding their opening remarks this Tuesday morning out in Davos, Brazil. You just heard from the president of the Swiss Confederation, and then prior to that, you heard from the founder. We see that the president of the European Commission, Ursula von der Leyen, is sitting down about to speak. So let's go ahead and take a quick 2-minute commercial break, our third of the hour before she takes the podium. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, 5:38 here on the East Coast, and heading back into this live event out in Davos, Brazil. The World Economic Forum opening remarks underway. Before the break, we saw the president of the European Commission come out and take that seat right there. That's Ursula von der Leyen. She will soon take the podium. And then, of course, on the right side of your screen, keeping other top stories top of mind and present for you. That top right box, a live look out in Rafah, Gaza. Aid trucks arriving there on this Tuesday amid the ceasefire. As we know, there's a looming humanitarian crisis in that area because of the Israel-Hamas conflict. And then that bottom box, we are keeping a close eye there in Washington, D.C., as today marks President Donald Trump's first full day in office. Let's continue to listen in to this live event.
Tremendous challenges. I would say the next 5 years will be crucial. Either we come out as a very reinforced Europe, which is still the second largest global economy. And if I look at population, I think we are number 3. I'm sure that under your leadership, Europe will be not marginalized, what could happen, but Europe will be strengthened during your second mandate. And for this reason, you can imagine how much we are looking forward to your speech. Welcome, Ursula.
Lieber Klaus Schwab, liebe Karin Keller-Sutter, Your Majesties, Presidents, Prime Ministers, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. The first quarter of the century has come to an end, and it has brought about a sea change in global affairs. This century started with great expectations. 25 years ago, the era of hyperglobalization was nearing its peak. As supply chains went global, hundreds of millions of people were being lifted out of poverty, especially in India and China. In America, the dot-com boom was at its height, symbolizing the optimism of a connected global world, in which technology was seen as an unambiguous force for prosperity and peace. With Russia making the G7, G8, democracy was ascendant across the world. You might recall that some even said it was the end of history. In our European Union, our single currency, the euro, was about to bring our people and economies much closer together. The global economy reaped the dividends. And here in Davos, world leaders discussed how global cooperation in technology could help the fight against poverty and disease. It was the promise of a more integrated and cooperative world. 25 years on, has this promise been fulfilled? Well, the world today is still nearly as connected as ever, but it has also started fracturing along new lines. On the one hand, since the year 2000, the volume of global trade has doubled, although trade within regional blocs is now expanding faster than trade between them. It is common that a chip is designed in the United States, built in Taiwan with European machines, packaged in Southeast Asia, and assembled in China. On the other hand, last year alone, global trade barriers have tripled in value. International trade institutions have often struggled to address the challenges posed by the rise of non-market economies that compete at a different set of rules. Innovation continues to flourish with advances in AI, quantum computing, and clean energy, poised to change our way of life and work. But technology controls have also quadrupled in recent decades. Our supply chain dependencies are at times weaponized, as shown by Russia's energy blackmail, or exposed as brittle when global shocks, such as the pandemic, emerge without warning. And the very interconnectors that bring us together, like undersea data cable, have become targets from the Baltic Sea to the Taiwan Strait. The cooperative world order we imagined 25 years ago has not turned into reality. Instead, we have entered a new era of harsh geostrategic competition. The world's major economies are vying for access to raw materials, new technologies, and global trade routes. From AI to clean tech, from quantum to space, from the Arctic to the South China Sea, the race is on. As this competition intensifies, we will likely continue to see frequent use of economic tools, such as sanctions, export controls, and tariffs, that are intended to safeguard economic and national security. But it is important that we balance the imperative to safeguard our security against our opportunity to innovate and enhance our prosperity. In this spirit, we will need to work together to avoid a global race to the bottom, because it is in no one's interest to break the bonds of the global economy. Rather, we need to modernize the rules to sustain our ability to produce mutual gain for our citizens. For us Europeans, the race begins at home. Europe has a unique social market economy. We have the second largest economy and the biggest trading sector in the world. We have longer life expectancy, higher social and environmental standards, and lower inequalities than all our global competitors. Europe is home to immense talent, along with the proven ability to attract ideas and investment from across the world. Our capacity to invent and create is underappreciated. Europe's global share of patent applications is on par with the US and China. But the world is changing. So must we. In the last 25 years, Europe has relied on the rising tide of global trade to drive its growth. It has relied on cheap energy from Russia, and Europe has too often outsourced its own security. But those days are gone. To sustain our growth in the next quarter of the century, Europe must shift gears. And this is why I asked Mario Draghi to deliver a report on European competitiveness. And on that basis, next week, the European Commission is presenting our roadmap, the Competitiveness Compass, which will drive our work for the next 5 years. Focus will be increase productivity by closing the innovation gap, a joint plan for decarbonization and competitiveness, overcome skills and labor shortages, and cut red tape. It's a strategy to make growth faster, cleaner, and more equitable by ensuring that all Europeans can benefit from technological change. And let me elaborate more on 3 foundations that will underpin this strategy. First, Europe needs a deep and liquid capital market. European household savings reach almost 1.4 trillion euros, compared with just over 800 billion in the United States. But European companies struggle to tap into that and raise the funding they need, because our domestic capital market is fragmented, and because that pushes money overseas. 300 billion euros of European family savings are invested abroad every year. That's a key issue holding back the growth of our tech startups and hindering our innovative clean tech sector. We do not lack capital. We lack an efficient capital market that turns savings into investments, particularly for early-stage technologies that have game-changing potential. And this is why we will create a European Savings and Investments Union with new European saving and investments products, new incentives for risk capital, and a new push to ensure the seamless flow of investment across our union. We will mobilize more capital to let Made in Europe innovation and risk-taking thrive. Second, we must make business much easier all across Europe. Too much of our top talent is leaving the European Union because it's easier to grow their companies elsewhere. And too many firms are holding back investment in Europe because of unnecessary red tape. We need to act on all levels, continental, national, and local. And we want to lead the way at the European level. For instance, we will launch a far-reaching simplification of our sustainable finance and due diligence rules. And we will make sure to create a conducive environment for our SMEs to scale up their capacity to build, to produce and innovate in Europe. But I want to go even further than this. Today, the European single market still has too many national barriers. So sometimes companies are dealing with 27 different national legislations. We will offer instead to innovative companies to operate all across our European Union under one single set of rules. We call it the 28th regime. Corporate law, insolvency, labor law, taxation, one single and simple framework across our union. This will help bring down the most common barriers to scaling up all across Europe, because continental scale is our greatest asset in a world of giants. The third foundation is energy. Before the start of Putin's war, Europe got 45% of its gas supplies and 50% of its coal imports from Russia. Russia was also one of our largest oil suppliers. This energy appeared cheap, but it exposed us to blackmail. So when Putin's tanks rolled into Ukraine, Putin cut us off his gas supplies, and in return, we substantially reduced our dependency on Russian fossil fuels in record time. Our gas imports from Russia went down by roughly 75%. And now we import from Russia only 3% of our oil and no coal at all anymore. But freedom came at a price. Households and businesses saw sky-high energy costs, and bills for many are yet to come down. Now the competitiveness depends on getting back to low and stable energy prices. Clean energy is the midterm answer because it is cheap, it creates good jobs here in the European Union, and it strengthens our energy independence. Already today, Europe generates more electricity from wind and solar than from all fossil fuels combined. But we still have lots of work to do to feed through these benefits to companies and people. Not only must we continue to diversify our energy supplies and expand clean sources of generation from renewables, and in some countries also from nuclear, we will have to invest in next generation clean energy technologies like fusion, enhanced geothermal, and solid-state batteries. We must also mobilize more private capital to modernize our electricity grids and storage infrastructure. We must remove the remaining barriers to our energy union, and we must better connect our clean and low-carbon energy systems. All of this will be part of a new plan that we will present in February. It is time to complete our energy union so that clean power can run freely across our continent and bring prices down for all Europeans. Ladies and gentlemen, this is our plan, and the next few years will be vital to stay in the race of clean and disruptive technologies. Europe has everything it needs to make it happen. We have a private sector with a long-standing tradition of innovation. We have top-class workforce. We have a huge single market of 450 million consumers and a unique social infrastructure to protect people from the great risks of life. We have credible and independent institutions, transparent governance, and an unshakable commitment to the rule of law. It is thanks to all of this that in the last 5 years, Europe has weathered the fiercest storm in our economic history, and we overcame an unprecedented energy crisis. We did this together, and we can do it again. And we have the political will, because when Europe is united, it gets things done. Ladies and gentlemen, the coming years will be vital, well beyond Europe. All continents will have to speed up the transition towards net zero and deal with the growing burden of climate change. Its impact is impossible to ignore. Heat waves across Asia.
If you're just now tuning into Live Now from Fox, we are live in Davos, Brazil this Tuesday morning. The World Economic Forum opening remarks underway. European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen speaking there and wrapping up her opening remarks. Compelling images on the right side of your screen, that top right box, a live look out in Rafah, Gaza, as aid trucks are arriving there this Tuesday. We know there's a looming humanitarian crisis because of the conflict with Israel and Hamas, but we do know a ceasefire is in place at this time. And then that bottom box, we're keeping a close eye out in D.C. as today marks the first full day in office for President Donald Trump. 5:56 here on the East Coast. Let's go to our final 2-minute commercial break of the hour. We'll be right back. 1 minute shy from the top of the 6 o'clock hour here on the East Coast. Good morning to you. If you're just now tuning in, I'm Jeanne Francine. As we embark on our 6 o'clock hour, we are following breaking news this Tuesday morning. It takes us out to Turkey. I want to give you a live look as we see several emergency responders are in place following a fire. Early this Tuesday morning out in that area, we're learning a fire at a hotel at this ski resort in northwestern Turkey on this Tuesday. Unfortunate news, killed at least 10 people and hospitalized 32 others. This is an ongoing investigation. The fire breaking out around 3:30 this morning in the restaurant of this 12-story hotel at this ski resort. The cause of the fire remains under investigation. We're told 2 of the victims died after jumping from this building in panic. And then reporters saying that people are reporting that you could see people trying to scale down the side of this building by using blankets and even sheets from the bed. So just want to provide that perspective. There's still some flames on this building at this time. Once they pan from the ground and up, we can show you that in real time. We know that this hotel has 161 rooms and sits on the side of a cliff. So it did take some time for emergency responders to actually get to this site to put the flames out. If you're wondering, okay, Jeanne, well, how did this look early this morning? Well, here you go. You can see how the flames engulfed this ski resort hotel. You can see it there on your screen, the flames coming through the windows. And then just putting into perspective, people trying to jump out of windows and scale down the side, rappel down to try to get to safety, really puts things into perspective. You can see how it does sit on the side of that cliff, as I just mentioned. So it did take a minute for emergency personnel to get there, but then once they did, you can see there with this wide scale view how they got right to work to try to put those flames out. We are told that other hotels in the vicinity were evacuated as well as a precaution, and then guests have been placed in other hotels in the area. We are told that a natural gas explosion at a hotel at another ski resort happened in central Turkey, injuring 4 people on this Tuesday as well. So a lot going on in this area. Just unfortunate news. 10 people dying, at least 32 injured. And I know they're going to be combing through the rubble to make sure there aren't any bodies left beneath. But I want to take you back out live right now, 6:02 here on the East Coast, just so you can see what the destruction has caused. You can see curtains just hanging to the side. You can see how embers continue to fall at this time. So we will continue to follow the very latest on this situation. Again, the cause into the fire remains under investigation this morning. They are panning really quickly. So just want to see if they are showing any other shots. Again, I did mention that when they first showed this image, you could still see small fires still on the building, but you can see the roof and smoke just continues to paint a picture of the devastation at this hour. Okay, we are going to switch to another breaking news headline we are following as it relates to the ceasefire. I want to take you out to Rafah, Gaza here at 6:02 on the East Coast. You're getting a live look as people are out there in full force. We're told that aid trucks have been arriving in Rafah, Gaza on this Tuesday amid the ceasefire between Israel and Hamas. And as the trucks were coming in, you could actually see people running to them to get aid in real time. If we're being honest and frank, we know there was a looming humanitarian crisis before the conflict with Israel and Hamas ramped up back on October 7th. But the conflict definitely amplified the already situation that was underway. And you can see how there are construction trucks out there, people working to pick up the pieces. I want to show you all this shot, which further shows the devastation in real time. You can see homes, apartment buildings completely demolished because of the airstrikes from both sides, and many of these people moving to refugee camps. And you've seen those images right here on LiveNOW from Fox, how people were living and still living in tents with cows and cattle connected to them. They don't have basic necessities such as food and water. And then there were investigations underway into UNRWA alleging that they were aiding Hamas in this conflict and that they were giving Hamas the food that was needed for the displaced people. So just a lot going on. You can see in the distance a man there walking through the rubble there. You'll see people picking up items and slinging them aside, I guess going through and combing through the items if they live in that area to see if they have any mementos to take. But in real time, you are seeing the remnants of this conflict as the ceasefire is still in place. So we will see how all of this goes and continue to follow the very latest. Again, when we were watching the World Economic Forum opening remarks during the 5 o'clock hour, we did have this box up, and you can see how the trucks were arriving and how people were literally running towards the trucks to try to get any items they could to provide some relief to their lack of food and water on this Tuesday morning. All right, 6:05 here on the East Coast. Let's go ahead and take our first 2-minute commercial break of the 6 o'clock hour. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Jeanne Francine. Right now, we want to transition to your top political headlines as we are following the very latest as we have a new commander-in-chief, President Donald Trump. I want to take you out to Washington, D.C. here at 6:07 on the East Coast, giving you a live look there at the White House. The sun preparing to rise over the White House as President Donald Trump kicks off the second day of his second non-consecutive term, only the second president in history to serve under those conditions. Fox News correspondent Rebecca Castor joining us in Washington this morning with the very latest on the executive orders he's signing and what you can expect for the future.
President Donald Trump's second day in office will likely mirror his first, jam-packed with items advancing his administration's goals for the nation.
The golden age of America begins right now.
With his eyes on the future, President Donald Trump says past struggles, like surviving last summer's assassination attempt at his Pennsylvania rally, are fueling his desire to lead.
I was saved by God to make America great again.
After taking the oath of office Monday and becoming the 47th commander-in-chief, Trump wasted no time signing a slew of executive orders into the night.
This is a proclamation guaranteeing the state's protection against invasion.
Many are related to immigration, with the president declaring a national emergency at the border and reinstating the Remain in Mexico policy, ending the use of the CBP One app, which helped thousands of migrants enter the country.
Approximately 1,500 people.
Trump also pardoned hundreds of people associated with the January 6th Capitol riot. as well as signed orders stating the U.S. government will only recognize two sexes, male and female. The president also hopes executive actions to ease regulations on oil and gas production will help combat energy costs and inflation. Meanwhile, with Senator Marco Rubio approved by the Senate as Trump's Secretary of State, focus now remains on getting the rest of his cabinet confirmed.
President Trump's jam-packed schedule continues today with meetings with House and Senate Republican leadership at the White House. In Washington, Rebecca Castor, Fox News.
Rebecca, thank you so much. And speaking of a jam-packed schedule for President Trump, we are looking ahead right here on Live Now from Fox, as we will be showing in full the National Prayer Service live coverage starting at 10 o'clock this morning Eastern Time. Make sure you're staying tuned to Live Now from Fox to get that event. 6:10 here on the East Coast. I'm Jeanne Francine. Let's go ahead and take our second 2-minute commercial break of the hour. When we come back, heading back out to Davos, Switzerland, as we are anticipating David Beckham to speak on several topics. The very latest when we come back in just 2 quick minutes. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. UNICEF Goodwill Ambassador, philanthropist, and former soccer player David Beckham now on your screen, speaking on his efforts over 2 decades advocating for children's rights, education, and well-being. It's happening this morning at the World Economic Forum. Let's listen in.
David Beckham, the philanthropist, and you've really showed us that through the power of sport, you can do good. This UNICEF relationship goes back a long time. How did you get involved with them?
Well, it does. Firstly, good morning, everyone. I know it's an early morning, and I'm sure a few of you had a late night last night, so thank you for at least being here. I'll do my best to keep you all awake. But, you know, my relationship with UNICEF is the most important work that I do. It's the work that I enjoy most, even though I enjoy all of my work that I do. I never consider it work because it's something that inspires me every single trip that I go on, every child that I meet. But it started a long time ago. When I was actually 17 years old with Manchester United, I was on tour in Thailand, and I was asked to go to a women's centre to see the work that UNICEF do. And it was incredible. And I knew then, even at 17 years old, this is what I want to do. This is what I want to be part of. So when I got the call from Kofi Annan to be Goodwill Ambassador, you know, it was quite an emotional moment, because for myself as a footballer from the East End of London to be able to be part of an organisation like UNICEF that was helping and is helping and always helps young children around the world, you know, I was very privileged with that. So it's been long-standing. I've seen and met some incredible children over that time. But, you know, the issues and situations continue every single day, and I will continue to fight for children's rights until I can fight no more.
Well, I think we saw in the video, you don't just talk the talk, you walk the walk, you travel, you get out there. What are some of the most memorable experiences for you?
You know, every trip that I go on is a memorable experience. Good, bad. Every child that I meet has a different situation and a different worry and different dreams and different hopes. You know, the first time that I sat down with UNICEF, I said, okay, take me to a place that is the worst and needs the biggest help. And the first trip that we went on was Sierra Leone, and it was just after the conflict, and that was a long time ago. And I met some incredible children, and I always tell the story that whenever I meet these children, you know, obviously I'm very lucky to have 4 amazing children. These children are in completely different situations to what my children are and to other children around Europe that I've met and around the world that I've met, but they have the same smile. They have the same smiles. Whatever situations they're in, their smiles are the same with these kids. So there's so many different situations that I've been in, that I've seen. You know, I visited so many different places, like I said, Thailand, Nepal, China, and recently India, which India really opened my eyes because these young people were championing for change. And I went to this women's centre that these girls were incredible, talented, driven, and it was inspiring.
What about the 7 Fund? How did that come to be? What is that?
Well, we came up with the 7 Fund because, you know, over my time with UNICEF, we've seen an incredible amount of change. And I've seen personally, you know, there were certain things that we had to really focus on. You know, education, you know, forced early child marriage, immunisation. So all of these things that we really needed to focus on, and that's why we set up the 7 Fund. So we've been able to help millions of children over that time. It's something that we've been very proud of. But during that time, I also noticed how girls were getting left behind. And that is one thing, obviously having a daughter myself and seeing how girls get left behind and they don't have, you know, equal access to education and to healthcare, and they are forced into early marriage, which then takes them out of their education. So I wanted to focus the next few years on that, and that's what I'm focusing, you know, on this year. Teenage girls, empowering them, you know, to live to their full potential. They should have the right and the same access as the boys do. You know, I'm not saying that I'm stepping away from helping the boys, but my main focus is the girls, because when you empower a young girl, you know, it uplifts them, it uplifts their family, it uplifts their communities, and that's good for everybody, that's good for the world, and that's one thing that we're focused on. So how much time, you've got a lot going on, so how much time do you spend with UNICEF and on the trips and making sure that these funds go to the right places? Well, you know, it's a daily thing, in all honesty. You know, within the office, it's a daily thing. We're always communicating with UNICEF. We're always communicating with the team that we have. I also always try to do at least 1-2 trips a year, and they're always major trips, and they're always shining a light. And I think that's the one thing that I can do, you know, is shine a light on these situations, and that's one thing that my platform gives. You know, throughout my career, I've been successful on the field, I've been successful with business, but what gives me the platform to help organisations like UNICEF is the fact that I've been successful on the field, and that's what I want to do with the platform that I have. They probably go nuts when you come visit. Well, and that's the amazing thing. You know, I step into these communities and these villages that don't have TV, that don't have radio, and you walk out onto, you know, a soccer field, a football field with a ball, and these kids light up, you know, whether they know me or not. And most of the time,
because everybody knows you?
Well, not just that. But, you know, whether it's they've heard the name Beckham on the radio, you know, or whether they've seen their father wearing an old Manchester United shirt or an old England shirt, you know, it is great to have that. And it is great to be able to use that for good.
Speaking of using it for good, you also participate in the King's Fund. Is that something more recent? What's your relationship
I
there?
always get emotional talking about anything that I do with our royal family, because
Why?
I've always been a huge royalist. I was brought up in a family, in a household that adored and loved everything that came with the royal family. So, you know, over the years, I've done a lot with the Prince of Wales, and I've always been there whenever he's asked me to get involved with things, you know, whether it be veterans, whether it be the London Air Ambulance Service, which we raised funds to get 2 new helicopters for London. You know, these are the things that when I was a kid, I used to see the helicopters going over and you knew exactly what they were going to do. They were on the way to an emergency. So to be involved in that has always been a yes for me. You know, whenever the Prince of Wales sends me a message and says, I need you to do this or be there, it's always a yes. So when the King asked me to be part of his foundation, I was very honoured, very privileged. I rang my mum straight away and said, you're not going to believe what I've just been asked to do.
What did she say?
My mum always just bursts into tears, in all honesty, because she's so proud of, obviously, what I've done throughout my career, but she's also proud, and she knows my grandparents would have been proud that I've played such an important role within the royal family and the charities that they have. So to be involved in the King's Foundation, you know, our King is an incredible man. He's an incredible man, but he's not just been an incredible man for the last 5-10 years. He's been an incredible man for decades. You know, the work that he has done to empower young people, you know, the grassroots work, you know, all of those, you know, sustainable work, all of these things, all of those lost arts that are lost, and he's trying to bring them back. You know, I visited recently, I visited him, and there's a couple of great pictures that I've had of me laughing with him, and, you know...
Best friends.
Best friends, apparently. But, you know, we have very similar interests, and I think...
Is he really into beekeeping, too?
Beekeeping, yeah. Who
Is that
knew?
a very popular thing to be into in the UK?
Well, I didn't think it would be, but apparently it is. So he's into bees, I'm into bees. He's into the countryside, I'm into the countryside. So, and he's into empowering young people. So, yeah, so I'm very honoured with that role.
They don't really go into the philanthropic part in The Crown. So I think many people don't know.
Yeah,
it's a big part of the monarchy.
I think, you know, we all watched The Crown. We all learnt a lot from The Crown. You know,
Is it accurate?
I wouldn't know. I wouldn't know.
You know the monarchy.
Yeah.
Anyway, so what's next on the philanthropic front? I mean, it sounds like you have your hands full on UNICEF, the King's Foundation. Is there anything else you'd like to do to make a difference?
To be honest, we want to just continue to empower young people. I think, you know, it's a silly thing to say and an obvious thing to say, but they are our future. And we need to continue to empower, you know, especially young girls, to live to their full potential. And when you give children the tools, when you give them the opportunities, they respond.
What about empowering your young people? You're a family guy, 4 kids, they're all very famous. They didn't grow up the way you grew up.
No.
And they didn't grow up, certainly, as you mentioned, the way some of these kids around the world. So how do you instill the kind of values that you're talking about in your kids?
I think by giving them the values that we had growing up. You know, mine and Victoria's children have grown up totally different to how we grew up, but we instilled from a very young age the right values. You know, my sons, you'll never see my sons walk into a room and not let a lady go through the door first, or shake people's hand,
because
or
that's what you did.
Be engaged. That's what I did. So, you know, whether you think your children are watching or listening, they are most of the time. And luckily for me, you know, my children have noticed, you know, when my wife leaves the table, I stand up. It's old traditions like that that I have tried to pass on to my children. And thankfully, you know, they've turned out great. And me and Victoria are very proud of our children, you know, not because they have their own dreams and ambitions and they're working and they're doing exactly what they want to do, but more because of the values that they have. And let's hope they continue.
You stand up every time she leaves the table?
Yeah.
I can't imagine my husband doing that.
I do get strange looks at times from people. They're like, why are you
That's old school.
It is old school, but you know what? It's how I was brought up. And I've tried to pass it on to my kids, and my kids do it. They don't always do it, but they know that's what Dad does, so.
We watched in the Netflix movie and learned a lot about you. I think you really opened up, and your relationship and your marriage. And I know Victoria's doing a Netflix movie of her own.
She is.
Why did you decide now's the time to let people in?
Well, it took me actually 10 years to do my documentary because I never really felt that I was ready to look back at my career at that point. When I retired, I believed that there was more I wanted to do. So it took me a while to agree to it, and then it came round to the 10-year anniversary of me retiring. I thought maybe this is the right time to do it. So then we looked for the right director. We found Fisher Stevens. Then we looked to have the right partner with Netflix. And then it was all about Fisher making me as uncomfortable as possible to deliver what he delivered. And he did that. Every time I sat down with him, I felt uncomfortable. I didn't want to be there. I didn't really want to talk about things, because I'd never talked about those things before. You know, I'd put them away in a box, I'd locked it up and thought, I'm never going to have to talk about it. But it was good for me. You know, I hold a lot of things in, and it was good for me to actually sit down and talk about these things. So you know, I said to Victoria, I'm only going to do this once, and I'm going to do it right. And it turned out great, you know, to know that it was so popular around the world and people got to learn a different thing about me. You know, that made me very proud of the show that we made. So then leading on to Victoria's, that actually it was quite hard to get her to agree to it, and I was the only one that was going to make that happen. So
why? She didn't want to do it?
She did, well, no. She didn't. Well, purely because, you know, I wanted to do it and showcase what she's all about. You know, people see her as the designer, the creator of, obviously, a beauty brand, the mother, the wife, the Spice Girl.
I was going to say, posh, first and foremost.
But I wanted to highlight how hard she works. You know, this is a woman, I've never met a harder working woman, apart from you. I've never met a harder working woman than my wife. And I wanted to show that. I wanted to show everything that goes into her design, everything that goes into her brand, what she does outside it, all the decisions that she makes. And that's the only way of doing it. So, again, we're doing it with Netflix, we're doing it with our production company. And so far, I think it's going great. And it's just going to highlight how hard she works and the things that she does. And I think people are going to be quite surprised how she juggles things, because, you know, she's a multitasker, and that's one thing that I don't think I am.
How did your kids react to the documentary?
Well, well, none of us had seen it until the premiere. So because I made that conscious decision to give that power to Fisher Stevens, the director, and Netflix, and my team. You know, my team had seen clips, but, you know, the edit, I wanted them to have full control, because I think that was important, and it came out in it. So we sat there at the premiere, and I could see one of my sons getting quite emotional, Brooklyn, because he lived through that whole time. You know, he's 25 years old, so he'd lived through every moment of my career and, you know, mine and Victoria's relationship. Then you had Romeo, that was 19 years old, no, that was 20 years old at the time, and I could see him, and he said, Dad, you and Mum worked really hard to get where you are. Then Cruz, my youngest boy, turned around to me and he said, Dad, you were really good at football. That was his reaction. I was like, yeah, well, Dad used to do that. Sorry. And Harper was just, I mean, Harper sat there, and she was probably the one, as well as Brooklyn that I was probably most worried about watching it, because he'd lived through the whole thing, and you know, there's some moments where you see him crying in the car because of the amount of people around the car and the paparazzi. So I was worried on that side for him, but then I was also worried for Harper because, you know, it's the first time that she'd seen all of that. So, you know, but they loved it. And the moment at the end where people all talk about, you know, the moment where mum and dad are dancing in the tent and embarrassing them, you know, that was a moment where I look back and it just naturally happened. You know, we'd been in the tent.
That dancing went viral.
It went viral, I know. And it was, do you know, that was one of the most rewarding moments for me. Seeing, you know, people in their kitchens doing the same, you know, seeing them do it with their children or their parents or their animals, you know, all of those things happen through that moment. And, you know, and that was just a natural moment that actually happens most weekends. You know, mum and dad always embarrass the kids at the end of the night. You guys dance
most weekends?
Yeah. Yeah, you know, after a couple of drinks.
Goals.
Couple of drinks.
After a couple of drinks. I think what resonated with people is how authentic you were and how much you opened up. And speaking of, I do want to talk about David Beckham, the businessman, because you've been very successful. I mentioned the partnership with Authentic Brands. So they own a majority of your brands, all the deals you do, the endorsements and the business. How's that going?
You know, it's going incredibly well. You know, I'm very lucky to have the business that I've had, but I think I recognised very early on in my career that I wanted to have a business outside of my career when I finish. So I built the business up to a certain point to do that. And when I built the business up to a certain point, I knew that then I wanted to scale it. But I knew I wanted to scale it with the right people. I didn't just want to hand, you know, a certain amount of my brand over to someone to let them do whatever they wanted with it. So, you know, I've known Jamie Salter for over a decade. And I know his values. I know his family values. I know him as a businessman. I know how hard he works. And I knew that when I met Jamie, at that point, it wasn't the right time to go into business. I didn't feel my business was in the right position to actually, you know, take it to another level. I knew that I had to build it a bit more over the time, but I also watched what Jamie was doing with Authentic over the last 10 years. You know, he's built this incredibly successful brand for 15 years now, and I knew eventually that was the man that I wanted to be in partnership with and business with. So, you know, over that time, you know, I was watching what Jamie was doing. I was watching how hard he was working and the scale he was going to. And then when it came to the point where I was like, okay, I'm ready to scale my business. I'm ready to take it to the next level. Me and Jamie had a conversation, and that conversation probably lasted 5 minutes. And we knew that we wanted to be in business together. You know, I know Jamie as the businessman, and I love him as the businessman, but what I love him is for his values. What I love him for is his family values. All 4 of his boys are in the business. All 4 boys have the values that he has. His wife runs the show, of course.
As she should.
As she should. But Jamie is an incredible partner to be in business with, and like I said, you know, I wanted to take my business to the next level, and you know, the scale that he has done to Authentic is what I wanted to do with my business, and that's, you know, being a shareholder of Authentic and being a partner with Jamie. You know, it's something that I'm very excited about the future.
It's been a good place to be.
It's been a good place.
One of your best business decisions, certainly to Americans, has been Inter Miami. You have an ownership stake, and you somehow convinced Messi to come play in the United States.
Yeah.
What was the vision or the inspiration behind all that?
I always wanted to give back to the game. You know, my dream was always to give back to football, to soccer. And, you know, punditry or management was something that I never saw myself going into. You know, my dream was always to own a team. I always wanted to own a team. So when I moved to America, you know, I had the opportunity to put in one of my contracts, or the contract, that at the end of my time there, I could own a franchise and I could pick the city. where it was going to be. And I knew from day one that I wanted Miami. I knew that that was the place where I wanted to be, and a lot of people said to me, it's a tough sporting city, do you really want to go there? And I was like, it's exactly where I want to be.
Why?
Because it was a challenge. And I would say it's been the hardest challenge, actually, in my career and in my business, but the most rewarding. It's the most rewarding for many reasons, you know, to see the team grow, to see the franchise grow, to see the club grow, and to see what we have now. You know, we're building a new parcel. We have a new parcel of land, 32-acre parcel of land in Miami, where we're building the new stadium, which Miami Freedom Park, which we're very excited about. There'll be retail space, there'll be parks there, and obviously the stadium will be there. So we're very excited about that. But you know, when I moved to America, yes, I wanted to lift the game. Yes, I wanted to be part of, you know, making soccer as popular as it is everywhere else around the world. But I wanted to win. I wanted to win on the field, first off. You know, I had a 6-year contract there. And yes, I wanted to build the game. But more importantly to me, I wanted to win championships. And luckily, in the end, I won 2 championships in America. But now, being the owner of a club that has the greatest player to have ever played the game, you know, that's down to people's opinion, but in my opinion, he's the greatest person to have played
it's not that controversial.
The game. Not anymore.
No.
So,
do you think MLS can be as popular as
I do.
Europe?
I've always believed in the potential. You know, America is America. Simple as that. It's a powerful country. It's one of the biggest and greatest opportunities of countries. And you believe that. When I moved to America, it's the land of opportunity. I knew that I wanted to live in America at one point and create a business. And to create a business that we've done, and I now sit back in my chair in Miami, in that stadium, and Leo walks onto that pitch, and I'm like, I'm quite proud of that.
I bet. I do want to open it up to questions in the audience. Sure.
Sure. I don't know if can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, first, I must tell that Diego Simeone was not the right fit, in my opinion. But I'm grateful because of that, because I can see such an inspiration.
Oh, there's a microphone for you.
I can see such an inspiration and resilience behind that. I'm Chuy, I'm a YGL from Monterrey, Mexico, and I have 3 kids, 2 daughters, a gymnast and a dancer, and a son, a 16-year-old soccer player in Mexico's main league. What would be your advice for my son and the kids alike that don't have the opportunity to think of business that early, to think of philanthropy that early, and to experience humanitarian needs as you did, so that they can aim beyond national teams or beyond, for example, for a Mexican player, beyond playing in Europe? How can they see bigger? How can they dream bigger?
Well, it was all about their dreams. You know, at the end of the day, you know, we can always give our children advice, we can always guide them, but then part of that has to be down to them. You know, part of them, you know, you talk about your children doing what they love. That's the most important thing, to do something that you love. You know, I love to work. I love to be in business. I love to be a footballer. You know, I'm very lucky. You know, I am a person that, you know, my parents gave me the support that I needed, but then that made me want to give them back something. You know, when they gave me so much. You know, I grew up in a working class, you know, household. You know, my mum and dad worked hard till from 7 a.m. to 11 o'clock at night. So they gave me that work ethic. So that's what we can do. We can give our children the opportunity to dream, to help other people, to be kind, because we need more kindness in the world. And then that leads to other things.
Thank you, David. Such a privilege. And this is for my son, Gabo. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's do one more. Sure, in the back, right behind.
Hi, David. I have a goddaughter. She's 10 years old, and she's half Thai, half British. She just suffered diabetes type 1. Can you give some word to her, like, and inspire her a little bit?
Well, continue to be healthy, continue to look after yourself, continue to dream, because we all want that for children around the world. You know, all children, I've been lucky to sit with children and listen to their hopes, listen to their dreams, and we have to be there for them. We have to look after them.
You had children. You started very young.
We did. You know, Victoria was 24 and I was 23 when we had Brooklyn. And when we got married, you know, this July we would have been together for 28 years, married for 26 years. I turned 50 in May, so it's quite a big year.
Is that why you're in the supplement business now?
Well, you know what? We're very strategic in the businesses that we go into. So supplements definitely are needed. And good supplements, which I don't know whether any of you know about IM8, but you should get IM8 because it's got 92 ingredients. I feel like I'm selling something on now.
Well, you are.
I am, yeah.
So that's your secret, IM8?
That's my secret, IM8.
How do you know what to say yes to and what to say no to? I'm sure businesses come to you all the time.
I'm very lucky to have good people around me. I'm very lucky to have good opportunities. But in all honesty, I go with my gut. You know, I look at the opportunities that are brought to me, and I always look at them and I sit back and look at them and think, can I work with these people? Can I work with these people for a long time? Do I want to be the face or do I want to be the founder? You know, I enjoy both. Like I said a minute ago, I like to work. You know, I think that's why me and Jamie are best friends and have the same values and interests, because we both like to work. So that's the thing that I always go with. I always go with my gut. Is there an authenticity? Because, you know, my fans, the people around me, people that look at what I do, it has to be authentic because they see through that. So everything that I do has to have some kind of connection.
You're clearly very inspirational. I wonder, though, David, who inspires you?
My children, my wife, children that I've met throughout the world, that I've worked with, that I've helped, that UNICEF have helped. You know, every time that I go on one of these trips, every time that I do something for UNICEF, that inspires me. But it's my children and it's my wife that motivates me. Simple as that. You know, like I said, my wife is hardworking. But the reason I continue to work as hard as I do is for my children. And I'm not talking about for their futures, but I want to set the right example. You know, when I retired 12, 13 years ago now from playing, I could have just sat back and enjoyed the moment. But when I grew up at Manchester United, you know, I had one of the biggest and best business leaders inspire me and teach me, Sir Alex Ferguson. And every time that we do something in business, every time that we have some success, yeah, of course we enjoy it, we celebrate it, but the next moment we're on to the next thing. And that was exactly what Sir Alex Ferguson taught me. He taught us, when we won the treble in 1999, we broke all records. It had never been done before. We won the Champions League, we won the FA Cup, and we won the Premier League. It had never been done before. The next morning, the boss was said, okay, I'm glad you enjoyed that last night, but today we go again. And next year we do the same. And that's what I always had installed into me.
Well, David, thank you very much for giving all of us a snapshot into how you think and how you operate. It really was a treat, so thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
If you're just now tuning in, that was David Beckham speaking at the World Economic Forum. 6:43 here on the East Coast. We have to take our third 2-minute commercial break of the hour. We'll be right back. 6:45 here on the East Coast, and welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Taking you out to Davos, Switzerland right now as the World Economic Forum 2025 is underway. Different panel discussions happening throughout the week. This one is focused on the global economy. Let's listen in.
His policies are pretty well known. He's going to have a massive tax cut, which is designed to spur economic growth. I think he is going to try to impose some tariffs. We don't know the extent of them, but he's going to do that, and I think and get greater trade cooperation between various trading partners in the United States, maybe using it as a bit of a negotiating tool, but we'll find out. I think the principal problems the United States will have going forward are several in terms of economic growth. One, get inflation down from where it is, still a little bit higher than people would like. If it's down a little bit more from where it is, the Fed will begin to lower interest rates a bit more. Secondly, getting the tax cut and other regulatory changes that President Trump wants implemented and into law relatively quickly. And he has a big agenda for changing regulations and other things that will, I think, spur economic growth. Third, getting the ability of the natural gas and the oil business to be able to increase even more from where it already is. It's producing 13 million barrels a day, which is the highest we've ever had in the United States, but I think he believes he could do more. I think the biggest impediments to growth are, I think, solving, and for the world generally, solving the wars in the Middle East, including resolving some situations with Iran. If you can make progress on the Middle East and you can make progress on Russia, Ukraine, I think you're going to see a lot of economic growth do quite well around the world. The U.S.'s problems are not the biggest problems. I think the biggest challenge for economic growth around the world I see are the global South, but because of the challenges of the last 15 years, the global South went further behind the developed markets than maybe would be desired. So, for example, the crisis of 07, 08, 09, the problems of COVID, and the problems of inflation, I think adversely impact the global South more than would certainly be desired, and more than it did the developed world. And then you've got the new frontier of artificial intelligence. If artificial intelligence and other new technology developments are going to have the real great impact on the world, they have to be made available as well to the global South. The United States can't just be a country which has the great advantage of artificial intelligence and other technology improvements and not share them in some fair way with others around the rest of the world. I think right now President Trump has the mandate of the American people to do largely what he would like. He's got the control of the Congress, and he's got the control of the executive branch, and I think you'll see him doing a lot of fairly robust things that might not have been anticipated before. I think the business community generally is not completely united, but generally they're happy with the regulatory relief that they think they're going to get, and with some of the economic policy, particularly tax cuts. So I think the United States is feeling fairly bullish about the economy in the next couple years or so. The things we've got to do is make certain that the wars that we are, helping some of the combatants, that those go away, and that would be good, and no new wars break out. That would be helpful.
Thank you, David. Just a short follow-up question on immigration and also debt. Those two things, do they keep you up at night? Because the debt will increase, is then the U.S. just going to grow itself out of it? On immigration, we know there's already a tight labor market in the U.S. and, in construction sector, 2 million out of 7 million are illegal immigrants. So if you don't have them, I guess that's not going to bring the inflation down. Those trade-offs, do you think they're thinking about that in the White House and the Treasury today?
The United States currently has about 50 million immigrants, more than any other country by far. Nobody's even close in terms of having that many immigrants, and many of them have become naturalized American citizens. The United States today has a demographic issue, which is that we are not reproducing, young women are not reproducing enough, 1.6 per woman of childbearing age children, when you need to have probably 2.1 to have your population stay the same. And the population is aging. So we have an aging population, and you have young women not reproducing enough, you have a population problem. And the only way you can solve that is with immigration. And that's what the United States has done for the last 30, 40, 50 years, is solve our issues with population and for getting enough workers through immigration. Clearly, there's some concern about illegal immigration, and President Trump got a lot of political benefit out of that. And I think he's going to do as much as he can realistically on illegal immigration. But legal immigration, where you get highly trained workers to come in, or people that will do jobs that some Native Americans don't want to do, but they come in legally, I think that will be handled in a satisfactory way, I believe, because we cannot solve our economic problems by just pushing people out of the country who might be here illegally and thwarting all immigration in the United States. The United States won't have enough workers.
Thank you. Let me move on to Marcus Wallenberg, among a lot of other things, chairman of SEB. You're and the Wallenbergs are big investors also in Europe. You heard von der Leyen laying out her policies. The European growth is around 1.1 or 1.2. So seen from your viewpoint, what will it really take for Europe to revive growth? They have to implement all the 400 pages of the Draghi report? Or can they learn from Spain and Greece? We wrote them off like 10 years ago, and now Spain is the fastest growing of all large OECD economies. So I think that also maybe shows that structural reforms do matter. So lay out the plan for Europe.
Well, thank you. I think in general what Mrs. von der Leyen was communicating today seems like a very good path forward. I'm very happy that she asked for the Letta and the Draghi report. I think they, you can always debate each detail in those reports, but I do think that that was the good way. And why is it good? I think it's good because over the years, Europe has tended to perhaps not understand our competitive situation and the strategic position that we find ourselves with a very strong United States and a very strong China. And therefore, our competitiveness has been challenged over time. And I think these two reports and other reports has now really put the facts on the table, showing that we really need to go forward. So what is being proposed around R&D investments, around structural infrastructure investments in the green sector, more into AI and computational power, etc., are very good rules and very good ambitions to have with us. I do think that we have to also understand that Europe by itself is a very large market. So we do have the possibility to get the scale here, but we also need to get the confidence back to really say that we need to get moving and cannot wait anymore for things to solve it by itself. And I think this has been a real good wake-up call for Europe. But in addition to that, I think that the Commission has always put together a new trade deal with Mercosur and with Mexico and so on. I think that has proven that the European, the attractivity of the European market is there. But I also think that we have to understand that Europe will not start moving without getting more consumer confidence and also getting ourselves in a position to support the entrepreneurs. If there's anything I'd like to add from her speech today is the focus on entrepreneurship. We should really understand and learn, I think both from the United States and China, how do we create an ecosystem that will really support entrepreneurs. And for that we know we need a singular capital market that is unified. We do need a number of institutions that can provide more risk capital, private risk capital, and there are a number of other factors that will help entrepreneurs to develop their business. I think we cannot only look upon the state and the big companies. We also have to get the small and innovative part of the economy going in a much stronger phase.
The panel discussion continues out in Davos, Switzerland on this Tuesday morning. The World Economic Forum 2025 underway. Global economy, the topic of this session. 6:55 here on the East Coast. We have to take our final 2-minute commercial break of the hour. We'll be right back. .57 here on the East Coast. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Jeanne Francine. Good morning to you if you are just now tuning in. As we were in break, that session on the global economy at the World Economic Forum wrapped, but we do see a new one about to start. We are staying in Davos, Switzerland right now. This session starting, still the World Economic Forum, the session about climate change. Let's listen in together, and I'll pop up some boxes on your screen of other top stories we're following this Tuesday morning.
Technical issue fixed. And we can start this journey. I think it's happening now. Amazing. Great. Hello, everybody. I'm Johanna Hoffman. I am the director and principal at Design for Adaptation. And I am here to start off this session by journeying with all of you into the future. We are going to spend the next 10-ish minutes exploring a vision of what life might be like in the year 2050. So before we start, take a little moment to find a comfortable spot for your body. Close your eyes. This is an eyes closed experience, at least at the beginning. And focus on your breath, on breathing in and on breathing out. On that exhale, you and me and everyone here will have traveled 25 years into the future and landed in January 2050. We are still in Davos. We are still in Switzerland, but we are 25 years farther into the future than we were just a couple of minutes ago. And this 2050 that we all have landed here in together is shaped as much by crisis, economic crisis, climatic crisis, geopolitical crisis, as it is also shaped by collective and systemic adaptation to climate change. So Switzerland has become a hub for a lot of that climate action on an international and on a local regional scale. It's a place where nature, for example, has been granted legal personhood, so that ecosystems' rights to thrive, exist, and regenerate are now enshrined and recognized in Swiss law. And its economic power has helped to position it as a leader in financing a growing array of climate initiatives. Regenerative power has got a lot more support these days. A lot of water, waste reclamation, and treatment strategies are now much more widespread in different parts of the world, as well as in Switzerland. Vertical indoor farming initiatives have been getting a real funding boost in order to address issues of food access in different parts of the world. So by collaborating with some different international bodies, the Swiss government promotes a carbon-based financial system that ties or seeks to tie economic success with climate action, with mitigation, with different adaptation strategies. So that's the general picture. When you connect to the place that you consider home, where you feel most connected to in this planet, what's happening there? When you open the door to your house and you walk down the street, what are you seeing in this 2050? When you go for a beverage in the morning after you get up, maybe you, like me in 2025, were super addicted to coffee. Is there coffee that's readily available for you to drink when you wake up and you want something warm? Maybe not. When you think about if a crisis occurs, maybe where you live, fire is a real issue, or flooding. When that kind of natural hazard hits, what kind of support can you expect from your community, your local government? And what might that government or that kind of support, what does that indicate about what political dynamics might be at play? All right, if you haven't already done so, please open your eyes. We're going to spend the next few minutes exploring some details of what this future could be like in a little bit more high-resolution detail. So I invite you, for the next couple of minutes, to see this prompt on the screen and play with that prompt. I'm going to give you, for each of those fill-in-the-blank spaces, 3 options. You're going to choose one option that I give you for each of those fill-in-the-blanks, and then explore what that resulting thing might be. So you can do this exploration on your own. If you're super excited to work with somebody, maybe ask your neighbor if they'd like to do this with you. But if you do that, please keep a little quiet so that other people can have their own experience and not listen to you the whole entire time. You can also do this on your phone if you have like a note app that you would like to use. If you're somebody who brought pen and paper with you and you like to do things by hand, please do so. You can also, if you prefer, do this in your own mind as well. So let's begin. In a 2050 that is shaped by mitigation and adaptation to climate change, there is either a law, a festival, or a snack. Choose one of those 3. If the word festival doesn't really connect with you, think of it as an event, a music event, a sporting event. Maybe it's a conference event. One of those 3. In this future where there is a law, a festival, or a snack, it's related to either water, the brain, or robots. One of those 3. That law, that festival, that snack that is related to either the water, the brain, or robots makes you feel either relaxation, disgust, or fascination. One of those 3, choose. And think about what this thing might be. What is it? What is it for? What does it look like? You can think about what it may be, if you're talking about a snack, what it feels like to touch it, what it tastes like. If this is a law, what does it do? How is it affecting change? How is it affecting any difference compared to what was a reality in 2025 versus what is going on today in 2050? How does it affect you as an individual? And how does it affect people who maybe aren't anything like you? Maybe they speak a different language. Maybe they come from a very different place. There's really no wrong way to do this at all. This is all about sparking our creative thinking, the ways in which we explore what we think might happen in this reality of 2050 that we are all inhabiting here together. Another way of kind of exploring this thing is, how did it get here? Where there may be funding mechanisms that went into making If you're looking at a snack, making that snack come to be. Where there may be different lobbyists who are involved if you're exploring a law. Different sort of organizational structures who put a lot of incentive into making this thing come to be that you are now starting to explore in this moment. And how does that maybe indicate or connect to change that's happening at different spatial scales? If this is a snack, maybe it has something to do with global food supply systems. How is that snack getting to you? Does it maybe connect to supply chains at all? Is that a way of maybe considering how those things might be connected? All right, we could spend a lot longer doing this if we all wanted to, but we also have a session to get to. So we're going to make our time in 2050 start to come to a close. Stop whatever kinds of exploration you've been doing and take a breath. Take a breath in and take a breath out. On that exhale, all of us, you, me, everybody here, we have time traveled very quickly and very safely back to 2025. Well done. Reverse time travel accomplished. What did that exploration of what this thing might be, what did that bring up for you? Turn to the person next to you if you collaborated with somebody on this. Turn to somebody who you did not collaborate with and share something. What did this thing look like that you made? Can be just a couple of words. Maybe there's a feeling that's involved. Maybe this exercise annoyed you and you thought it was a waste of time. That's also worth sharing. This is really about exploring what we think the world could be like in 2050, having that reflection for ourselves, and acknowledging that other people will be inhabiting that reality also. What came up? Again, there's no wrong answers to this. This is just about having an experience and a reaction and being real about it. If you were the sharer, now is the time to switch and become the listener. What did this thing do? What did it look like? And what came up for you? Okay. I want to thank you all for taking this time to travel into the future with yourselves, with me, with each other. As our time together draws to a close, I want to say that if you found this work interesting at all, annoying, frustrating, thought-provoking, fun, challenging, know that this is a way of translating what can so often seem abstract and impersonal about the future and translating it into high-resolution, more personal reality. Because the more that we can make futures feel real, feel tangible, the more we augment our capacities to refine the futures that we want to work towards as individual and very critically together with each other. So again, I'm Johanna Hoffman, founder and principal at Design for Adaptation, and I hope you enjoy the session to come. Thank you so much.
So that wraps the opening remarks of the session on climate change happening in Davos, Switzerland at the World Economic Forum. And then on the right side of your screen, following the very latest out in Gaza, aid trucks arriving there this Tuesday amid the ceasefire between Israel and Hamas. And then that bottom box, a live look out in Washington, D.C. as today marks President Donald Trump's first full day back in office. 7:09 here on the East Coast. We're going to go to our first 2-minute commercial break of the hour. We'll be right back. 7:11 here on the East Coast. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Jeanne Francine. Right now, we want to transition to your top political headlines following the very latest as relates to President Donald Trump. We know immigration was one of the big topics President Trump signed an executive order for. Fox 5 New York's Briella Tomasetti joining us live in Lower Manhattan, New York, with the very latest. Briella, good morning.
Good morning, Jeanne. And since the early days of the 2024 campaign, President Trump vowed to beef up security at the southern border, but his immigration agenda is certain to face legal challenges, ones, in fact, that are already playing out in court as we speak.
So help me God. Congratulations, Mr. President.
After President Trump was sworn in by Chief Justice John Roberts, he got right to work and signed a series of executive orders, making good on his promise to crack down on immigration. Several of the orders revive priorities that former President Biden had rolled back during his time in office. One of them, declaring a national emergency at the southern border.
So this is a proclamation declaring a national emergency at the southern border of the United States?
That proclamation allows for construction on the border wall to resume and for U.S. troops to be deployed there. Trump ended the policy known as catch and release, which released those without legal status from detention while they awaited immigration hearings, reinstated his remain in Mexico policy, and designated drug cartels as terrorists. He also terminated use of the Biden-era CBP cell phone app used by nearly 1 million migrants to enter America. The former president allowed non-citizens to use that app to temporarily live in the United States for humanitarian reasons or public benefit. And perhaps one of the most controversial executive orders.
Birthright. That's a big one.
One which attempts to put an end to birthright citizenship, the right of those born on U.S. soil to full citizenship regardless of their parents' immigration status, a right guaranteed by the 14th Amendment.
It would play out in the courts, presumably because ultimately the courts are the ones who decide.
New York Attorney General Letitia James and Governor Kathy Hochul denounced the executive order, while a coalition of civil rights and civil liberties groups are suing to stop it. The American Civil Liberties Union said in a statement, denying citizenship to U.S.-born children is not only unconstitutional, it's also a reckless and ruthless repudiation of American values. Birthright citizenship is part of what makes the United States the strong and dynamic nation that it is. And now Trump's executive order suggests that the amendment was wrongly interpreted. It would go into effect in 30 days, meaning it would not be retroactive. But for now, we're live here in Lower Manhattan. Jeanne, we'll send it back to you.
All right, Briella Tomasetti there with Fox 5 New York. Thank you so much for that detailed breakdown, Briella. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you.
Thank you. Right now, taking you out to the nation's capital, giving you a live look there at the U.S. Capitol here at 7:14 on the East Coast. This might look familiar to you, as we know the inauguration took place inside of the Capitol Rotunda. We're going to go ahead and go to our second 2-minute commercial break of the hour. When we come back, checking in with Fox News correspondent Doug Luzader as he has some updates on President Donald Trump's first full day back in the Oval Office. We'll also have commentary with political journalist Dr. Nicolai Corte. The very latest when we come back in just 2 quick minutes. 7:17 here on the East Coast. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, giving you a live look at the White House in Washington, D.C. on this Tuesday morning. President Donald Trump today starts his first full day back inside of the Oval Office. But already, President 47 has been at work signing hundreds of executive actions. Fox's Doug Luzader is on Capitol Hill with the very latest.
Well, after declaring this the start of a golden age for America, President Trump now begins his work leading the country. The long day ended with a dance at an inaugural ball, but it was punctuated with one executive order and action after another. From Capital One Arena, where the Trump faithful gathered to bask in the day, or later in the Oval Office.
People have wanted to do this for years.
There were dozens and dozens of them, ranging from immigration policy to energy production to TikTok, as well as hundreds of pardons for those convicted of crimes related to the January 6th riot at the Capitol back in 2021.
Approximately 1,500 people, six commutations.
It attacks the very foundation of our democracy, because it tries to whitewash what was clearly an insurrection.
Democrats railed against the pardons, but just hours earlier, President Biden had granted extraordinary preemptive pardons of his own, including to his siblings and other family members.
So help me God.
But the handoff itself went without a hitch. Biden departed Washington from the Capitol grounds, and later in the Oval Office, Trump found a letter from Biden.
It could have been years before we found this. Wow. Thank you.
Can you read that on the outside?
Maybe we should all read it together.
Let's read it.
Ultimately, the president did not reveal the contents of that letter, which has become a tradition from one administration to the next. In Washington, Doug Luzader, Fox News.
All right, Doug, thank you so much. And a lot to discuss this morning. So we want to bring into the conversation political journalist Dr. Nicolai Corte. Dr. Corte, happy Tuesday to you. Good morning. Always a pleasure having you on the show.
Happy Tuesday and good morning to you.
So we all saw the inauguration unfold inside of the Capitol Rotunda. Today marks his second day, if you want to consider that, but we know it's his first full day in office. What can we expect, people looking ahead to President Donald Trump's first 100 days in office?
Well, I think a lot of people were looking for his first few hours after becoming president to look a lot like his first few days or a few weeks of becoming president. A lot of folks just shocked at the number of executive orders that President Trump has signed, though they shouldn't come as a surprise because every order he signed, just about every order, are orders that he had talked about, positions that he had talked about at length on the campaign trail. And so nobody should really be surprised by this. I think one of the things to look for coming forward is which of these executive orders will survive in the courts. For example, you talked this morning about birthright citizenship. You don't have to be a constitutional lawyer to know that that is at odds with the 14th Amendment that guarantees such citizenship. And so civil rights attorneys, civil liberties attorneys are going to be very, very busy this administration if the early hours, the first hours of the Trump administration is any indication.
One point you raised, Dr. Corte, is that there should be no surprise. These are things that President Donald Trump spoke about in depth on the campaign trail. So it shouldn't be a surprise that he's trying to hold true to those promises he made to those that are his supporters. Another thing people are pointing out is the unification of the U.S. Do you see that becoming a reality with these executive orders that are in place? Some might say it is true. Others might say, hey, it's counteractive.
Well, I think it's really important that we don't read too much into executive orders. Obviously, executive orders like the birthright citizenship, being changed, that is a serious change that, again, will be litigated in the courts. The pulling out from the World Health Organization, the pulling out from the Paris Climate Agreement, the threat to, throw a 25% tariff on our neighbors in Canada and Mexico. among others. These are things that can have a negative impact on our economy, and everyday consumers may very well begin to feel this at the grocery store and when it comes to the purchase of a whole lot of consumer goods. And so that's important, but we shouldn't overstate the power of these executive orders, particularly in the early days of the administration. The president is still staffing up. And so in terms of having folks to fully implement the weight of these executive orders, they're not there yet. But what we should have our eye on is what Congress is cooking up legislatively. We know the 2017 Trump tax cut is set to expire, and within the first 100 days, my sources tell me that President Trump is looking for a major legislative win. There's some discussion as to whether or not they will move forward with, legislation to provide those tax cuts, to renew those tax cuts, or maybe even go even further, in addition to legislation around immigration. Is there a chance that they might even do something through the reconciliation process on the Hill? That's all possible. So we should keep our eye on that.
So glad you brought that up, Dr. Nicolai, because if we look back to the speech that was given, not the one in front of the dignitaries, but the one that was given to the overflow room, he spoke about that. He says, many people think I was going to discuss, the economy and inflation. He said, how many times do I have to say that the price of an apple has doubled? Give me time. So a lot of eyes are on that. And then also the immigration aspect. We saw him speaking to Texas Governor Abbott, who was there in the front row discussing those border policy. So very important that you brought that up. When we speak of all the eyes that are on what is happening inside of the Oval Office, we know it's not just right here in the U.S. World leaders across the pond keeping a close eye. This morning, we've been airing the World Economic Forum. And I can tell you, Dr. Nicolai, many world leaders are concerned specifically as it relates to those tariffs. We know President Donald Trump has not shied away from saying he will hold other world leaders and other countries accountable as it relates to trade with the U.S. Could you break that down for us and discuss the implications on both sides, please?
Sure. And so when we assign a tariff to a trading partner, for every action, there's an equal and opposite reaction. And so our trade partners could decide that they're going to throw tariffs on American products, American goods overseas as well. And so I think the fear is that his actions may be an initial domino in sparking a trade war, which is something that could have a negative impact, not just on our economy, but the global economy. So suddenly, if Americans are paying more for certain goods and services, and if our neighbors in Mexico, our neighbors in Canada, and trading partners in other parts of the world are suddenly paying more, we don't have to worry about just, inflation going up in the United States. This may have a negative impact on inflation in other parts of the world. But speaking of other parts of the world, when we think about energy, for example, with the advent of artificial intelligence, a lot of people don't know AI sort of sucks up a lot of energy. And so part of the reason why you see the president moving to, drill more in the United States, set up more energy centers across the United States, is because of the AI wars. This president wants to win the AI war with China and with other folks around the world. And so he recognizes that our energy policy, has to be updated in order for us to have the energy to be able to compete. And so we should be paying attention to who our Secretary of Energy becomes. We should be paying close attention to that aspect of Trump's policy proposals when it comes to AI.
Well, I can tell you, Nicola, right here on Live Now, we are definitely keeping a close eye on all of those valid points that you just mentioned, from the latest with energy as relates to automobiles. We heard him say that, hey, now you will be able to pick the car vehicle of your choice. You don't have to feel like you have to pick one side of the energy spectrum. He also talked about that liquid gold that's below our feet as it relates to oil. And then if you look at the dignitaries that were in the room, Elon Musk, Zuckerberg, just to name a few, it further shows the AI, artificial intelligence, and how that scope could be far-reaching and expand in this Trump presidency. Always a pleasure, Dr. Nicola Corte, to have you on this show. We appreciate your expertise and perspective. There's someone out there who's saying, okay, what's the one thing I need to be looking ahead to in the coming days? What would your answer be to that?
Well, one of the things that President Trump said at the top of his inaugural address is that the golden age of America is here. He's bringing back the golden age of America. I think one of the questions has to be the golden age for whom? When you look at who was sitting there amongst his family at the inaugural address, it would suggest that this may be a boon for millionaires and billionaires. But what about those everyday people that were saying that the rent's too high, that eggs and bacon in the grocery store is too high, and that economic mobility doesn't feel like it's within their grasp? And so one of the central questions is golden age of America, but for whom?
Nicola Corte, always a pleasure. Thank you so much for joining us. Have a great rest of your Tuesday.
Thank you. You too.
And we know with all of these questions that still loom, as Nicola so eloquently put it, we know the media will be in full force at many of these agenda items on the slate for President Donald Trump today. One of those events is the National Prayer Service. A lot of eyes on this event as it relates to the Trump presidency. Well, make sure you are tuned into Live Now from Fox to get that in full, starting at 10 a.m. Eastern Time. 7:29 here on the East Coast. Let's take our third 2-minute commercial break of the hour. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Jeanne Francine. Right now, we're going to stay on the very latest as relates to President Donald Trump and the Trump presidency. A different scope of the White House here at 7:31 on the East Coast. And with that interview with Dr. Nicolai Corte, we spoke of several aspects people are looking at as today marks the first full day of the Trump presidency, obviously of his second term, but a lot of eyes on the economy, inflation, the latest as it relates to global relations, the latest as it relates to the border crisis. So a lot to dissect as we talk about President Donald Trump. But as we discuss global crisis, I want to now take you out to the Middle East. A lot of eyes on this Gaza area. We've seen all morning how aid trucks have been coming in and people literally running after the aid trucks to try to find some relief. We know the conflict with Israel and Hamas has been halted with this ceasefire, but the ramifications and the things that linger continue to be shown in real time. One of those things, a looming humanitarian crisis. If we're being frank, we know the humanitarian crisis was already there before the conflict with Hamas ramped up on October 7th, but obviously it has gotten worse. We've seen those refugee camps where people were told to go to seek refuge from the conflict between Israel and Hamas, and we've seen people literally laying next to cattle with torn garments on their bodies, no food, no water in sight. So I just want to paint this very realistic picture for you as we are further discussing this. If we look back in time to when it was announced that the ceasefire was happening between Israel and Hamas, we know former President Joe Biden took the podium to express his thoughts on the matter. And then as he was walking off, one of the reporters in the room say, "Hey, did this happen because of you or because of now President Trump?" And he turned around and said, "Is that a joke?" Not really answering the question, but answering the question in his words. But we also know across the aisle, President Donald Trump does take accountability for this ceasefire. He says that many of these terroristic organizations and many world leaders are afraid of him and afraid of what he will do if anyone comes to try to attack the U.S. or do anything against the U.S. We know there were American hostages. So putting that perspective in as we continue to talk about President Donald Trump. Let's go ahead and take our final 2-minute commercial break of the hour. When we come back, further dissecting the very latest of the president, as we know that world leaders are coming together this morning out in Davos, Switzerland at the World Economic Forum, and they are discussing tariffs and these other items that President Donald Trump has posed for the world. We'll be listening in when we come back in just 2 quick minutes. 7:36 here on the East Coast. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Jeanne Francine. Good morning to you if you're just now tuning in. We always appreciate you getting your breaking news alerts, top stories, and of course, your live events of the day from us here on Live Now from Fox. As we further discuss the very latest, President Donald Trump, right now I want to take you out to Davos, Switzerland. Moments ago, this panel came together where they are discussing foreign policy, different governmental affairs, also discussing President Donald Trump and those executive orders he's mentioned and different policies he says he plans to put into place. Let's listen in.
Future, in terms of unleashing that human potential to think about the future in new ways and to drive growth. Having the rule of law is critically important to support and protect companies and protect people as they bring those ideas forward, and make sure that they have strong protections. And at the same time, having an innovation ecosystem that allows for those innovators to raise capital successfully in multiple stages of their lives. So the very earliest stage all the way up until they're the largest companies. And that funding ecosystem is critically important. But then on top of that, so that's all done within, I would say, a cultural norm that starts to become self-fulfilling. On top of that, then you have to have government policies. And I think, as we've talked about, regulation is a huge element of government policies that can either foster or inhibit growth. Tax policies, the stick and the carrot, right, in terms of inhibiting and fostering certain types of growth. How do you want to take your economy forward? How do you want to unleash the greatest assets you have within your country and make sure that they're used to their fullest potential? And then, of course, then also a global ecosystem. And I'm a huge believer in global capital flows and a global economy. I think globality has been a growth driver for the world. Now we are entering into a new phase of what that looks like in terms of maybe more bilateral agreements, bilateral relationships. Well, still, though, connecting the world together with capital, with ideas, with innovation. And the next generation of innovation, I think, is going to be what continues to drive growth.
Adina, that was almost Trumpian talking about bilateral organised rather than multilateral. On a day when we're seeing executive orders flying off the shelves about WHO, about COP or what have you. But bilateral is the way forward. And we know that that's how the administration is going to want to deal going forward as well. I'll come back to that and talk, again, tax policies, global ecosystem. I feel you want to talk about Trump, but you're just not going there necessarily on that answer. Larry, We've talked already about how we're slow, and Anna made the great stats about every percentage of growth makes trillions of dollars worth of difference. But have we just been complacent? Have we been flattered this century? The stat is, since 2000 to 2019, I'm not ignoring you lot, by the way, sorry. I just happened to face this way. Between 2000 and 2019, we grew at 3.7%. Last year, we grew at 3.3%. But come on, you can only industrialize once. China can only grow at 10% and then slow down once. Larry, is it just inevitable that growth has to slow down when you see these amazing, huge emerging economies slow down themselves? They become more mature.
There's plenty who could follow China. But here's the big thing. I've been doing this for 45 years now. There hasn't been a moment when the technological possibilities ahead of the world have been as bright as they are today. Solar energy, considerably cheaper than fossil fuels, down tenfold over the last decade. The possibility that in the life sciences, we're going to get into a world where we see a thing like Wegovy and the semi-glucatides, a miracle drug, a new one every couple of years. And artificial intelligence, I believe artificial intelligence will ultimately be to the internet as the computer was to the calculator. So it is a moment of stunning technological possibility. That does not mean that it's all automatically going to be okay. The 20s were a moment of stunning technological possibility with synthetic fabrics, with the automobile, with widespread electrification, and what followed the 20s wasn't great. So it is a moment of epic challenge for governments in my country and for governments everywhere. And I suggest just 3 or 4 things very quickly that are important. First, with all that opportunity, capital should not be flowing heavily into government debt as an alternative to all that fantastic investment. And 6 of the 7 G7 countries now have debt to GDP ratios above 100%. And in my country, it is further from being on a sustainable path than any time probably in history, because it is unsustainable at a time when we're at full employment. The debts have to be controlled. The system has to be made legitimate and to work for everybody. That wasn't happening. That's what you're seeing in the elections in almost every country. But just because we changed what was doesn't mean it's automatically going to be okay. Finding the formulas that create an inclusive prosperity is going to be essential. 2 other things. No country is going to succeed without teammates in the global economy. No country is going to succeed, and there's an increasing division between an axis of autocracy, North Korea, Russia, China, Iran, and others. And if our strategy starts from alienating those who've been traditionally close to us, I wonder what the consequences of that strategy will be. Yes, striking good bargains is important and a good idea, but let's remember that we need allies if we are going to succeed in this world. And just one last thought. And this is the great possibility in the sort of reconfiguration we're seeing. Everywhere, governments need to understand the central importance of execution. The first way Donald Trump came to prominence as a public figure was when the skating rink in Central Park couldn't get fixed by the public sector, and he fixed it quickly in a way the public sector couldn't. That is a small metaphor for a huge thing that needs to get corrected in our country and everywhere else. And if we can get a government that is less about having new ideas and taking on new missions and responding to new market failures, and more about executing on fighting the fires, keeping the streets safe, collecting the taxes efficiently, and letting businesses function, there are huge potentials ahead in this world.
We have covered a lot of ground already. I want to go through some of these issues as well. You've mentioned the 20s led to the 30s, of course, and there's great stunning innovation like the automobile, which, you know, we have a similar level of innovation now. Actually, Larry, I'll come back to you just quickly on this one as well. Why aren't the 2020s going to turn into the 2030s equivalent to what they did a century ago, or are they? You've mentioned a lot of concerns. What is the most obvious policy change that global governments can make to avoid entering the 1930s equivalent?
I think it's, I don't want to choose between the 4 I said: getting debts under control, maintaining some measure of alliance, making sure that everybody feels like they're part of what's happening, and getting things done effectively. Governments do those 4 things, great possibilities ahead. They fail, and a lot can go wrong.
This is the bit where we all open it up and we all just get involved as well. But I'm sorry, but getting other countries and allies to go along with you doesn't appear what I heard in the last 24 hours as well. Getting debts under control. No government, Bush, Obama, Biden, Trump, Trump again. None of them have got the debts under control. They're getting worse and worse. Tens of trillions of dollars expansion, 6% deficits, the norm in France, the norm in the United States as well. So I am genuinely worried about debts. I am genuinely worried about execution, especially here in Europe as well. And again, the inclusivity of bringing partners along. Someone else come in on here this one as well, because you don't want to hear from me as well. Adina, where do you have your biggest concerns?
Can I say something?
Yes, you can.
Go for it. So, I mean, I was remembering actually this morning that I was on a panel with Larry just at the beginning of the financial crisis 15 years ago. And one of the key points, and I don't remember exactly the context of the panel, but you know, thinking about this idea that what is it we need to get growth going, and growth going in the right way with redistribution, thinking about what AI means. And by the way, Larry made a great comment. I asked him, how do you see AI? And one of the things he said, is this something like, you know, the new computer? And he said, no, this is one of 3 eras in history. We had the agricultural revolution, the industrial revolution, and this is the 3rd, right? So it's incredibly important we get growth, and we get growth the right way. And so, as I said before, I think governments need to give the frameworks. But industrial policy, you know what, even if you like that, we don't have money for that. Again, he just made a point. And in that panel, I used something which I call the 4-legged stool, and allow me as a European and financial sector to make the point that the 4-legged stool consists of fiscal, monetary policy, structural reforms, obviously there's a lot in there, and yes, the financial sector. Mm-hmm. Who is the best allocator of resources? It's the market. It's either capital markets, and by the way, in Europe, 90% of all credit to SMEs comes from banks, because we do not have a capital markets union. In the US, you have capital markets, and so how can we unleash the financial sector to better distribute these investments?
But Anna, it's a single
crucial.
market only in name, isn't it?
Yeah,
Look at what Andrea Ochel's trying to do over in Germany as well. They don't want to know over in Germany. They don't want a single market for banking. CMU, there was a Brit, Lord John Hill, when we were in the EU, by the way, many years ago, who tried to push forward CMU. He was making great strides. We still don't have CMU. We still don't have a plan at the top that's being enacted. We talk about a plan, we talk about Letta, we talk about Draghi. What's going wrong in Europe, Anna? And we've got 10 minutes for that. No, you've got 2 minutes to answer what's
again,
going on in Europe.
let me tell you what we are not. We are not, respectfully to Larry, a museum. We are at risk of becoming a museum. But who develops the latest vaccines? I mean, a lot of the innovation is actually happening in Europe.
Yeah.
You know, we have a huge amount of startups. Issue is that they start here and then they go to the United States. By the way, in that sense, I don't think they're going to close up, because they would lose a lot of talent and, you know, and growth. So I do think Europe has a diagnosis. I think Europe has a huge opportunity to lead. We're still 5% of the population and 20% of the economy, so we haven't done so badly. And the trick is, and I agree, we're at the crossroads where we can either take the right side, and again, don't think about politics, but I always say Europe has a range of options in an economy where we get it right and we can do great.
Yeah,
and so...
Well, we don't just, Americans innovate, we don't just regulate. You're saying we innovate, then the Americans take those companies over.
But we're starting to understand that. And, you know, the president of the commission just announced an omnibus simplification. I applaud that. There is much more we can do. I said at the conference that we had in November, let's take a pause on regulation and supervision. By the way, this is not different from what the American government wants to do. We just need to do more and faster, and for once, be ahead of the US. And that is
why am I really worried about deregulation? Nothing can ever go wrong with deregulation, especially in the United States, can it? I mean, there's no episodes of that gone wrong last couple of
No, I'm not
decades.
saying we go back. I'm saying let's take a pause. Let's not do anything more and see what we've done, and then what is it we need in terms of...
But if the US is already innovating, and if the US is already growing at 2.7% in 2025, according to the IMF, and over 3% in 2024, why do we need deregulation?
Oh, okay. I'll give you an interesting stat. So if we look at the world over the last 50 years, and we've done some work with BCG on this, the world itself has gotten about 6 times more complex. Right? There's an enormous amount of complexity that's been brought into the world. And that complexity is both, you know, it can be geopolitical complexity, it can be technological complexity, it's a lot of complexity. But complicatedness, which means how do we process that complexity and drive actual processes? and drive for actual practices has grown 35 times in the last 50 years. So 6 times more complex, 35 times more complicated. And that's because when complexity comes in, if you leave it to governments to manage that complexity, they're going to do it through policies and practices, and they're going to do it through regulation. And when they evaluate regulation, and I operate in a very, very regulated world. What you really want to make sure of, and this is where I think both the U.S. and Europe and others can learn a lot, is they focus more on the inputs than the outputs, meaning they have an idea on how they want to make sure they're regulating certain behaviors to make sure that as a new, let's say, new innovation comes along, or as a financial crisis hits, that they try to protect the population from it. Well, they have an idea on what they want to try to achieve, but through the process of developing that regulation, they're more focused on the check the box on what are the inputs to driving that outcome as opposed to the actual outcome. Wow. So a lot of times a regulation doesn't in fact achieve its outcome, but it creates a lot of complicatedness within an organization. So one of the things we're really focused on in the financial industry, because we now are a very scaled software provider to the industry, risk management, regulatory reporting, et cetera, is how do you simplify this complicatedness? And some of it is through just pure technological progression, meaning taking the latest technologies, cloud and AI, and driving them through the operations of banks and brokers and exchanges and infrastructure, and making it so that there's just more efficiency. But a lot of that's going to have to be also in partnership with the regulators, because the regulators are going to have to allow that to happen. And then the second thing is this idea, instead of calling it deregulation, we like to call it smart regulation.
Right.
Creating a smart regulatory environment that really focuses on outputs. Also looks at regulations and realizes there are a lot of regulations on the books that were designed decades ago that probably are no longer relevant, but we're still having to comply. So how do you also create a little bit more of a constant review of regulations to make sure that they're still relevant? But there's a huge amount you can do in smart regulation that allows and actually unleashes growth and unleashes potential and makes, for instance, if you could actually take down just the compliance and regulatory parts of banks by 10 to 20% in terms of operating costs, which is very achievable with technology, that unleashes $25 to $50 billion more in income for every bank, for banks around the world, which if they then took that capital and deployed it into the markets could be like $500 to $1 trillion. $500 billion to $1 trillion of incremental capital deployed in the world.
That's a huge win.
But that's what deregulate or smart regulation can achieve.
Minister.
So I'll just comment on this and then I'll expand to your earlier question. I think the question about regulation and deregulation, I think it's about the journey of innovation. I think we don't want to pre-regulate, regulate at the right time of the innovative process, and it needs to respond to a specific risk and in engagement with the private sector, not in isolation of the private sector. And then I think it's okay to regulate towards a certain objective after evidence becomes clear. But it's about smart regulation in my view, whether it's deregulation, back to the US, whether it's deregulation, industrial policy, trade policy. I think it'll take us a quarter or two to understand what that would look like, exactly what the impact will be. And maybe then a year to understand exactly what that would mean for the global economy. But regardless, I think whatever US economic policy will look like will not just be something that will impact the global economy today and the near future. It'll probably be the seeds towards a long-term restructuring of the global economy. You go to China, I think there's two things. One, they're talking about a new model that today has achieved potentially the 5% target. But what would that model look like with time, and what would that look like with a rivalry or a trade discussion, let's say, with the US? If you go to Europe, and I'm not an expert, I'm just saying, I think whatever Europe's in today, we should not dismiss the power of the accumulated knowledge in the European economy that can, with the right economic management, come back and be activated. And that's something we need to consider when we talk about future of growth. I'll talk a little bit about probably what we need to get out of tepid growth to a better profile, let's say. We need intrepid leadership. And by that we mean bold leadership that's inclusive, disruptive, but constructive, a long-term, really attached to the long-term horizon, but actioning as of today. If you look at Vision 2030 in Saudi Arabia, that's an example of that bold leadership that has led us to plan with confidence, deliver with optimism, but also manage with prudence. The whole objective Vision 2030 is to detach our economy from, Saudi Arabia's economy, from relying or having to rely on oil inflows and diversify our economy. We've made a lot of progress there. We're closing the year at 3.9%. We expect 25 for non-oil growth. We expect 2025 to be 4.8% and 2026 to be around 6.2%. But that's just GDP, which doesn't tell you everything. We're laying a foundation for a more diversified, productivity-led economic growth story. And the second priority is unlocking the full potential of human capital. That's what really is the long-term, I'd say, play. And here again, institutional capabilities, more capable governments, more dynamic private sector, a more engaged third sector is going to be useful. And we need to get some questions out of the way as a global economy as well.
Ask you, time is of the essence. Are you worried about debt accumulation at a time when the budget needs $90 a barrel plus? The current oil price is significantly lower than that, with discounts to Asian buyers as well. Are you in a race against time, given the fact that Larry was saying debt accumulation is one of the big concerns he has?
Look, it's about managing with prudence, and for the first time, the Kingdom, under Vision 2030, went from short-term planning to medium-term fiscal frameworks to long-term fiscal planning. And the name of the game is maintaining that long-term view, but having the agility to revise. I'll go back to what Adina said, something I mentioned yesterday, leveraging your assets and capabilities for the optimal return in the long term, keeping in mind the big picture and what future generations need is what's driving Vision 2030 and our momentum behind it.
And one of the things that I think, first of all, just notice the GDP growth that he just mentioned, right? The rest of the world would like that. But one of the things that I find most compelling about how they established Vision 2030 was they focused on KPIs from the very, very beginning. I mean, governments in general, if we could actually have industrial policy that focused on true KPIs and kind of how do we actually drive to the outcome and stay focused on the outcome and make sure all the activity and action is driven towards achieving that outcome. I think that there's so much that the public sector can learn. That is obviously how the great private sector companies operate, but it is seeing an entire country choose an approach like that and having every single person you go to and talk to in the kingdom knows those KPIs. I mean, it's been propagated across the entire population. I think it would be an amazing, amazing enabler for other developed countries to be able to drive that and bring their people with them down that journey.
I'm going to bring Larry in next. Just to put you on notice, think of a couple of questions. I'm going to literally get 2 or 3 in as well, and they will be short as well if you can. So just putting you on notice for questions as well. Larry Summers.
I think Adina made the crucial point that we need to distinguish between smart regulation and dumb regulation, not between regulation and no regulation. Nobody can look at the American experience with fentanyl, the fact that the financial crisis happened, the way fire safety was regulated in Los Angeles, and the experience of those of us who have young daughters, teenage daughters, with social media, and think that the only problems are of non-regulation or under-regulation. And nobody could engage in being regulated without thinking that there are massive excesses. So we need to reframe the debate around having smart regulation rather than dumb, rather than more or less. As long as it's just more or less, it's going to be completely sterile. Anna, I sure hope you're right about Europe, because I think an immense amount about how our planet evolves depends on what happens in Europe. I have to say that just as I was kind of starting out as an economist, we had a wave in the United States. People associate it with Ronald Reagan, but it actually began with Jimmy Carter, who deregulated planes, deregulated pipelines, deregulated trucks, and then there was more in the 80s. And I have to say, I don't see it. I don't see anything that looks like the United States major deregulation force in Europe right now, and until I do, I suspect that there's going to be a Lagarde report 6 years from now that's going to sound sort of like the Draghi report.
So we know the recipe.
I sure hope I'm wrong, but I can't say I'm hugely optimistic as I watch from a distance.
Okay, one quick round. I want to ask you what tariffs and protectionism and trade barriers means to the prospect for growth in 2025. It's coming. Unless it's just one big transaction and we're all going to live happily ever after and deals are going to get done left, right and centre with Mexico, with Canada, with the EU, with the UK and with China, etc. as well. First of all, with you, Minister, as well, what does the oncoming onset of tariffs and more protectionism mean for growth in your domain?
Well, Steve, I think it's about what this new form of globalization will look like. As far as the U.S. new economic policy will have
deglobalization.
Well, less than hyper-globalization. Let me put it this way, different than hyper-globalization, but still we see an increase, a continuous increase in flows. I think we'll have to understand what the U.S.'s final policy will look like and understand its impact. But it's time for more economic integration regionally and more clear bilateral, let's say, arrangements or agreements that help protect the flow of and trade and flow of goods and services, ideas and people, for us to continue unlocking more avenues of growth.
But a very quick follow-up. Are American policies, as spoken about already under the 47th President of the United States, a direct threat to the kingdom, which has been a reliable supplier of oil to the United States for decades? I've been covering OPEC for decades. I've had some great interaction with various of your energy ministers, if I may say so, including Mr. Al-Naimi, which is on YouTube, and it was interesting interaction. And but given that you've been a reliable partner, is it a direct threat to the kingdom?
So the kingdom is more integrated in the global economy. More of the stuff we do at home in terms of unlocking the potential impacts not just the region, but the global economy, and vice versa. We're always assessing what policies will look like and how we need to respond, but we're relying on dialogue and continued mutual benefit, additional, I'd say, value-adding relationships. With the U.S., we've had a long-standing, strong relationship that spanned 8 decades, regardless of which administration. It was strong regardless of which administration was in office, and we look forward to continuing the discussion with this administration.
Anna, the biggest threat from tariffs and trade protectionism and deglobalization for your world?
Well, we all know what happens, and again, Larry was referring to the 20s and 30s. I think we're missing the bigger point, though. The elephant in the room right now is, tariffs on goods, cars, and things we build. Our economy is 70–80% services. What is the trade balance in services between Europe and the US? I don't think there's data on that. And how much are we buying in terms of software services, cloud services, financial services from American firms? And that's great because they do it very well. So I think tariffs, I hope we think carefully about what it means to put tariffs on German cars when we are buying so many things from the US because they're making a lot of the tech services that are powering the economy right now. So, I don't think that's an obvious one to launch without thinking what it means.
Okay, Adina?
I mean, well, first of all, I believe that we should be at least striving for global capital flows, global economy, all the things that we've seen have worked over several decades. I think tariffs, to me, are a political tool that are used to drive certain behaviors. Sometimes it can be to level a playing field, competitive playing field. Sometimes it can be to drive certain industrial policy in terms of trying to create more jobs at home. But I also would say that they all have knock-on effects on the economy. And we have to always remind ourselves as what are all the law of unintended consequences? What are all the unintended consequences of making, let's say, input prices higher for your American companies to be able to build a final product versus making the final product more expensive in one country or another? Those things can have a lot of knock-on effects that ultimately hit the consumer. And I do think that the government is going to be very focused on the American consumer. So to the extent that the tariffs have an impact on the American consumer, particularly on inflation, I think they're going to be very mindful of that before they do anything.
And a quick minute from Larry on this one.
35 times as many people work in U.S. industries that use steel and aluminum as work in the steel and aluminum industries. That has to speak to the merits or demerits of putting tariffs on to protect steel and aluminum, as has been done on a bipartisan basis. Tariffs are a self-imposed supply shock. They raise the price and they reduce the quantity that's available to buy. Supply shocks are not good for economies. Yes, there's bargaining. Yes, there's certain circumstances involving national defense, but economists are famous for disagreeing on things. But I think there is no proposition that would command more universal agreement across the economics profession than the idea that the sustained application of broad-based tariffs apart from particular purpose is not likely to be economically positive.
Thanks, Larry. First question. Do you know what? This gentleman over here had his hand up first of all. Let's get that one in. Can you make it really quick? Because, as ever, I've gone way over.
Thank you for the floor.
You've got a microphone there, I think.
Thank you for the floor. My name is Lucas Kistler. I'm a global shaper, politician, and architect representing the Davos Hub. My question would be how to decouple economic growth from resource exploitation and carbon emissions.
Okay, who wants to pick up on that one? How do we decouple economic growth from
clean technology?
Innovation's the answer.
Clean technology is the only answer to that question, and it looks far more possible today than it did 10 years ago.
Okay.
No, I was talking in the context of Saudi. I mean, it's diversifying our sources of growth, having to rely on more than one channel that brings that flow from more than one exported product. We have the resources and the assets and capabilities to advance our industrial complex so we can export more competitively, direct our incentives towards a more competitive set of non-oil exports, and then put in some fiscal measures that really shield our economy from relying on a single commodity price as we transition from one structure to another, which kind of we are in the middle of at the moment.
Very smart regulation, and let the market do the transition. Because the elephant in the room is who pays for the transition. You know, Santander, we have 170 million customers, many of which are in Brazil, Mexico, developing economies. We cannot ask these countries to do what we're asking, you know, Spain or the Netherlands. So we need the market to, you know, market-driven solutions with some kind of a simple, smart regulation, which is not the case today.
Adina, I'm just going to try and get one or two more questions in. There is any ladies want a question? Oh, there's a lady here, and then I'm going to ask this gentleman over there who's been very patient. That'll be the last questions, I'm afraid, as well. So one here and then one there. In fact, why don't we get both questions? We'll get yours and then we'll get this gentleman's question and then we'll get them to the panel.
Hi, Sue Chan from The Telegraph. My question is for Anna Botan. This panel is about the future of growth. There's a lot of speculation about Santander's future in the UK because of regulations stifling that growth. I just wondered, is the UK a good place to do business and what could it do better?
Sue, we'll get to that one in a moment. I've already spoken to Charlie Nunn this morning, who refused to answer me on that question, by the way, he of Lloyd's. And this gentleman's question over here, if we can just get a mic to this gentleman. Or if he can bellow, he looks like he can.
If we do further on, Europe is a bureaucratic monster. We have seen how Saudi has done the last 10 years in really creating an environment for growth. So it's more about, for Farhan and for Ibrahim, what is really necessary? The analysis is there. Europe has taken themselves out of the game for the last 10 years with this bureaucracy. What has to happen that Europe comes back? Is it more political union or even less? Or if we stay forward that way, Europe 10 years doesn't matter anymore.
All right, so thank you. Is it political union or economic union to complete the single market? Anna, why don't you... Well, Adina, you come in first on the other, and I'll give you one more minute to get ready for Sue's question.
It's half a second. Sorry to interrupt. So we love the UK. It's a co-market and will remain a co-market for Santander. Punto. That's it.
So you are not going to be selling the Abbey National
I said
network?
It's a co-market and will remain a co-market for Santander into the future.
Sue, I think you just got some news there for the Daily Telegraph as well. Minister,
I'll take a little
Adina,
bit
yes.
And you can quote me, by the way.
So
this is not off the record.
In addition to the U.S., we also own and operate markets across the Nordic countries in Europe. So we are actually quite engaged in the European markets, and we're very engaged in the CMU discussions, the Capital Markets Union discussions. There are layers and layers of regulation because you've got national regulation and regional regulation. That has got to change. They've got to start to think about who are the national, what elements of society and community have to be regulated by a national regulator, and what elements should be regulated by a regional regulator. And we would say the capital markets across Europe, you know, it is a very strong economic alliance if it actually manifests itself as a strong economic alliance. I think if they start to think about, and I think the Draghi report, which we've mentioned a lot, is spot on. It's not just about creating a regulatory framework, but it's also about driving an innovation ecosystem, encouraging through tax policies consumers and citizens in Europe to invest in equities, invest in growth, and therefore deploy their capital to the innovation ecosystem, getting pensions to make sure that they're thinking more deliberately around how they manage their investments into the European ecosystem, in addition to global investments, and then driving a regulatory framework where you have more regional regulation across markets with local regulation for things that really drive domestic growth, right? And I think that it's very solvable. It's just a matter of the will. There's a way if there's the will.
Got a big sign that says time out. Final word from the minister.
Two things. I agree. Tariffs need to be objective-driven and time-bound. But to your question, I'm not an expert on Europe, but I think long-term thinking, structured long-term thinking, there needs to be some boldness in innovation and policy making, engaging in making the space for the private sector to co-lead and lead while remaining supportive. But lastly, something we really dismiss a lot, which is optimism. And optimism is not a gut reaction to something. It takes courage to decide to be optimistic. And I think that's what we did in Vision 2030 in the beginning. And I believe, if you look, I don't know if this is the right thing to mention, but if you look at Dave Chappelle's monologue on a show, on a sister over the weekend, the last bit of it, you'll see that there's seeds of optimism everywhere. And I really think it's our job and everyone's job to nurture it and grow it and continue to maintain it. It always works.
I will leave it there. Oh, go on, Anna, final word. Do you know how much trouble I'm in?
He mentioned me, so I have to be, well educated. So I think Europe needs to change its attitude towards risk. We need to take more risk. This is what the Americans do really well. And by the way, we know how to do it. We cannot protect every single citizen in the UK, in Europe, against everything that can go wrong. So change our culture, our attitude towards risk.
And that's optimism.
And that's the final word, yeah? Okay, word. Innovation AI, smart regulation, debt management, collaboration, better attitude to risk, bilateral collaboration, let's see how that one works, tariffs, the uniformity of the economists don't like it as well, getting capital to the right place. The two final ones I like, execution of your strategy, know your KPIs, and optimism. Can I just say thank you to Larry Summers, thank you to Adina Friedman, Anna Botín, and His Excellency Faisal Ali Ibrahim. Thank you very much, and thank you, Julie.
If you are just joining us on Live Now from Fox, we were listening in to day one of the World Economic Forum. They're discussing foreign policy as well as President Trump's presidency, as he did take the reins yesterday, and he issued many executive orders. We are expected to hear from Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelenskyy here in just about 15 minutes or so, and we're going to bring that to you as well. This does go into Thursday. We'll have that coverage for you here on Live Now from Fox. Thanks for joining us. My name is Christy Matino. We actually do have some breaking news that we do want to take you out to right now. This is an update to this news that we brought you just a short time here ago. If you were tuning in a little bit earlier this morning, this is coming out of Turkey. A fire at a hotel at a popular ski resort in northwestern Turkey today killed at least 66 people. So that number has gone up since we did first bring you this story just about a couple hours or so ago. Turkey's interior minister says at least 51 other people were injured in this disaster. And you can see right now fire crews working to still put out this fire as we do continue to learn a bit more information. The health minister saying at least one of the injured was in serious condition. This fire broke out around 3:30 in the morning in the restaurant of the 12-story Grand Cartel Hotel in the resort in the Belu province. This is according to officials and reports. The cause of the fire is still under investigation as of right now. 2 of the victims died after jumping from the building in a panic. In private NTV television says some people tried to climb down from their rooms using sheets and blankets as well. There were 234 guests staying in this hotel in Turkey. And we continue to just learn a little bit more as this is a developing story. And we actually did hear the Associated Press did speak to a ski instructor at the hotel who said he was asleep when the fire broke out. He rushed out of the building, and that he says that he then helped some 20 guests out of the hotel. He also said this witness that the hotel was engulfed in smoke, making it difficult for guests to locate the fire and to escape. And as you can see on your screen here, we're seeing the roof and the top floors of the hotel have been destroyed by that fire. So if you are just joining us on Live Now from Fox, to recap, we did break this story to you just a short time here ago, but sadly, the numbers climbing now. This fire at this hotel at a very popular ski resort in northwestern Turkey, killing at least 66 people and 51 others have been injured in the disaster. Any more updates on this, we will bring to you here on Live Now from Fox. We are going to go away for our first 2-minute break of the hour. My name is Christy Matino. Thanks for being here with us. We'll be right back. And welcome in here to Live Now from Fox. Going to give you a live look outside the U.S. Capitol this morning as President Donald Trump is kicking off the second day of his second non-consecutive term. He is the second president in history to serve under those conditions. Fox News correspondent Rebecca Castor in Washington this morning. But the latest on the executive orders he's signing and what you can expect for the future. Good morning to you, Rebecca.
Christy, good morning. Donald Trump's second day in office will likely mirror his first, jam-packed as he works to push his agenda through. He's going to meet with House and Senate Republican leadership at the White House later today. And lawmakers here on the Hill have already been told to prepare to work nights and weekends to get his cabinet confirmed.
The golden age of America begins right now.
With his eyes on the future, President Donald Trump says past struggles, like surviving last summer's assassination attempt at his Pennsylvania rally, are fueling his desire to lead.
I was saved by God to make America great again.
After taking the oath of office Monday and becoming the 47th commander-in-chief, Trump wasted no time signing a slew of executive orders into the night.
This is a proclamation guaranteeing the state's protection against invasion.
Many are related to immigration, with the president declaring a national emergency at the border and reinstating the Remain in Mexico policy, ending the use of the CBP One app, which helped thousands of migrants enter the country.
Approximately 1,500 people.
Trump also pardoned hundreds of people associated with the January 6th Capitol riot, as well as signed orders stating the U.S. government will only recognize two sexes, male and female. The president also hopes executive actions to ease regulations on oil and gas production will help combat energy costs and inflation. Meanwhile, with Senator Marco Rubio approved by the Senate as Trump's Secretary of State, focus now remains on getting the rest of his cabinet confirmed.
So some of these executive orders will face legal challenges. One of those being Trump's order to end birthright citizenship in the U.S. to the children of illegal immigrants. The ACLU and several other advocacy groups have already filed lawsuits against the Trump administration on that one. Christy?
Rebecca, before I let you go, we did see at the end of your report, Senator Marco Rubio was confirmed yesterday for Secretary of State. We do know that we are expecting other confirmations for the rest of President Donald Trump's cabinet picks. Where does all of that stand? When can we expect that?
So Marco Rubio, he's going to be sworn in as Secretary of State in less than an hour, and then we could see what else gets voted on today. Four other nominees, they were pushed favorably out of committee yesterday. That means they made it out of the committee. They're going to go to the full Senate for a vote. Those nominees were the DHS Secretary nominee, Kristi Noem, the OMB nominee, the CIA Director, and even Pete Hegseth, the controversial nominee for Defense Secretary. See what gets scheduled today. He needs a 40 vote in the Senate confirmed nominees, like Pete Hegseth, who any Democrat, he can 3 Republican votes. So we'll see when that gets scheduled.
All right, Rebecca Castor, Fox News out in Washington, D.C. this morning. Thanks for joining us. All right, we are going to pivot now to some other news. This is a live look out of Houston, Texas right now, as we are expecting a lot of weather across the United States. Cold is going to hit certain areas, and the South is bracing for a winter storm. And it's a rare winter storm charging through Texas and northern Gulf Coast today, and it has closed highways and airports and prompted the first blizzard warning for southeast Texas and southwest Louisiana. So again, this storm already did hit parts of the South, but we are expecting even more weather to come, and we are going to check in a little bit later today with Mike Boylan, who's a storm chaser. He's joined us before on Live Now from Fox. But what we do know as of right now, this storm is expected to scatter heavy snow, sleet, and freezing rain around the deep south as a blast of Arctic air plunges much of the eastern U.S. into a deep freeze. Okay, my producers are telling me to show this shot as well. Let me ask really quickly where this is out of. Again, this is New Orleans, Louisiana. Okay, so we're getting all these different live looks in here right now. And this image is pretty powerful. You can see how heavy this snow is coming down. It's shaking the camera. It's shaking those trees. And as of right now, nearly 2,000 flights within the U.S. or entering or leaving the country were canceled today, with about 10,000 more flights being delayed. In Texas, both Houston airports said that flight operations would be suspended starting Tuesday today in expectation of hazardous conditions. The East Coast endured a thick blanket of snow, while people from the northern plains to the tip of Maine shivered in these cold temperatures from the frigid Arctic air mass that sent temperatures plunging well below normal. Dangerously cold wind chills were expected to persist throughout this morning. And again, this is something we are following here, because as you see, we're already seeing these flight impacts, as well as we're seeing some closures. And I also did want to share that Florida is also preparing for some weather. And we did see Florida Governor Ron DeSantis issue a state of emergency ahead of this winter weather and these dangerous cold temperatures yesterday. And this is our Fox Orlando team reporting that he did declare the state of emergency ahead of the storms which are expected to bring the frigid temperatures to parts of Florida, as well as the potential for snow, ice, sleet, and or freezing rain. Obviously something Florida does not see a lot of. So here's where it's going to be impacting the Sunshine State. Parts of North Florida and North Central Florida have been placed under a winter storm warning, which could result in snow and ice in those areas. For those in the Orlando area, Central Florida, where Disney is, they're not going to be seeing snow or ice, but they will experience cold temperatures well below seasonal or normal. So what exactly does a state of emergency do? Basically, it allows the Governor DeSantis, and the Department of Emergency Management to access additional resources, equipment, and funding to assist with an emergency. It effectively removes some of the red tape needed to access those resources. And in Florida, it's most commonly declared ahead of major tropical storms, hurricanes, and other natural disasters as well. So again, this is an impact that we're seeing across the United States. I do actually have that from Governor DeSantis that my producer just did pull up for me, so you can see right there. And you can see he's saying, at my direction, Florida Department of Transportation is on standby with snow plows and other equipment for road and bridge safety needs. We'll continue to follow all of this for you here on Live Now from Fox. Once again, we are going to be checking in with Mike Boylan as he is out storm hunting, as we do await these effects of cold and ice across the U.S. But again, this is going to be historic for certain parts of the region, and Florida expecting to see potentially some snow. All right, let's go away for our second 2-minute break of the hour here on Live Now from Fox. We'll be right back. Welcome in here to Live Now from Fox. Your time now 8:30 on the East Coast, 5:30 on the West Coast. Do want to take you back out to this live event. Oh, it looks like it did just go away. There we go. Technical difficulties. This live event, this is the World Economic Forum, and it is getting underway today. Again, this is going to go into Thursday, and we will bring you this continuous coverage on Live Now from Fox. We are expected to hear from Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelenskyy here momentarily. He's set to start at 8:30 Eastern time. We'll see if that actually does start on time. But I did want to turn up the sound here and listen in, as a bit earlier today they were discussing President Donald Trump's policy and the future of his presidency. Let's listen in.
Let's face on the opportunities and not on the risks, which we also have to deal with. But I think the opportunities are our future. Thank you very much. Chancellor Scholz, and looking forward to seeing you.
All right, so that did just wrap up very quickly there. But again, we are awaiting Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelenskyy as he's going to address the World Economic Forum. And this did just get underway. Oh, looks like that shot did just end. But what I am going to do is pull up an image of the Capitol as I continue to tell you just a little bit about this, because a big core piece of what we can expect to hear today at the World Economic Forum, what we were hearing just a little bit earlier, is about U.S. President Donald Trump's presidency. He did issue many executive orders yesterday on his first day, and those may be at the forefront of the conversation. One of those big ones being his plan to withdraw from the Paris Climate Agreement. During his presidential campaign, Trump said he could end the Russia-Ukraine war in one day. He didn't mention either country in his inaugural address, but he did say he wants to be a peacemaker and a unifier. I do want to head over to the United Kingdom right now, as this does look like a live event. Let's listen in and see what they are speaking on.
Also need as part of the prevent work we are doing and the countering terrorism work we are doing to make pace in these areas as well.
Florence Eshelove.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Home Secretary for her statement this afternoon. And as many right honourable members have said, our thoughts remain with BB, Elsie and Alice. And we can all remember where we were that late mid-morning on the 29th of July. I just dropped my two children at their holiday camp at school, and when the news broke, that panic, and when you almost stop for a minute to think, are my children safe? And we think about the other children and the trauma that they will be feeling, and the first responders who ran towards that danger knowing that they could have been harmed. And the Home Secretary has announced an inquiry, but we've seen that sadly the issues of young children as young as 16, 15, what they are viewing online, and the nature of the violence that was used on Eliane Andam when she was tragically stabbed in Croydon on the 27th of September, the nature of the violence that Alex Rudikani used on these three girls. How would the Secretary of State ensure, the Home Secretary ensure, that the institutions which, if we're honest, have failed to see those warning signs will not fail in the future? What would the inquiry do differently so that we are not finding ourselves as a House coming back to recount dangerous tragedies again in the future?
My honourable friend is right to describe how every parent, every grandparent will have felt on hearing those awful descriptions that on that day in July, and also right to focus on what it is our young people, our children, are seeing online. And if we don't face up to this, the damage that we could be doing through generations is really disturbing and troubling. But that means that social media companies need to take responsibility. The Online Safety Act will bring stronger codes and requirements in, but they also need to take some responsibility instead of going backwards, which they are at the moment.
Chair of the Select Committee, Dame Karen Bradley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I welcome the Home Secretary's statement, and my thoughts are with everybody involved. The list that she set out of the points of the agencies and institutions that could have intervened sooner is truly terrifying. So what reassurance can she give the House that this is a cross-government piece of work and that all agencies and institutions will be involved? And as and when the inquiry makes recommendations, which it will do hopefully on an interim basis, will she give some commitment that she will look carefully at them and implement them as soon as possible?
Home Secretary.
Certainly, of course, look at any recommendations that come from this inquiry because it is so important. We need it to look both at what went wrong in this case, and it's particularly about the interactions between different agencies. There were so many agencies involved, but as a network, they just failed both to identify the risk and to have sufficient action in place. Lancashire County Council have done a initial rapid review, and there has to be a statutory child safeguarding practice review, and of course there also has to be a coroner's inquiry as well. However, our view is exactly that. These are not sufficient because of that cross-agency examination you need to do about all of the things that have gone wrong in this case. We have to start from the dangers that were posed in Southport to those children in such a devastating way, and then see why did the system so badly fail to protect children against those dangers, rather than just every organisation working in its own silo and only doing their bit and then leaving children at risk.
Bill Esterson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my right honourable friend for her statement and for announcing the setting up of the public inquiry. I want to remember Alice, BB and Elsie, their families and friends. I also want to remember the other victims of the attack and the first responders, some of whom have told me over the last 6 months their harrowing accounts of what they found at the Hearts base in Southport. Does my right honourable friend agree with me that we in this House should recommit to the principle that nothing we say or do in this place or elsewhere could prejudice criminal proceedings or prevent justice being secured? And does she agree that to have done so in this case would have been an insult to the memories of Alice, BB and Elsie, an insult to their families and friends, and an insult to everyone in the community in Southport who were and remain so badly affected by what happened on the 29th of July last year?
Home Secretary.
Well, my honourable friend makes a really important point, because the families and all the people of Southport, the people across the country, need truth, need answers about what happened and about what went so badly wrong in this case. And that is why the information is put before the trial. That is why the information is released after the trial. That is how the British justice system works. But crucially, at the heart of this, they have to have justice. There has to be an account for such a terrible, terrible, barbaric crime. And we, all of us, have to make sure that that justice is delivered, and rightly, because when lives have been lost in such a terrible way, justice is the minimum they deserve.
Sir David Davis.
I hope the Home Secretary will not take it as a discourtesy if I say to her that actually it should be the Prime Minister making this statement here today. I say that because this morning he said on television that singleton terrorist attacks were a very new occurrence. They're not. They've been going on for nearly a decade, many in London, one in the yard of this House of Commons, and of course one killed Sir David Amess, our colleague. And in that attack on Sir David Amess, the police declared it a terrorist incident the same day, without 3 prevent references, without ricin, without an Al-Qaeda manual. They declared it a terrorist event the same day. So we all wonder why this was not the case here, when there was such evidence. This is a clear mistake, is it not?
So we are just listening in right now in the House of Commons over in the UK. Prime Minister Keir Starmer said the killing of 3 girls at a dance class has to lead to fundamental change. Those were his words, and how the state protects its citizens. And we did just want to bring you that live discussion that they are having over there in the UK. What we did want to do is go to another break, because on the other side, we are going to continue talking weather. And here's another live look outside of New Orleans, Louisiana, as we can see that wind blowing. And a little bit ago when we showed you this image, we saw snow coming down, whipping the camera, moving it across the camera. We're getting a lot of these live looks in here as well. And I also did want to show you this other image in downtown Houston, Texas. Lots of snow coming down, lots of parts of the U.S. preparing, one of them being Florida. So on the other side of this break, we're going to check in with Mike Boylan. He's a storm chaser. He's been on with us before for all of our weather coverage. That's in 2 short minutes. We'll be right back. And welcome in here to Live Now from Fox. We're continuing our storm coverage again. This live look. This is out of downtown Houston, Texas, as millions of people are preparing now across the country for snow, and we can already see in some parts of the U.S. that it is already snowing. We've seen school closures and people preparing, and millions of people living along the Gulf Coast and into the southeast are now bracing for a rare, significant winter storm that's expected to impact travel and lead to power outages due to heavy snow and ice starting. This all started last night, but we are expecting more of this into today. The Fox Forecast Center said confidence has increased in seeing record snow in places that aren't accustomed to it. So again, we're seeing that in Houston right now, but I did want to check in with Mike Boylan. He is a storm chaser. He runs Mike's weather page. He's been with us for a lot of our storm coverage, and he's actually in Crystal River, Florida, which is on the Gulf Coast. I do want to bring him in right now as he's there ahead of the storm, and he is preparing to storm chase. Thanks for joining us as always, Mike. We appreciate having you.
Yeah, thanks. I'm bundled up here. This is where we were during the hurricane season, and it's a complete 180, from a few short months ago, it seems like.
Yeah, well, okay, let's talk about why you chose Crystal River. What are we expecting to see there? Can you talk a bit about the location for those who may not be from Florida?
Yeah, we're going to get unprecedented snow, across Panhandle happening probably right now through Tallahassee and the Big Bend area. I'll be heading a little bit more north towards Tallahassee throughout the night. This area here is going to be freezing in the morning with precipitation. That's all it takes. So they're going to be seeing some flurries as far south as Crystal River, I have a feeling, and this place, it's kind of near and dear to me because they've had a lot of hurricanes and tornadoes, and now they're going to be dealing with possible wintry weather tomorrow morning. It's crazy.
Yeah, crazy's right, because we keep hearing this word historic, right? And I do want to talk to you about that. But first, are you able to kind of show us with your phone what we're seeing right now? It doesn't look like a whole lot, but could you pan for us and just show us what you're seeing?
Yeah, it's just that real cold. It's 40 degrees here downtown. Crystal River, nice little community right on the water in the Gulf here, and kind of close to the Big Bend area. And you can see behind me the mural on the wall. They got a lot of history and manatees, and It's just a true Florida town. So all locals up here are just giddy. They're excited about the possibilities. A little bit farther north, though, it's a little bit more serious. The state had to bring in snow plows and salt the roads. I mean, things that we don't see down here. Now we got a blizzard in Louisiana, and you just showed Houston. We were tracking Beryl. So it's crazy. Hurricane season for me are areas now that are being hit with these blizzards. I mean, just a couple years ago, we were chasing hurricanes up in lower Louisiana, and it's unheard of to think that they're in a blizzard warning currently right now.
Yeah, and Mike, I'm showing our viewers this live look right now at New Orleans, Louisiana, because like I just said, we keep hearing that word historic. The National Weather Service saying we can see historic snowfall for the Gulf Coast, rare winter storm in the deep south. What about this really, though, is historic besides just the snowfall? Because a lot can make this weather historic, right? There's a lot of factors that go into this.
Correct. Well, specifically for Florida, a little tidbit, the record for snowfall is 4 inches, and several models are showing areas that could see 7, 8 inches possibly across the panhandle. So that's, and right there alone is something to think about. And, back in the 70s when Tampa Bay had their infamous snowstorm, we had 0.2 inches of snow, and it created havoc. So I think that's what a lot of unknowns is, areas that don't normally get ice and snow and just a little bit, and what it's going to actually do. So as you mentioned, there's so many schools closed, preparing for this unknown. And then of course we have ice to worry about on the south and east side of this system. That could be the bigger story, almost into Jacksonville, lower Georgia. They could be seeing significant power outages because it only takes about 1/10 of an inch on some of these power lines before they get weighted down and potentially see, power lines down. So that's another story that's yet to come.
Yeah, and staying in Florida, I did just want to pull this up on the screen for our viewers that Governor Ron DeSantis did declare a state of emergency for the state yesterday, saying dangerously cold temperatures are being felt across North Florida this week. Of course, Mike, you are in Florida. You're storm chasing there. Can you talk about your plan? Because, I mean, I'm not a storm chaser. I'm sure a lot of our viewers are not storm chasers. Can you share with us your plan here?
Well, it's funny. My wife called a little bit ago. We have friends with kids up at FSU, and they're closed down for 2 days. And I got invited to a frat party. So Floridians usually do hurricane parties, but I don't think anybody really knows what to expect. The number one comment I've heard is, I've never seen snow in my life. I know so many people are going northbound to see it for the first time. There's this excitement, but there's also, a little bit of fear I'd be seeing with this ice. And, Tallahassee specifically is probably where I'm going to end up heading tonight. There's a lot of hills, a lot of roads. That could be a big factor. We got Interstate 10 all the way, across the upper Gulf is going to be impacted. And then we got the, Carolinas are in a winter storm warning too. So, showing that graphic of winter storm warnings from Texas all the way to Carolina. And, you're talking about the Atlantic coast, the Outer Banks. It's just not us here in Florida, experiencing it. It's a lot of folks that don't ever get this type of weather.
Right, and I'm showing the shot again of downtown Houston because we can really see the snow coming down there. And Mike, can you just spell it out for our viewers what they should really expect here? Because we know different parts of the U.S. are going to be impacted, but what can we really expect as we've already had some school closures, for example?
Yeah, well, the roads are the biggest thing. You don't want to be out driving. Black ice, is scary. You've seen these videos just a couple weeks ago in Atlanta. So, travel is very dangerous. You can't see the ice on the roadways, and it doesn't take much. So that's the number one concern more than anything is the driving on the roads. And, you think it's okay. You think it's just snow, but it's what's underneath it. It can cause a lot of problems. So, staying off the highways. And then, of course, being prepared for power outages. I mean, there are going to be a lot of folks without power. So you need to be prepared. That's why people go to the stores and get stocked up, just like in hurricane season. You could have days or even a week or so without power, especially these areas that might get a lot of ice. So it's kind of like it is in hurricane season. You got to prepare for potential days without power and kind of stuck. I read some of the wintry weather advisories for New Orleans. And they're saying roads could be impassable for days. So that could definitely disrupt travel and airport closures. Deliveries. I'll have a friend of mine that works at 18-wheeler, and they're shutting down. So it affects a lot of things, not just today, but through the rest of the week.
All right, Mike Boylan, stay safe out there, stay warm. You should probably put on more than just a little sweatshirt that you've got on there if it's going to be that cold.
Well, I think I'll be tuning in with y'all later. So I'll be actually in the snow here the next time we see you. So I'll look forward to that.
All right, yes, we will be having Mike on to check in periodically with us as he does Storm Chase. Thanks as always, Mike. We'll see you later.
Bye-bye.
All right, and before we do go to another break, I did want to let you know about this live event that did just pop up here. This is going to be Vice President JD Vance swearing in Senator Marco Rubio as U.S. Secretary of State. We did know that he was confirmed yesterday by the Senate, and we are expecting more of these confirmations to come for the rest of President Donald Trump's cabinet, but that is set to start here in just about 10 minutes or so on Live Now from Fox. When it does start, we will bring it to you. We are going to go away for a 2-minute break. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. We actually do have some breaking news to take you out to right now. Out of San Diego, California, mandatory evacuations are expanding in Southern California this morning as 2 wildfires are burning in San Diego County, with powerful Santa Ana wind gusts creating dangerous fire conditions, officials are saying. Both the Lilac Fire and the Pala Fire started early this morning, and they're threatening homes and businesses. This is according to CAL FIRE this morning. Here's what we do know. As of now, the Lilac Fire has burned approximately 50 acres with a moderate rate of spread. The Pala Fire has consumed about 30 acres, and officials say they have stopped its forward rate of spread. But you can see right now what firefighters are dealing with this morning. We can see just how large this fire really is as we're giving you this live look out of San Diego right now. Evacuation orders have been issued for communities in proximity to the Lilac Fire. The causes of both of these fires are still under investigation. Fox weather meteorologist Craig Guerra said right now critical fire weather extends all the way down into San Diego County, and elevated fire weather goes into the high deserts. And even with these wildfires in Los Angeles that we've been telling you, those winds really do make it difficult to contain these fires. And of course, there's always the concern that Additional winds could just further expand fires as well as start new fires. And right now, the National Weather Service recorded wind gusts of nearly 90 miles per hour late last night into portions of San Diego County. The region has been placed under a high wind warning until later this afternoon and a red flag warning until tomorrow night. So if you are just joining us on Live Now from Fox, more breaking news out of San Diego in relation to wildfires as they're forcing mandatory evacuations amid these dangerous wind conditions. Those two fires, again, the Lilac Fire and the Paula Fire, they're threatening homes and businesses right now in San Diego County, and the cause of these fires still under investigation as of this morning. I do want to read those numbers to you, what we do know as of right now. The Lilac Fire has burned approximately 50 acres with a moderate rate of spread. The Paula Fire at about 30 acres, and officials say they have stopped its forward rate of spread. We do know that these numbers constantly update, and so we will check CAL FIRE's website to bring you the latest once we do know a bit more. For right now, though, I do want to head over to the World Economic Forum, as right now we're hearing from Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelenskyy. He is addressing them right now, and a bit earlier today we were listening in to some of those preliminary discussions, as this is the first day of the World Economic Forum, and we can expect the topics to be surrounded around President Donald Trump's presidency and moving forward. So let's head over there and listen in to those remarks.
I think you can hear from the warm applause that people are very much looking forward to hearing you speak, Mr. President, but also to greet you in the warmest way, welcoming you back to our annual meeting. We are really now approaching 3 years since the beginning of the full-scale invasion of Ukraine, the largest European conflict since the Second World War. Nearly 1/5 of Ukraine's internationally recognized territory remains under occupation. The scale of human suffering since the 24th of February 2022 has been tragic. Almost 40% of your population requires humanitarian assistance. Millions face food insecurity. Deliberate attacks against your country's energy infrastructure expose Ukrainians to freezing temperatures. Attacks against civilian infrastructure, including schools, hospitals, have caused huge physical and mental harm on those that are most vulnerable. In the face of this tragedy, thanks for your leadership, Mr. President. You and your country remain steadfast. Your country remains firmly on the European path, having been granted EU candidate status. Mr. President, we truly hope that we will see the war come to an end in 2025 through a just and lasting peace that restores Ukraine's sovereignty. A peace that ensures future generations will never have to know the horrors of war. The world is eager to hear from you on what lies ahead for Ukraine in the coming year. Welcome back to Davos, Mr. President.
Thanks so much. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to talk about the future of Europe with you, which basically means the future of most people here. Right now, all eyes are on Washington. But who's actually watching Europe at the moment? That's the key question for Europe, and it's not just about ideas, it's about people, first of all, about how they will live in a world that's constantly changing. 20 hours ago, President Trump's inauguration took place in Washington, and now everyone is waiting to see what he will do next. his first executive orders have already shown clear priorities. Most of the world's now thinking, so what's going to happen to their relationship with America? What will happen to alliances, to support, to trade? How does President Trump plan to end wars? But no one is asking these kinds of questions about Europe. And we need to be honest about that. When we in Europe look at the United States as our ally, it's clear they are an indispensable ally. In times of war, everyone worries, will the United States stay with them? And every ally worry about that. But does anyone in the United States worry that Europe might abandon them someday, might stop being their ally? The answer is no. Washington does not believe Europe can bring them something that is really substantial. And I remember last year's Asia Security Summit in Singapore, the Shangri-La dialogue, and their representatives of the United States delegation openly said their top security priority is the Indo-Pacific region, the second is the Middle East and the Gulf, and only the third is Europe. And that was under the previous administration. And will President Trump even notice Europe? Does he see NATO as necessary, and will he respect EU institutions? Ladies and gentlemen, Europe can't afford to be second or third in line for its allies. If that happens, the world will start moving forward without Europe. And that's a wall that will not be comfortable or beneficial for all Europeans. Europe needs to compete for the top spot in priorities, alliances and technological development. And we are at yet another turning point, which some see as a problem for Europe, but others call a chance. Europe must establish itself as a strong global player, as an indispensable player. Let's not forget, there is no ocean separating European countries from Russia. And the European leaders should remember these battles involving North Korean soldiers are now happening in places geographically closer to Davos than to Pyongyang. Russia is turning into a version of North Korea, a country where human life means nothing. But they have nuclear weapons and a burning desire to make their neighbors' lives miserable. Even though Russia's overall economic potential is way smaller than Europe's, it produces several times more armor and military equipment than all of Europe combined. And that's exactly the path of wars Moscow chooses to take. Putin signed the new strategic deal with Iran. He already had a comprehensive treaty with North Korea. Whom do they make such deals against? Against you, against us, against Europe, against America. We must not forget about it. It's not by chance. These are their strategic priorities, and our priorities must match the challenge in politics and in defense and in economy. Such threats can only be counted and only counted together. Even when it comes to army size, Russia can field about 1.3, maybe 1.5 million troops. We've got more than 800,000 in our military. Second after us comes France with over 200,000. Then Germany, Italy, and UK. Everyone else has less. This isn't a situation where one country can secure itself alone. It's about all of us standing together to mean something. For now, thankfully, the influence of Iran's regime is weakening. This gives hope for Syria and Lebanon, and they should too become examples of how life can recover after war. And Ukraine is already stepping in to support the new Syria. Our ministers have been to Damascus, and we've launched a food aid program for Syria called Food from Ukraine. And we are getting our partners involved to invest in these delivers and in building food production facilities. And Europe could totally step in as a security donor for Syria. Time to stop getting headaches from that direction. And Europe, together with America, should put pay to the Iranian threat. Next, right now, it's not clear whether Europe will even have a seat at the table when the war against our country ends. And we see how much influence China has on Russia. And we are deeply grateful to Europe for all the support it's given our country during this war. But will President Trump listen to Europe? Or will he negotiate with Russia and China without Europe? Europe needs to learn how to fully take care of itself so that the world can't afford to ignore it. It's vital to maintain unity in Europe because the world doesn't care about just Budapest or Brussels. It cares about Europe as a whole. And we need a united European security and defense policy, and all European countries must be willing to spend as much on security as it truly needed, not just as much as they have gotten used to during years of neglect. If it takes 5% of GDP to cover defense, then so be it. 5% it is. And there is no need to play with people's emotions that defense should be compensated at the expense of medicine or pensions or something else. That's really not fair. We have already set up models of cooperation for Ukraine's defense that can make all of Europe stronger. We are building drones together, including some totally unique ones that no one else in the world has. And we are producing artillery together and in Ukraine, and it's much cheaper and faster than in any other country in the world. And investing now in Ukrainian drones production is investing not only in security of Europe, but the ability of Europe to be a security guarantor for other vital regions. And we need to start building air defense systems together, ones that can actually handle all types of cruise and ballistic missiles. Europe needs its own version of the Iron Dome, something that can deal with any kind of threat. We can't rely on goodwill from a few capitals when it comes to Europe's security, and whether it's Washington, Berlin, Paris, London, Rome, or after Putin kicks the bucket, some imaginary Democrat in Moscow someday. And we need to make sure no European country is dependent on a single energy supply, especially not Russia. Right now, things are on our side. President Trump is going to export more energy. But Europe needs to step up and do more long-term work to secure real energy independence. You can't keep buying gas from Moscow while also expecting security guarantees, help and backup from the Americans. That's just wrong. For example, the Prime Minister of Slovakia is not seeking access to the US gas, but does not lose hope to enjoy US security umbrella. And Europe must have a seat at the table when deals about war and peace are made. And I'm not just talking about Ukraine here, this should be the standard. Europe deserves to be more than just a bystander. With its leaders reduced to posting on X after an agreement has already been made. Europe needs to shape the terms of those deals. Next, we need a completely new, bolder approach to tech companies and technological development. If we waste time, Europe will lose this century. And now Europe is falling behind in the development of artificial intelligence. Already, TikTok's algorithms are more powerful than some governments. Already, the fate of small countries depends more on the owns of tech companies than on their laws. Already, Europe is not leading in the global tech race, falling behind both America and China. This isn't some minor issue. It's about weakness, first technological and economic, then political. And Europe is often more focused on regulation than on freedom, but when smart regulation is needed, Brussels hesitates. We should ensure maximum tech development in Europe and together make all significant decisions for the whole Europe. From weapons production to tech development, Europe must lead. And Europe must become the most attractive market in the world. And that's achievable. And finally, Europe must be able to guarantee peace. Peace and security for everybody, for itself, and for others, for those in the world who matter to Europe. Europe deserves to be strong, and for this, Europe needs the EU and NATO. Is this possible without Ukraine and without a just end to Russia's war against Ukraine? I'm certain the answer is no. Only real security guarantees for us will serve as real security guarantees for everyone in Europe. And we must ensure that America also sees us as essential. For that to happen, America's focus must shift to Europe so that one day in Washington they will say, all eyes on Europe, and not because of war, but because of the opportunities in Europe. Europe needs to know how to defend itself. Hundreds of millions of people with Europe to see its landmarks, to learn from its cultural heritage. Millions in the world dream of living like the Europeans do, and will we be able to keep it and pass it to our children? If we in Europe can answer positively, America will need Europe as well as other global players. Europe must shape history for itself and its allies to remain not just relevant, but alive and great. Thank you. Slava Ukraini.
We are listening into a discussion with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelenskyy speaking at the World Economic Forum. This is the first day that this is in full swing. And again, this is going to go into Thursday, and we're going to bring you these conversations here on Live Now from Fox. We'll head back to this in a moment. I did want to let you know, though, however, we are keeping an eye on this live event, hopefully set to start here soon. And this is going to be Vice President JD Vance swearing in Senator Marco Rubio as U.S. Secretary of State after he was confirmed yesterday by the Senate during President Donald Trump's first day in office. But this is going to be President Trump's first full day. So any other news that we do hear about that, we will bring to you here on Live Now from Fox. But just letting you know, we are keeping an eye on this live event to start, and we will pivot to it once it does. If you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, thank you so much for joining us. My name is Christy Matino. I'll be here for the next 45 minutes or so as we do wait for these live events to get underway. We'll be back in just 2 short minutes. Welcome in here to Live Now from Fox. I do have a programming note for our viewers here as we are going to kick off our coverage in just about 40 minutes or so for the National Prayer Service. Again, it's kicking off in just about 40 minutes or so. Here we are going to give you live continuous coverage of the National Prayer Service. And for some context here, the Washington National Cathedral is hosting this interfaith service of prayer for the nation today. President Donald Trump set to arrive there around 10:30, set to kick off at 11 a.m. Eastern Time. In this service, the cathedral is going to gather to offer prayers of thanksgiving for democracy and guidance in the years ahead from God. President-elect Donald Trump and President Donald Trump, I have to get used to saying that now. President Donald Trump and Vice President JD Vance are expected to be in attendance. Again, all of this set to start here with our coverage at 10 a.m. And this is a tradition with presidents the day after Inauguration Day. They do head to the church and they do host this. So we are going to pivot to that once we do see it start here on Live Now from Fox. I also did want to remind you we are keeping an eye on this live event as well, as we are expecting Vice President JD Vance to swear in Senator Marco Rubio as U.S. Secretary of State after he was confirmed by the Senate yesterday. And of course, if we hear of any more confirmations from President Donald Trump's cabinet, we will bring that to you live, raw, and unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox as well. Here's what we're going to do right now. We are going to pivot back to these comments from Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelenskyy as he is speaking at the first day of the World Economic Forum. We've been hearing topics ranging from technology creation all the way. Oh, actually, nope, right on cue. Here we go. We're going to listen in here as Vice President JD Vance swears in Senator Marco Rubio.
Senator Rubio's family, especially his 4 beautiful kids and his wife. Thank you guys for being here. It's a great occasion. I will say that it's pretty hard to top being sworn in as vice president and then the Buckeyes win the national championship the very same day. But this is a hell of a start to a run, because Marco is one of my favorite people in Washington. And you know, he's a son of Cuban immigrants to this country. He grew up in very humble beginnings, but he has an incredibly deep love of our nation. He is a bipartisan solutions seeker, a guy who can actually get things done, but a conservative of great principle and great vision. And I think more than almost anybody that I've met in Washington the last few years, Senator Rubio, I think, understands the distinctive priorities of President Trump and why it represents such a significant and frankly important and needed departure from a generation of failed foreign policy. Senator Rubio will be the chief diplomat of the United States of America, but he will remain a friend. I'm proud to know him, and I'm proud to do this. So, Senator Rubio, thank you. I also, of course, want to thank President Trump for nominating Senator Rubio and giving me a first easy swearing in. This is the first time I've ever sworn in an official in the United States government. And I want to thank Senator Jim Risch and his family for making this easy. You guys got this done and got it done very quickly. 99-0, right? I think even I wouldn't have got close to 99-0. So, Senator Rubio, it's a great testament to your career of service. And this is a new chapter, man. But I think you're going to do great. So, great. So I think that we're going to administer the oath, and then, Senator, you'll say a few words. Is that right? Let's do it. Okay. So please raise your right hand. Repeat after me. I, Marco Rubio.
I, Marco Rubio.
Do solemnly swear.
Do solemnly swear.
That I will support and defend.
That I will support and defend.
The Constitution of the United States.
The Constitution of the United States.
Against all enemies.
Against all enemies.
Foreign and domestic.
Foreign and domestic.
That I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same.
That I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same.
That I take this obligation freely.
That I take this obligation freely.
Without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion.
Without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion.
And that I will well and faithfully discharge.
And that I will well and faithfully discharge.
The duties of the office on which I am about to enter.
The duties of the office of which I'm about to enter.
So help you God.
So help me God.
Congratulations, Mr. Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President, for making time. It's been a busy 72 hours, yeah, maybe longer, but 96 hours, I guess. But first, I want to thank Jeanette, my wife, who has been so supportive. As the Vice President knows well, it's impossible to do any of these jobs we do here, including the Senate, but now in this new role, without the support of our family and particularly of our spouses. And so thank you for being supportive every step of the way. I would not stand here before you today without that. I'm also thrilled and grateful that all 4 of my children are here. They're the most important legacy any of us will leave behind. The most important job I'll ever have is that of a father and a husband. And I'm honored that they were able to join us. Amanda, my oldest, Daniela, my second, Anthony, our third, and then Dominic. I'm very happy they're able to see this today. I also want to thank my colleagues, Senator Risch and Ms. Risch, for joining us. He did a great job managing the committee, which brought us here to this point, but he's also been one of my closest friends in my time in the U.S. Senate. In fact, we, by reason of chance, certainly not by design, we wound up basically being first and second behind one another on seniority in every committee. So we even sat next to each other on the floor. So people thought it was a plot. It was not by design, but it's one of the most special relationships I've established. And obviously, it's an honor to be with the Vice President, who I think is going to be phenomenal. Someone I knew and admired and actually relied on for policy ideas before he was even elected to the Senate. And now will do an extraordinary job and for the President. I can't think of a better voice for the world and for the President's policies. As far as the task ahead, President Trump was elected to keep promises, and he's going to keep those promises. And his primary promise when it comes to foreign policy is that the priority of the United States Department of State will be the United States. It will be furthering the national interest of this country. And he's given us a very clear mandate. President Trump's made it very clear, everything we do, and this is true in government, but especially at the Department of State, everything we do must be justified by the answer to one of 3 questions. Does it make us stronger? Does it make us safer? And does it make us more prosperous? If it doesn't do one of those 3 things, we will not do it. And so that is the goal, and that is the task, and that is the promise that he was elected to keep, and that is the promise he will keep, and we will help him keep. It's a transformational moment. The United States, I think, is now, as President Trump pointed out last night, and I believe deeply, we are headed into a new era that I think will make the world a safer place. We have a president who yesterday, President Trump made clear in his inaugural speech that one of the primary goals of American foreign policies is the promotion of peace. Of course, peace through strength, peace and always without abandoning our values. But I think it's extraordinary that it's something that needs to be said and hasn't been said enough in recent memory. And we look forward to being a key part of helping the president achieve his agenda that he has a clear mandate to keep. If I may take the liberty for just 15 seconds to say something in Spanish, because I know a lot of people back home would be very proud, and I want to make sure I acknowledge that. Quiero darle las gracias a Dios, a mi familia que no está aquí con nosotros hoy, a mis padres que vinieron en este país en el año 1956. Y el propósito de su vida fue que nosotros pudiéramos vivir los sueños que no fueron posibles para ellos. Es un honor increíble ser el secretario de Estado del país más poderoso y más bueno en la historia de toda la humanidad. Y es un gran honor y le doy las gracias al presidente Trump por esta oportunidad. I just said I saved a bunch of money by switching to Geico. That's what I said. So. And I want to end by thanking Almighty God and my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. That is truly the singular purpose of our lives. It's the most important priority. It's the only thing that will matter when we take our last breath on this earth. But this is an extraordinary opportunity that would not have been possible without God's blessings. I'm honored and I'm privileged, cognizant of responsibility, and I want to thank President Trump for his confidence. We will work hard every second of the day to help him achieve the agenda the American people have given him to achieve. Thank you. Thanks for being a part of this today. God bless all of you. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Bye, y'all. Thank you. We'll talk more soon.
That was now former Senator Marco Rubio being sworn in as U.S. Secretary of State by Vice President JD Vance. He is now serving on President Donald Trump's cabinet. Going to give you a live look at the Capitol this morning. On his first full day as Secretary of State, Marco Rubio is meeting with his counterparts from a group of countries known as the Quad, which is made up of the United States plus India, Japan, and Australia, representing nearly 2 billion people and more than a third of global GDP. The grouping has been around for more than 15 years, but has recently grown in importance. Of course, all of this coming after the Senate quickly confirmed Rubio as Secretary of State yesterday, President Donald Trump's first day in office after his inauguration ceremony, voting unanimously. The Senate voted unanimously to give President Donald Trump the first member of his new cabinet on Inauguration Day. He is a Republican. He was a Republican senator from Florida, and he's among the least controversial pick of Trump's nominees. And the vote was 99-0. And again, we're still waiting to see if we get any more of those confirmations. And we'll bring it to you here on Live Now from Fox. Let's go away for another 2-minute break. We'll be right back. And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Just another quick reminder that we hope you do stay with our coverage as we begin the National Prayer Service live coverage starting in just about 30 minutes or so. We are expecting President Donald Trump and President JD Vance to attend, and this is a tradition among presidents the day after Inauguration Day as they do head to the Washington National Cathedral for an interfaith service of prayer for the nation. Again, all of this starting in just about 30 minutes or so here on Live Now from Fox. Did also just want to give you a couple live looks across the country right now as we continue to track winter weather. This is in Houston, Texas, and you can just see how much it is snowing right now. A powerful and dangerous winter storm sweeping across the south is dumping the snow across Houston and other major metropolitan areas. And this is prompting the first ever blizzard warning along portions of the Gulf Coast. I actually do have a social media post here from the National Weather Service. They say, and it is snowing at the office. So we're getting all of these live looks in. I also have this one out of New Orleans, Louisiana, and we can just, we've been showing you this one a lot this morning because it's just crazy how strong that wind is. You can see it rocking the camera. We see the snow flying past the lens, and also that the palm tree right in the middle there just being whipped to the side. So again, following all of this for you here And of course, we did speak to Mike Boylan a little bit earlier. He's a storm tracker, a storm chaser, and he is in Florida as Florida under a state of emergency as they are preparing for bitter cold as well as potentially some snow in certain parts of the state. Well, I do want to pivot right now to another live event. That's what we'd like to do here on Live Now from Fox. We bring you these events as they happen. This is the United Nations Office for the Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs. They're discussing the humanitarian situation in Gaza, everything going on in the Middle East. I do want to turn up the sound here and listen in.
That's an astonishing number. $300 million of investment money in 15 months.
Yeah.
That's crazy. So there is hope because the world hasn't given up on Palestine. Yeah. It wants to free Palestine and it believes in the collective humanity and is willing to put serious amounts of, not this money that keeps, going towards, like you said, rebuild and then Israel blows it up and demolish. No. The world is wanting a decisive, solution that ends this and ends up with justice and freedom for both, and that will unleash the immense potential. The entire region, not just Israel and Palestine, the immense potential, the entire region. You mentioned Trump, and I think he's been sort of ringing the sort of appetizer bell on that. I think we all know he was the mastermind of Abraham Accords 1.0, and he has 2.0 coming up. The big question is that in the context of a collective humanity? Yep. And can we really, truly unleash the potential of the entire region in a sustainable way that is good for everyone, doesn't marginalize one people or strip the rights of one people versus another?
I mean, I think Trump might have both the short-term interest and the longer-term vision to try and go for that. We will see.
There is a win-win-win.
Can he sustain the discipline to do this? I will simply say, as a European, I hope that as Europeans we will step forward at this moment, having been relatively silent. We have to.
Europe has a historical obligation.
Exactly. So I think, we're doing a lot of hope on what America should and shouldn't do. I hope Europeans will step forward at this moment and follow a lot of the advice each of you have been giving. Sarah, your last comment?
My advice is to center all of this in Palestinian voices and an agency, because, around Palestine and the Middle East, writ large, there is always a lot of external actors who have their solutions and their ideas and their prescriptions, and very, very rarely they take into account what Palestinians want, their aspirations, their vision, which is not the vision of Hamas or Fatah, quite frankly, but civil society, academics, businesses, diaspora. It needs to be centered in their vision and their agency.
Again, maybe Palestinians in the West Bank are going to have to play a very important role in stating that, given the situation in Gaza. Right, Tom, you laid out your first thesis, you've heard all this stuff. It's probably coming back to you. I mean, not just on this panel, but...
well, welcome to a driverless world. I mean, immediately we've got to save 1 million lives. Palestinian kids that are going to die of starvation and health. Let's get that done first. Then I really hope we can get those kids back to school. At the moment, with the Knesset legislation coming at us in a week and a half's time, that's not going to happen. So it's not just this generation, it's a future generation that is going to be in those hopeless conditions. I hope, and I've been in Washington and elsewhere trying to think about how we make these arguments, I hope there is an argument that can be made to Trump that this is the thing that Biden and Obama and Clinton couldn't do. This is your chance to get a great big gold medal.
He's going to love that, Tom.
And that's what he wants. And,
he wants a grand deal.
Don't be a loser, be a winner. We have to keep hoping that normalization with Palestinian dignity, security, justice, opportunity at the heart of it is possible. And we've got to keep hope, because that's our job collectively as humanity. And very finally, I was in Damascus a couple of weeks ago, and things felt pretty hopeless there until recently. Maybe they'll be hopeless again. But I was given a poem by one woman who'd come to one of our centres to learn to read and write, and it talked about the grass growing back on the rubble. And, you know, the rubble is, you know, that's a really striking image, but, the grass is going to grow back eventually, and we've got to be there.
Yep. Okay, look, I'm not going to editorialize any of this. You've heard 4, I thought, very thoughtful, impassioned sets of statements. It's a moment. Let's grasp the opportunity out of the horror, because otherwise the horror will have won, and we cannot let that happen. So thank you. Very strong hand for the panel, please. Thank you.
All right, so that did just wrap up the United Nations as they were discussing the humanitarian situation in Gaza. And of course, we continue to follow all the latest out of the Middle East. I do want to show you this image that we just got into our newsroom right now as Elise Stefanik is going to face senators at her confirmation hearing for UN ambassador today. She is a congresswoman from New York, and she served as House Republican Conference Chair. She's one of President Trump's most loyal allies in the House, and that is set to start here at about 10 a.m. Eastern Time as well. And I also did just want to remind you about our national prayer service coverage beginning also at 10 a.m. Eastern Time, as we do continue to cover this tradition among presidents as they do head to the Washington National Cathedral for this prayer service. President Trump, as well as Vice President JD Vance, set to arrive there around 10:30 this morning. So we'll keep an eye on that for you here on Live Now from Fox. All right, let's go away for another 2-minute break. When we come back, much more coverage. Stay with us. Welcome in here to Live Now from Fox. The time now 9:42 on the East Coast, 6:42 on the West Coast. I am going to bring up this shot again that we've been showing you throughout the morning. This is Houston, Texas, a powerful and dangerous winter storm sweeping across the South, dumping snow across Houston and other major metropolitan areas, prompting the first ever blizzard warning along portions of the Gulf Coast. The National Weather Service office in Lake Charles, Louisiana, said the winter storm has been producing blizzard conditions across southeastern Texas. And again, I did want to pull up that social media post from the National Weather Service New Orleans, as they're saying, and it is snowing at the office. This other shot that we've been showing you as well out of New Orleans, Louisiana, as we can see this weather, this snow starting to come down and has come down as we saw in Houston. I did want to turn over to our Fox 26 Houston team as they've been providing continuous coverage on what they're seeing on the ground. Let's head over there and listen in.
Time ever, parts of Texas and the Louisiana Gulf Coast are under blizzard warnings. On the right is actually a live look at Humble ISD, a football field there where you see it is blanketed with snow here at this hour.
Oh yeah, we're also keeping a close eye on all those highways here in Houston. Right now, looking along the East Loop, give you a better idea of what it looks like there. You can see snow definitely accumulating there on the highway. Very few vehicles. Unfortunately, the 2 vehicles we see out there at the moment have stalled. I don't know what's going on with that, but that looks overwhelming to me. I would not want to be trapped in my car, and that's why we highly encourage you, if you have to go out and about. Mike's joining us now. You're a busybody. Yeah. If you have to go out, make sure you have blankets in your car just in case you're that person's stuck. You know,
he's here with us
because you're all over the place trying to help keep us safe. Thank you for that.
I just told JD, you know, JD's going to join me here in a few minutes. I said I'm starting to feel it.
Already?
You came in at what, 10 last night?
I guess I woke up at 10.
Yeah.
You know, and
at night.
I'm not trying to. Look, people out there got real problems. You know what I mean?
But you're keeping us safe. This is what you do.
It's so warm in here. We're not
fine.
feeling any. That's actually a little too warm in here.
Welcome to our world.
Yeah. So I'd rather be warm than cold right now.
Look, every road is covered with snow and ice now.
Yeah.
That's why we brought in Coco, because we knew it was going to be, you know, kind of dangerous.
Yeah, it's super dangerous. I mean, for us to see these conditions on the roadway, and I was thinking I was going to see a little slick, and no, they are snowed. You know, they're snowed, and Cypress is a little bit, not so much, but definitely dangerous conditions.
Well, and I love that we have reporters all over the place. And we got them there safely last night, which was brilliant. It was a great way to make sure that they could get where they need to get, that they stay safe. So look at this. We have Shelby and Jade up in Montgomery County. Those are one of the first areas to see snow last night.
Ruben is live here in Houston. Nate is in Katy, and Heather is in League City, where the snow just started to come down here in the past few hours. Let's begin, though, with Chief Mike Iskovitz with the latest on everything going on right now.
Poor Nate. You know, Nate was, co-grand marshal of the MLK parade yesterday. He was out in the wind chills in the 20s, and now he gets sent out there again. So good morning, everybody. Look, it's an amazing snow day. I just did a FaceTime with my family. They were making snow angels. The dogs are out in the yard. I mean, it's amazing, yes, but want to make sure everybody stays safe. We are under a new type of advisory for tonight. This is called an extreme cold watch, which means that with the frigid weather that's going to follow the snow today, we could have temperatures near 20, but a wind chill near 10. And so that's why that particular advisory has been issued. Right now, the temperature in Houston is 27. Galveston is down to 29 degrees. And so there are concerns, rightly so, for some ice forming both this morning and then maybe reforming tonight. We still have plenty of snow across the area. It's like 80%, maybe 90% of the area is still getting at least some light flakes, but we continue to get some pretty good snowfall from Houston back out to Katy, Sugar Land, places like Pasadena, Deer Park, LaPorte, Baytown, all getting some pretty good snowfall right now. The wind chill, that's one of the issues. It feels like about 15 to 17 degrees out there. And I'm pointing there at Galveston, that 46, that's not degrees, that's miles per hour as far as the wind gust. This is a look at the very large extent of winter weather impacts, moderate to major, from our area back out to Louisiana. And Delon mentioned at the top of the hour, the first time in history we have a blizzard warning that's in effect for Beaumont, for Lake Charles, and for Lafayette, Louisiana. Has never happened in the history of the National Weather Service until today. Low temperatures tonight. So we're going to get up into the upper 30s this afternoon. Lows tonight back down to the teens and 20s. I will join my colleague John Dawson. We're going to talk about when all this snow is going to move out and check out your 7-day forecast in a few minutes.
All right, I do want to show you some pretty crazy video that's happening here. I'm learning a little bit more. Right now, we've got about 56 icy conditions. These are highways. Now, this is not even what we see on the streets. So this is just the highways and the byways and the overpasses. But let's take a look at this. The truck over to the right-hand side, I'm hearing that some of these vehicles are sliding backwards. So this is super dangerous. 610 East Loop at the Port of Houston. I mean, I don't even know how you drive in that. And we did have some tips on how to drive. We prefer that you not drive in that. But I'm hearing a lot of people, and we saw this truck earlier, going backwards, trying to get off of the highway. Look at the big rigs coming through. So there's that as well. Now we have 2 stalls in this area. Really, just stay off the roadways. This car probably going on about 2 hours just to get rescued from this area. This is I-10 East at East Beltway 8. Now, this is, you see, he's going in the opposite direction of the traffic, so it wasn't even facing that direction. A lot of the highways are closed. We've got a full list on fox26houston.com if you want to go and check that out. Now we're looking at West Sam Houston Beltway 8 at Gulf Bank. How scary is this situation? On an overpass. So now everyone's in danger here, the people who are helping, the person who's stuck, you know, and if you have to leave, you may be, you know, an essential worker and you need to get somewhere, but this is kind of what you're up against. Like Melissa was saying earlier, if you have to go somewhere, keep a blanket, hand warmers, anything that you can get should you stall. And oh wow, look at this. This is State Highway 146 at West Main. This area completely closed, northbound, southbound. The Kemah Bridge is closed in the area here. So really, you just want to stay where you are, and we'll be right here with you.
All right, that is the best advice. We've been telling it all morning. We'll keep saying it as much as we can. Thank you, Coco. Love having you with us. We've been closely monitoring Montgomery County as well. And from spring, we found out about an hour of snowfall overnight. So take a look at what that looks like. And I love what our viewer did. They date the snow 2025. There we go, to remember and document exactly what happened.
Hopefully we don't see this again anytime soon. It's so historic.
Well, our northern areas were the first to see all the cold rain turning into that wintry mix last night.
Yeah, we have Shelby Rose. She's live up in Montgomery County this morning. You've been busy making your snowman here this morning. Any changes have you seen since in the past hour?
Well, I will say the snow has definitely picked back up here in the Woodlands, and we're seeing some pretty decently sized flakes. It tapered off there for a little bit, though, but it is definitely picking back up and sticking back to the ground. But I do have one final update of my snowman. It is complete. Not yet, though. Look at this. Of course, we had to do a little Astros hat. He kind of looks Orbit-ish, you know? Got the little round head going on. I don't know. We don't really have an official name yet. So anyone who is watching and you have a suggestion for a name, please send that in to us, and we can kind of have a little poll going probably to name this little guy. But I'm pretty proud of my snowman, if I do say so myself. Like, he's really cute. So I could have probably done a bigger snowman, but I will say it is a lot of work. Not gonna lie. So this is as much as I kind of wanted to do. But anyway, I mean, no, fun aside, you know, the roads, as we've said over and over again, they are slick. I'm gonna give you a look at what I-45 looks like. We've just been chilling on the feeder this whole morning, just watching as snow and ice has accumulated more and more on the roadways. Traffic is definitely picking back up now that we have some sunlight. People are trying to get out and about, even though, you know, we're telling everyone not to. But it really does seem like a lot of people are heeding the warnings, which is good. We had the opportunity to speak with a tow truck driver a little bit earlier this morning. He stopped by to chat with us, saying that he is picking up so many calls of cars that are either wrecks. A lot of people just spinning out because they don't see the black ice, or they're going too fast and they're just losing control of their cars. And so he really just wanted to get the message out of, you know, if you have to be out, if you're an essential worker, if you just, you know, desperately need to be out on the roads for whatever reason, he did give some really great advice of what you should do before you head out.
It's going to be go slow, obviously. I would say stay off the freeway, stay on the feeder. It seems to be a lot better. And obviously it's going to take a longer commute, but it's going to be safer in the long run.
But hey, just stay home. Don't even have to be on the roads if you don't need to. Build your snowman. Do your snowball fights. The snow here in Montgomery County, it is prime for the snowmen, for the snow angels, for the snowball fights. So guys, just, you know, stay home and really just enjoy this snow day in Houston. Reporting live in the Woodlands, Shelby Rose, Fox 26 News.
All right, Shelby, good advice for everybody, and maybe they can make a snowman and be as talented as you for sure.
Oh, yeah, and I'm loving your snowman. We'll definitely have to come up with a really creative name.
Yeah.
Jade Fleury also up on the north side. Let's check in with her, see how things are going where she is. We've seen her scraping ice on the windchills, working it out there.
Blessing some other people who are happy to see it.
Good morning, you guys. Yeah, we're out here in the Woodlands on I-45 North. And as I said before, we made our way towards the Woodlands late last night around 8 p.m. And as the further north we made it, obviously, the colder it got and the more conditions that we saw. It started with sleet and eventually it turned into an all-out snowstorm. And it's still coming down out here. I'm going to have you guys take a look. This is I-45 North. There are very few cars on the roadways, and the ones that are here, they're taking it very slowly. But this is what officials were warning people about, these overpasses. This overpass right here, you guys can see it is covered in snow. Luckily, no cars have tried to make their way up. There are a few tire marks, but it's the wind going over and under those overpasses what makes the precipitation freeze to the roadway and what makes it dangerous conditions for drivers. Again, there are not a lot of cars out here, which is good. People are heeding our warnings. But again, if you do have to be on the roadways, take it slow and be safe. Back to you guys.
All right, some good advice from you, Jade, there. And we don't want you to get off the roads there as well, too, to keep yourself safe, my good sis. All right.
Please, we don't want anybody slipping and sliding out there. All right, we have a live look for you right now from Turner Field in Humble. You can see blanketed in snow this morning, and that's what our entire area looks like. Cuddle up, everybody. Stay warm. We got you covered. We'll show you more in just a few minutes.
All right, thank you to our Fox 26 Houston team, and we're actually giving you a live look at different places across the country right now. So specifically Louisiana and Texas. You're seeing these two shots on the right side of your screen from Texas, from Houston, and the left side we're seeing Lafayette as well as New Orleans, Louisiana. Again, the first ever blizzard warning issued along the Gulf Coast as a once-in-a-generation winter storm is going to be slamming parts of the South. The National Weather Service said this historic winter storm is moving across the northern Gulf of Mexico and is going to continue to produce bands of snow and high wind gusts through this morning. This is creating hazardous conditions for anyone traveling or for those exposed outdoors for an extended period of time. Let's go away for our final 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. Much more live coverage to come. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, taking you out to this live event that we are waiting for as we are set to start here in just about a few minutes or so. This is going to be the confirmation hearing for Representative Elise Stefanik for U.S. Ambassador to the United Nations. We are awaiting more of President Donald Trump's confirmations for his cabinet picks, and this one set to start here shortly. And we will bring it to you here on Live Now from Fox. We'll pivot when it does start. In the meantime, I do want to play out a very brief 7 minutes of former Senator now, Marco Rubio, getting confirmed by Vice President JD Vance for U.S. Secretary of State. This happened just under an hour or so. Let's play out that right now as we do await this to start. On the other side of that will be my colleague, Stephanie Quinyu. You're watching Live Now from Fox.
Well, good morning, everybody. How are we doing? I want to give a special welcome to Senator Rubio's family, especially his 4 beautiful kids and his wife. Thank you guys for being here. It's a great occasion. I will say that it's pretty hard to top being sworn in as vice president and then the Buckeyes win the national championship the very same day. But this is a hell of a start to a run because Marco is one of my favorite people in Washington. And you know, he's a son of Cuban immigrants to this country. He grew up in very humble beginnings, but he has an incredibly deep love of our nation. He is a bipartisan solutions seeker, a guy who can actually get things done, but a conservative of great principle and great vision. And I think more than almost anybody that I've met in Washington the last few years, Senator Rubio, I think, understands the distinctive priorities of President Trump and why it represents such a significant and frankly important and needed departure from a generation of failed foreign policy. Senator Rubio will be the chief diplomat of the United States of America, but he will remain a friend. I'm proud to know him, and I'm proud to do this. So, Senator Rubio, thank you. I also, of course, want to thank President Trump for nominating Senator Rubio and giving me a first easy swearing in. This is the first time I've ever sworn in an official in the United States government. And I want to thank Senator Jim Risch and his family for making this easy. You guys got this done and got it done very quickly. 99-0, right? I think even I wouldn't have got close to 99-0. So Senator Rubio, it's a great testament to your career of service. And this is a new chapter, man, but I think you're going to do great. So great. So I think that we're going to administer the oath, and then, Senator, you'll say a few words. Is that right? Let's do it. Okay. So please raise your right hand. Repeat after me. I, Marco Rubio.
I, Marco Rubio.
Do solemnly swear.
Do solemnly swear.
That I will support and defend.
That I will support and defend.
The Constitution of the United States.
The Constitution of the United States.
Against all enemies.
Against all enemies.
Foreign and domestic.
Foreign and domestic.
That I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same.
That I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same.
That I take this obligation freely.
That I take this obligation freely.
Without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion.
Without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion.
And that I will well and faithfully discharge.
And that I will well and faithfully discharge.
The duties of the office on which I am about to enter.
The duties of the office of which I am about to enter.
So help you God.
So help me God.
Congratulations, Mr. Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President, for making time. It's been a busy 72 hours, yeah, maybe longer, but 96 hours, I guess. But first, I want to thank Jeanette, my wife, who has been so supportive. As the Vice President knows well, it's impossible to do any of these jobs we do here, including the Senate, but now in this new role, without the support of our family and particularly of our spouses. And so thank you for being supportive every step of the way. I would not stand here before you today without that. I'm also thrilled and grateful that all 4 of my children are here. They're the most important legacy any of us will leave behind. The most important job I'll ever have is that of a father and a husband. And I'm honored that they were able to join us. Amanda, my oldest, Daniela, my second, Anthony, our third, and then Dominic. I'm very happy they're able to see this today. I also want to thank my colleagues, Senator Risch and Ms. Risch, for joining us. He did a great job managing the committee, which brought us here to this point, but He's also been one of my closest friends in my time in the U.S. Senate. In fact, by reason of chance, certainly not by design, we wound up basically being first and second behind one another on seniority in every committee. So we even sat next to each other on the floor. So people thought it was a plot. It was not by design, but it's one of the most special relationships I've established. And obviously, it's an honor to be with the Vice President, who I think is going to be phenomenal. Someone I knew and admired and actually relied on for policy ideas before he was even elected to the Senate. And now will do an extraordinary job for the President. I can't think of a better voice for the world and for the President's policies. As far as the task ahead, President Trump was elected to keep promises, and he's going to keep those promises. And his primary promise when it comes to foreign policy is that the priority of the United States Department of State will be the United States. It will be furthering the national interest of this country. And he's given us a very clear mandate. President Trump's made it very clear, everything we do, and this is true in government, but especially at the Department of State, everything we do must be justified by the answer to one of three questions. Does it make us stronger? Does it make us safer? And does it make us more prosperous? If it doesn't do one of those three things, we will not do it. So that is the goal, and that is the task, and that is the promise that he was elected to keep, and that is the promise he will keep, and we will help him keep. It's a transformational moment. The United States, I think, is now, as President Trump pointed out last night, and I believe deeply, we are headed into a new era that I think will make the world a safer place. We have a president who yesterday, President Trump made clear in his inaugural speech that one of the primary goals of American foreign policies is the promotion of peace.
And that was the newly sworn-in Secretary of State Marco Rubio. That swearing-in ceremony happening just about an hour ago as Vice President JD Vance swore him in. Meanwhile, we do want to head live to Capitol Hill as Representative Elise Stefanik is now attending a confirmation hearing as she is President Trump's choice for UN ambassador. So let's head over there now and listen in.
If you don't, there's consequences. So, with that, Madam Chairman, did you have anything to add to that, or Madam Ranking Member?
I certainly support making sure that this hearing can be done in an orderly way that allows the witness to testify and allows members of the committee to ask their questions. So I support the chairman's efforts.
Well, thank you very much. And with that, I'm going to make an opening statement. I will then refer to the ranking member to make an opening statement. We then have some distinguished colleagues to introduce. You got time to sit through our opening statements, or do you want to do your introduction? I know you both have important things you have to do. Your choice.
Let our colleagues go, Mr. Chairman, if I may speak. Let our colleagues go. Don't do that to them.
It's not that we want you out of here, but...
All right.
Can we go?
Shelley, go ahead.
Thank you.
Capitol.
Thank you, Chair Risch and Ranking Member Shaheen for welcoming me to the committee. And I want to thank my good friend, Elise Stefanik, for honoring me today to have the privilege to introduce her before this distinguished committee. And I also want to say what a privilege it is to share the podium with my friend Tom Cotton. Congratulations also to both of you, your positions on this committee. It is truly an honor to be here to introduce someone who I admire greatly. The job she has been selected to carry out for President Trump is not an easy one, but it is extremely important. In its early formation, it was believed that the United Nations required U.S. leadership in both its creation and in the actual business of the organization to prevent conflict and to advance freedom. But lately, when many of us look at the United Nations, this body that is meant to advance values of peace and freedom and human dignity, we don't see those American values reflected. We see rampant anti-Semitism against the world's only Jewish state as it faces attacks from all directions. We see oppression and aggressive autocrats celebrated and elevated to leadership positions. We see China, Russia, and Iran empowered at this organization to advance their values, not the values of peace and freedom that Americans stand for. It is clear that the need to reestablish U.S. leadership at this broken institution, we need to do that. I cannot think of anyone more qualified or more ready to fulfill that role than my friend, Elise Stefanik. I've known Elise for several years during her career, in public service, and I am excited to highlight her qualifications for this important role for which she has been nominated. As a member of the House of Representatives, she has shown remarkable leadership. As a member of both the Armed Services and Intelligence Committee, she's shown an exceptional command of national security issues. Elise understands the dangerous world and the growing threats that our country faces, and she has the strength and the skill to reassert U.S. leadership on the world stage, a world stage that needs moral clarity and leadership now more than ever. Elise has shown that moral clarity by exposing, she has shown her moral clarity by exposing anti-Semitism on our college campuses. She has shown that moral clarity by posting on social media every single day about the innocent hostages taken by Hamas during the horrific attacks of October the 7th, more than 450 days later. The United Nations is a tough place. Well, Elise is from New York, but Elise has never backed down from a challenge. At the time of her first congressional election, she was the youngest woman ever elected to the Congress in the United States history. She went on to become the youngest woman ever to serve in elected House leadership. And she will confidently and skillfully execute for President Trump and for all of the American people at the United Nations. Additionally, on a personal level, Elise is a good mother. You can see her son, Sam, back here, and she's such a good mother that they have Legos on the hold, ready to go. A great wife, a great daughter, and a wonderful friend. Her steady hand and genuine caring nature, combined with her fierce intellect, will bring exactly that person that President Trump and our nation needs at the United Nations. I look forward to voting to support her when I have the chance, and I thank all of you for the opportunity to have her before you today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Capito. Well said. Senator Cotton.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Shaheen, colleagues, it's my honor to join Senator Capito today in introducing my friend and colleague, Elise Stefanik, as the nominee for Ambassador to the United Nations. Elise has an outstanding record of fighting for America's interests at home and abroad, and I urge members of this committee to confirm her swiftly and hopefully unanimously. The United Nations today has many problems. Chief among them are communist Chinese influence and incessant targeting of Israel. From weeding out anti-Semitism to opposing harmful Chinese and Russian policies, the next UN ambassador must help restore sanity to the United Nations. And I can think of no better person for this role than Elise. In Congress, she has unapologetically stood up to our adversaries and will do the same at the United Nations. As a senior member of the House Armed Services Committee and the House Intelligence Committee, Elise understands the stakes of our competition with Communist China. She helped stand up the China Task Force in the House, which later became the bipartisan Select Committee on the Chinese Communist Party. She also led comprehensive legislation to deter China and strengthen the United States. I've had the privilege of partnering with Elise on several of these bills, including one to ban Chinese-owned tutoring companies at our Department of Defense and another to counter Chinese drones in America. I'm also confident in Elise's ability to stand up for Israel against the United Nations' often blatant anti-Semitism. She has long advocated for billions of dollars for Israeli capabilities like the life-saving Iron Dome and critical anti-tunneling technology. Her questioning of college presidents in defense of Jewish students set off shockwaves around higher education, resulting in the resignation of the Harvard and University of Pennsylvania presidents. She's also been a tireless advocate for hostages taken by Hamas. Elise has dedicated her career to public service. She started out working in the Bush White House before joining Congress to serve the people of Northern New York. To her constituents, she's best known for working across the aisle to improve the lives of New Yorkers. At the UN, I know that she will continue to put Americans first. I commend President Trump for this nomination, and I'm grateful to Elise for once again answering the call of duty. I'd also like to thank her family, whose steadfast support has led her to this moment. Elise and her husband Matt are parents to their 3-year-old son Sam, who is apparently departing at this very moment. I'm sure that one day Sam will look at this moment and Elise's future service with much to be proud of, even if today like my boys, he thinks it's mostly boring politics stuff. So today I'm here to happily and proudly offer my strong support to this dedicated public servant and American patriot, our next ambassador to the United Nations, Elise Stefanik. She's the right person for the job, and I encourage all of my colleagues on the committee and in the Senate to process her nomination promptly and unanimously. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Senator Shaheen.
Well, thank you, Senator Cotton, and again, well said. So both of you, I know you've got things that you've got to attend to, and we appreciate you coming to the committee and helping us out. Representative Stefanik, welcome to our committee. You'll find us kind and generous most of the time, and we look forward to hearing from you. Senator Shaheen and I are going to make a few remarks, and then we'll yield to you and hear what you have to say. First of all, let me start by saying there is great difficulty at the United Nations today, and I'm confident President Trump's nominee can help bring much-needed change. This is widely recognized by people here up on the Hill. Senator Cotton, Senator Capito both made reference to it. I know you're well aware of it. One of the unfortunate things, and maybe this hearing will help, is the vast majority of the American people do not recognize the deterioration that has happened at the United Nations and how it has strayed from its original purposes. There is great difficulty there. I think that we need significant change as threats from China, Russia, North Korea, and Iran continue to grow. Representative Stefanik, your position will be at the heart of the U.S. efforts to stand up to the authoritarian axis that seeks to undermine the United States at every turn and to ensure our partners and allies are also doing their part. I know you're up to that task. The UN was founded to be a force for peace and stability in the world, an admirable goal. It's not working. Since its founding, the United States has helped shape the UN and has supported it in dollars, lots and lots and lots of dollars, and in spirit. But today, the United States remains the largest funder of the UN system. We pay 22% of the regular budget, and we pay 25% of the peacekeeping budget. And what have the American people gotten for these investments? They have chaos, complete dysfunction at the UN, and a warped sense of right and wrong. In place of needed reform, the U.S. is constantly asked to give more to the UN. But over time, the organization has drifted farther away from American values, putting American national security in jeopardy. Representative Stefanik, I know that President Trump has nominated you to the UN because he knows you're not afraid to stand up for the American people, ensure that taxpayer dollars are truly putting America first, and push back against the real problems, constant problems, that plague the United Nations. As the UN has expanded its mission, the amount of conflict, waste, fraud, and abuse has grown. In the UN Security Council, which is charged with maintaining international peace, security, consensus, and partnership on the many issues world faces, has become a fantasy. Critical issues that demand the Council's attention fall to the wayside. Accountability for Vladimir Putin's invasion of Ukraine, China's grotesque human rights abuses, genocide in the Sudan, regime change in Syria, all go unaddressed. But by what is supposed to be the leading international organization to resolve these conflicts. As the authoritarian axis grows and competes against democratic nations, the UN will descend back into the paralysis that has marked the Cold War if it continues on its course, which it has no indication it is changing. To make matters worse, our adversaries have weaponized the UN against Americans and democratic interests. Prior to the fall of Assad, Putin used the Security Council to block any action to hold Assad regime accountable for its crimes. against humanity. China has used its malign influence to block attempts to discuss the Chinese government-sponsored genocide against the Uyghurs, and they have blocked our ally Taiwan from fully participating in the UN. China also manipulates the UN personnel system, which we all know, and they've used it to install Chinese diplomats into the UN bureaucracy that only serve China's goals and interests. There is a deep anti-Israel bias within the United Nations that has only grown stronger since Hamas's horrendous, unprovoked attack against Israel on October 7th. This sentiment was spearheaded by the UN Relief and Works Agency, UNRWA, which had numerous employees participate in October 7th terrorist attacks and allowed its schools and facilities to be used by Hamas. Remember, these are U.S. tax dollars that partially help fund UNRWA. For years, I have led my colleagues on legislation to end the U.S. contributions to this anti-Semitic organization, which openly employs terrorists. UNRWA must go. What I've just described is not what the American people want out of their taxpayer dollars. Our contributions should serve America's interests first, and I know you will bring that message to the United Nations system loud and clear. Representative Stefanik, I believe it is reasonable to evaluate every UN agency to determine if what they are doing is directly beneficial to America and hold them account until the answer is a resounding yes. Anything less should not be tolerated. If these agencies cannot be changed, and at this point, the U.S. should seriously examine if further contributions and indeed participation in the UN is even beneficial to the American people. I'm interested to hear your plans for change at the UN, and I look forward to seeing the tremendous work I know that you will do for our country and to make the world a safer place for future generations. Thank you. Senator Shaheen.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and welcome, Congresswoman Stefanik. Welcome to your family, who's with you today as well. Now, whether fighting the spread of infectious diseases or stemming the flow of fentanyl that kills Americans, combating transnational crime that costs Americans billions of dollars, negotiating political settlements to dangerous conflicts, the work of the United Nations directly affects Americans all across this country. We benefit from UN peacekeeping missions that would otherwise fall to the American military. We are better off because of efforts to stabilize societies and provide life-saving assistance in places like Sudan, Syria, and Ukraine. And we don't just do this out of the goodness of our hearts. We fund these efforts because they make Americans, as Secretary Rubio said in his hearing, safer, stronger, and more prosperous. Equally important, if we don't do it, our adversaries and competitors will. Representative Stefanik, welcome again to this committee. Congratulations on your nomination to be U.S. Ambassador to the United Nations. From working in the Bush administration on the Domestic Policy Council to being the youngest woman elected to Congress, you have strong credentials and the relevant experience for this role. But today I'd really like to hear your vision for the United States at the United Nations. I've certainly taken note of the skepticism in the United Nations expressed by others in the incoming administration and also expressed by your introducers today and Chairman Risch. In the past, you have voted to defund the United Nations and its specialized agencies. Certainly, I would agree that the United Nations is an imperfect body, but the UN is also a force multiplier of American taxpayer money. U.S. disengagement is something our adversaries want, especially Russia and China. At his hearing last week, Secretary Rubio said China is our most potent and dangerous adversary, and Beijing's contribution to the UN is almost 7 times what it was 2 decades ago. China has had great success increasing the number of nationals employed at the UN, and so when we cut back, they are ready and very eager to fill that void. Under the first Trump administration, the U.S. withdrew from UNESCO, an agency that, among many things, combats anti-Semitism and establishes international technology standards that affect our industries. When we stepped back, Beijing stepped in and is now UNESCO's largest financial contributors. So I'm really interested in your thoughts on how the U.S. can compete with China across every United Nations agency. One agency at the UN that I think is particularly important is the UN Population Fund, or UNFPA. Globally, 1 in every 5 girls is married before reaching age 18. Too many girls in too many countries, as you know very well, face female genital mutilation and forced child marriage. UNFPA provides critical reproductive and maternal care. It reaches 3 times as many countries as our bilateral family planning program. And in some areas like Darfur and Kordofan, it is the main provider of life-saving reproductive health supplies. Things like childbirth delivery kits that reduce infection for women giving birth outside clinical settings. I believe its work is irreplaceable. Now, if confirmed, I hope we can work together to advance United States interests at the UN. Because when the United States takes a leadership role at the UN, Americans and people around the world are better off. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I welcome the testimony of Congresswoman Stefanik and hearing her views.
Thank you so much, Senator Shaheen. And Representative Stefanik, the floor is yours.
Chairman Risch, Ranking Member Shaheen, distinguished members of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, thank you for the opportunity to appear today. I would also like to thank the senators from both sides of the aisle who met with me over the past several weeks. It is the honor of my lifetime to earn President Trump's nomination to serve in his cabinet as U.S. Ambassador to the United Nations. If confirmed, I stand ready to implement President Trump's mandate from the American people to deliver America First, peace through strength, national security leadership on the world stage. Before I begin, I'd like to personally recognize my family. We all know in public office that we would not have the opportunity to serve were it not for the support of our loved ones. I'd like to begin with my mom, dad, and brother, Melanie, Ken, and Maddie. My dad was here with me today, and my mom and brother are watching closely from upstate New York. There is no question that I would not be here without their lifetime of unconditional love, support, and encouragement, and for that I am forever grateful. I also want to thank my incredibly supportive husband, Matt, who is also here, and of course, most importantly, our pride and joy, our 3-year-old son, Sam, who made his debut in the U.S. Senate. He is comfortable on the House side, it's new in the Senate, so thank you for the warm welcome. Sam is by far our greatest blessing. Of all the titles I have held, Congresswoman, Chairwoman, Representative, or Ambassador if confirmed, my most important title will always be Mom. I appear before you today as a daughter, sister, wife, mother, Congresswoman, a patriotic upstate New Yorker, and a proud American. I believe deeply in the American dream because I've had the opportunity to live it. I was born and raised in upstate New York, the cradle of the American Revolution. I grew up in a small business family where my parents instilled in me the importance of hard work, ingenuity, and grit. I was blessed to be the first member of my immediate family to have the opportunity to graduate from college. I graduated from Harvard with honors and then worked at the White House, in the West Wing, on the Domestic Policy Council, and in the Chief of Staff's office. After nearly a decade working in public policy in Washington, I returned home to work in my family's small business and decided to run for Congress. In 2014, I was elected to Congress, making history as the youngest woman ever elected at the time. In Congress, I have fought tirelessly for the hardworking families of New York's 21st District, delivering significant bipartisan results for my constituents. I was elected by my colleagues to serve as the House Republican Conference Chair, becoming the highest-ranking woman in Congress at the time and the youngest woman of either party to serve in top elected House leadership. And over the last decade, I have served on the House Armed Services Committee, the Intelligence Committee, the House Education and Workforce Committee, and I'm proud to be the longest-serving woman on both the Armed Services and Intelligence Committees. On these national security committees, I have legislated on a number of critical issues ranging from military readiness, emerging technologies like artificial intelligence, quantum computing, and cybersecurity, to missile defense. I have worked to enhance American intelligence capabilities, strengthen our alliances and partnerships, and deter our adversaries. On the Education Committee, I have been been the leader in combating anti-Semitism in higher education. My oversight work led to the most viewed testimony in the history of Congress. This hearing with university presidents was heard around the world and viewed billions of times because it exposed the anti-Semitic rot in colleges and universities and was a watershed moment in American higher education. When discussing this nomination with President Trump, the President shared with me that he sees great promise in the United Nations if it focuses on its founding mission of international peace and security. President Trump has long advocated for peace and no new wars. He delivered the Abraham Accords, the largest step to regional peace in the Middle East in a quarter century. If confirmed, I will work to ensure that our mission to the United Nations serves the interests of the American people and represents President Trump's America First, Peace Through Strength foreign policy. As the world faces crisis after crisis, with hostages, including Americans, still held in Hamas's captivity, to national security challenges ranging from China, Russia, North Korea, and Iran, it has never been more critical for the United States to lead with strength and moral clarity. This is especially important regarding our most precious ally, Israel, who faced the bloodiest day for the Jewish people since the Holocaust on October 7th, 2023. As a member of Congress, I also understand deeply that we must be good stewards of U.S. taxpayer dollars. The U.S. is the largest contributor to the UN by far. Our tax dollars should not be complicit in propping up entities that are counter to American interests, anti-Semitic, or engaging in fraud, corruption, or terrorism. We must invest in programs to strengthen our national security and deliver results. To increase the efficacy of UN programs, we must drive reform. If confirmed, I will be the first UN ambassador in over 2 decades to come directly from Congress, and I have deep respect and understanding of the oversight and appropriations role of the legislative branch, and I look forward to using my strong House and Senate relationships to deliver these much-needed reforms. We are truly at a critical point in history. The world must be reminded of the key mission of the United Nations and America's role as its formative leader. Following the devastation, carnage, and Holocaust of World War II, the world was desperate for peace, stability, human rights and dignity, and world order. As outlined in Article 1, Chapter 1 of the UN Charter, the purpose of the United Nations is to maintain international peace and security, develop friendly relations among nations based on a shared respect for the principle of equal rights, solve international problems, and harmonize the actions of nations in the attainment of common ends. The UN has not lived up to this founding mission, and we must demand better. It is imperative to ensure strong American leadership at the United Nations. I share President Trump's vision of a UN reformed by strong America First, Peace Through Strength, and a return to this founding mission of promoting peace and security around the world. In closing, I will forever be grateful to my constituents in New York's 21st District for giving me the opportunity to serve them as their voice at the highest levels of Congress. 10 years ago, upstate and North Country voters took a chance on a young, first-time, unknown candidate who very few believed could win. So I just want to thank the hardworking families, small businesses, farms, law enforcement officers, military families, veterans, seniors, so many with whom I've had worked so closely to deliver results on behalf of our communities. Thank you especially to my extraordinarily dedicated staff in both the district and in Washington offices for serving tirelessly for the past decade. If confirmed, my family and I are excited for this next chapter to serve on President Trump's cabinet in this role, and I commit to the American people that I will work my very hardest in the coming years to lead with moral clarity and American values. Thank you, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you very much, Congressman. We appreciate those remarks. And what we're going to do now is we're going to do a round of questions. We're going to do 5-minute questions. The ranking member and I have discussed that and agreed to that. That doesn't mean it's going to end it. We're going to attempt to do another 5-minute round for those who are anxious to have more questions answered. So with that, let me start. First of all, I was impressed to hear what President Trump has always insisted on and has certainly talked to us about, and that is the fact that the founding mission of the UN is such a bright and brilliant light. The difficulty is the execution of their mission bears no resemblance to what their original mission was, which is really unfortunate. And we have in the past, and I hope in the future, rely more and more on doing bilateral and multilateral agreements with other countries without the United Nations, and to perform some of the things that the United Nations is attempting to do ourselves. Where the United States of America, we can do anything. And we certainly can perform those functions. The best example I can give you is the Abraham Accords. The Abraham Accords are probably going to be looked at in history as a turning point in the Middle East. It was done under President Trump last time. It was President Trump's administration who was the leading force on this, and the United Nations had absolutely nothing to do with it. And it is a great success in the Middle East, or a place where you see very few great successes. So we can do these things. We put a tremendous amount of money into the United Nations to do things that we can do. For instance, feeding folks. We do a lot of it ourselves through USAID, but we do a lot through the UN. In doing that, the UN has hired, for instance, UNRWA to do it, an organization I don't want anything to do with. I don't want any connection to UNRWA, and yet here we are working with them. So I think there's a lot of things that we can do to start with that will ratchet down the number of people that are clogging the New York streets up there with employees from other places, and make it a mission that's our own. Your thoughts?
Thank you, Chairman Risch. I wanted to point out, and I'm glad you referenced the Abraham Accords. I think we can look to the success of our bilateral relationships and various multilateral partnerships and build on that within the UN. For example, we have the Abraham Accords caucus in the Congress. I think we should consider starting an Abraham Accords caucus within the United Nations to build on President's success, delivering that historic result, the greatest breakthrough for normalization in the Middle East in over a quarter of a century. I do share your commitment, Chairman Risch, to being good stewards of U.S. taxpayer dollars and ensuring all of our investments to any foreign policy strategy, and this goes hand in hand what Secretary Rubio testified, represents our American interests. Does it make America safer? Does it make America stronger? And does it make America more prosperous? So I hope to work effectively with this committee, our oversight members and our appropriators, to ensure that we deliver reform and ensure that each dollar is going to strengthen our national security. I think we can look to the programs that are successes, which typically have strong American leadership and voluntary funding. One example is the World Food Program, which has significant bipartisan support on this committee in both chambers of Congress, and it's supported by the American people. And oftentimes, the most successful agencies within the UN, they have transparency, accountability standards, and are led either with strong American leadership or allied countries. So that's a bit of feedback to your question.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. Just very quickly, one of the things that has really concerned me in recent years is we keep getting outvoted at the UN. And it turns out that every country has one vote. And then when you look around and you look at these countries that are voting against us, you find out that you got the Chinese in there spreading money throughout their government, to individuals in their government, to projects in these dinky little countries, and they buy their vote. This is a real problem, and it's the kind of thing that gets us to the point where we can't even get a resolution that condemns Russia for their invasion of Ukraine in absolute violation of the foundations of the United Nations. And when the Secretary General comes to see me, I always crank on him and say, look, you guys can't even get a resolution condemning this. What are you doing for us? How are you making this work? And I get a word salad in response. Your thoughts on this problem with with the Chinese buying off these smaller countries?
It is no question, Chairman Risch, that the CCP has made significant inroads. This is a long-term strategy that they have at the United Nations, and we need to have strong American leadership working with our allies to push back on this. As you pointed out, every country, no matter what its size, gets one vote. I believe we need to have a strategy to push back, particularly on the CCP's inroads within the global south and even within the Western Hemisphere. I think we need to build on our, as you said, bilateral partnerships and make sure they understand the importance of a two-way partnership with the United States. I also think that the personnel strategy of the CCP has been of particular concern within the UN.
Clearly.
China has made inroads in placing CCP leaders and Chinese diplomats in positions as head of various sub-UN agencies, but also at the most junior level. So we need to have a human capital strategy working with our allies to push back on that.
I appreciate your thoughts in that regard, and I certainly have no objection to countries having a vote. What bothers me is that the corruption and the fraud when the Chinese buy off that vote with money is just flat wrong. Thank you for your thoughts. Senator Shaheen.
Thank you. Again, Congresswoman Stefanik, welcome, and thank you for your willingness to continue to serve this country and for your past service in the House. While I think we would all agree that the UN is not perfect, it is a force multiplier for the U.S., and it's a prime example of global burden sharing in times of crisis. I was pleased to see that the Trump administration will maintain this position, U.S. Ambassador to the United Nations, as a cabinet-level position. Now, you've talked a little bit about this already in your responses, but how will you make sure that the work of the UN is understood to help advance U.S. interests around the world? And more important, how can you help convince members of Congress who are skeptics that our contributions and leadership in UN agencies must continue in order to prevent China, Russia, Iran, and other U.S. adversaries from assuming these roles?
Thank you so much, Ranking Member Shaheen. I appreciated our opportunity to visit ahead of time. I will start with your question related to how we convince the American people and elected officials of the importance of investments. I think, as I pointed out to Chairman Risch, doing a review of all of our dollars going into various UN agencies and looking at what are most effective. Typically, UNICEF is another example, in addition to World Food Program. We voluntarily commit, it maintains bipartisan support, and it delivered significant results for millions around the globe, and it strengthens our national security. So when it comes to those key questions, does it make America safer, stronger, and more prosperous? I believe those are examples of programs that do. I clearly think there are certain programs that are not meeting the mission of the UN, the founding principles. UNRWA is an example, and we will likely have a policy disagreement upon that. But I think we need to roll our sleeves up, deliver reforms, and make sure that our dollars are going to programs within the UN that work, that have a basis in the rule of law, that have a basis in transparency and accountability, and strengthen our national security and our partnerships.
And there we have Elise Stefanik answering a question at her confirmation hearing as UN ambassador. We invite you to head over to our YouTube page as we continue to stream this live confirmation hearing without commercial interruption. All you have to do is scan the QR code right there on your screen to continue to watch this confirmation of Elise Stefanik. She is President Trump's selection as UN ambassador. And a welcome to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinn. Time right now is 10:40 Eastern, 7:40 Pacific. We now head to the nation's capital as we are really just about 20 minutes away from the National Prayer Service and just into our newsroom right here. This is a live look inside the cathedral. You can see House Speaker Mike Johnson along with Ashley Moody right there. As we continue to follow this, Pete Hegseth already seated. These are, of course, President Trump's selections for some of those select cabinet choices right there. And to talk more about this, I do want to bring in Dr. Casey Burgat, who is an assistant professor at the George Washington University. Dr. Burgat, Casey, thank you so much for taking the time to join us here on Live Now from Fox.
Anytime. I appreciate it.
So let's talk about the significance of the National Prayer Service. It's set to get underway in just about 20 minutes. President Trump is going to be in attendance along with his family, as well as Vice President JD Vance. This is an American tradition. For our viewers, can you walk us through the significance of this tradition on President Trump's first full day in office as president?
Yeah, so since 1953, this has been hosted within our nation's capital as kind of a kickoff to a new Congress, a new administration. And members of Congress, obviously the president, his potential nominees, everyone from multiple branches of government come to the Washington National Cathedral, hear and take part in a prayer and associated breakfast, just kind of as a goodwill measure to say, hey, we may disagree on almost everything, but let's at least get together, have some pancakes, and have a prayer before we go on about our day.
And so how long has this tradition been in existence?
Since 1953. So going back all the way to post-World War II era, Truman era, Eisenhower era, and ever since then, we've had presidents and members of Congress, leaders of Congress go to this prayer breakfast and kick off their new administrations and terms under the same roof.
And you were mentioning that members of Congress are going to be in attendance, in addition to President Trump and his family, Vice President Vance and, his family. We were seeing at the inauguration yesterday some tech titans and some other, VIPs that President Trump personally invited to attend his swearing-in ceremony. Are we going to see those in attendance as well today, or is this specifically for elected officials, the constituents and their friends?
Yeah, I can imagine that if President Trump says, yeah, let's get these guys an invite, they would be invited. But traditionally, this is more for the elected side, right? The ones that ran an election, won, whether it be in Congress or for the presidency, and then their associated staffers who are going to run these executive departments. So this is a bit more political in that the folks showing up are politicians themselves. So unlikely to see those tech giants show up today on Tuesday, even though they were in the limelight yesterday on Monday.
And what we're expecting when it comes to, what we're going to be hearing, is there going to be a singular message typically at these national prayer services? Is there typically a call to come together, a particular theme, if you will, from, prayer service to prayer service?
Yeah, usually it's the call for unity here, right? That we can leave behind yesterday's inaugural address or even the executive orders, but we're all under the same roof right here. These are invited positions by members of the church, and we don't use that pulpit to kind of cast out our bully pulpit of political ideologies. That's traditionally been the case, so I'm interested to see how much this one differs, given that no one's forcing everyone to be apolitical. I mean, you get a bunch of these folks in a room, including President Trump, and you can't help but throw in some political and partisan jabs in there. So I'm interested to see how much this differs from the tradition of it being, let's let bygones be bygones, at least under the roof of this church, and we'll all show up as a united country, as Americans, before we quickly get back to being Democrats versus Republicans.
And Casey, I'm just taking a look at the invited participating clergy. It's non-denominational, so we will be having those who are speaking from all denominations. When it comes to selecting who will be speaking in terms of the clergy, who makes that decision? Is it President Trump? Is there a committee that oversees the National Prayer Service?
There actually is a committee, the National Prayer Breakfast Foundation, and I can imagine that they're in consultation with leaders and saying, these are the folks that we'd like to have invite to come speak. Do you have any reservations or any additions that you might like to have? So I'm sure that there's a back and forth, but I think the ultimate deciding authority is rests with that foundation who hosts this event and hosts the breakfast itself.
And we're also expecting to hear some musical guests. And something to note, the tenor Christopher Macchio is expected to be singing, and he was there yesterday singing at the swearing-in ceremony of President Trump as well. So just for our viewers, he too will be singing some of the hymns, including for the healing of the nations. And to your point, Casey, calling for unity, especially during a time of conflict, the ongoing conflict in the Middle East, and of course, course, Russia and Ukraine. You know, it's a very unique time, I would imagine, for the United States as we have a new president. President Trump is the 47th president amid, you know, these continuing conflicts right here. You know, and I imagine that would be top of mind for those who are speaking today.
100%. That this is a function within a church, and so you're unsurprisingly going to get a faith-based theme here. And we saw yesterday with explicit references and prayers. We live in a world where the First Amendment protects us from any government intrusion on our freedom of religion, but there still is an overwhelming support, at least on the upper echelons of folks elected to serve as committed Christians, right? And so it's unsurprising that we see them go the next day to a church and maybe see that separation of church and state isn't as big of a wall as between the two that we think that it is, as we see them show up literally in church with their pins on their chest with Speaker Mike Johnson there in the shot.
Yeah, and you know, what's so interesting is we have seen in just the past number of weeks the Washington National Cathedral taking center stage in our nation's ever-evolving history, of course, being where there was the national prayer, the national service for former President Jimmy Carter. You know, can you talk about the significance specifically of the Washington National Cathedral itself?
Yeah, if you've ever been there, then you would get it right away that with the minute you walk into this building within the district, which is smaller than a lot of folks think that it is when you're looking at it on a map as a nation's capital. This is a building that stands out. It is just incredibly ornate. It has a rich tradition of political and religious ceremonies, and it's just become the default church of state, in that whenever there's a political action that revolves or involves the church, like a lying in state or a ceremony, as we saw with former President Carter and former President Herbert Walker Bush before that, John McCain, this is where those national funerals, those national events take place. So it's kind of been the government's default that if we are going to involve a church, if we're going to involve religion at all, this building serves the purpose and then some. It's just an incredibly impressive building, and something that the minute you walk in, you completely understand why folks use this as a backdrop to make their most sacred and their most memorable moments last.
And we're seeing here live two different looks inside the Washington National Cathedral. On the right-hand side, that, of course, the pulpit where we're going to be hearing from the clergy, as well as likely hearing from some of the performers on the left-hand side. That is, you know, where people are going to be seated. We can see House Speaker Mike Johnson, along with a number of other representatives. Right behind them is Pete Hegseth, of course, nominated for Secretary of Defense. You know, for viewers who may not understand the intricacies of this, Casey, is there assigned seating, or can you basically sit wherever you want?
It's a good question. I can imagine, just like any other political event, that the closer you get to the stage, where the magic happens up front there on the right side of viewer shots, the more assigned the seatings become, that it's not just first come, first serve. If we know anything about politicians, the most dangerous place to be is between them and a camera. And so the closer you get to where the shots are most likely to be, that's where there's going to be a rush. So I'm sure that there's deference given to not only Speaker Johnson, more high-profile folks, and obviously President Trump he won't be in row 7, let's say that. They're going to be assigned seating up front, but in the back there more likely is going to be some freedom for folks that if they show up or maybe on the RSVP list that they didn't reserve their seats in fear of those seats not being filled.
You know, and that was a big talking point yesterday during the swearing-in ceremony. Of course, it took place inside because of the frigid temperatures in Washington, D.C. The rotunda there at the Capitol really only able to hold 600 people. And then you had the overflow room, and that was a large talking point yesterday when it came to who was in the overflow room, such as Texas Governor Abbott and New York City Mayor Eric Adams. When we're talking about the ability to fill this, you know, how many people can the Washington National Cathedral typically hold?
Good question. I don't know the actual numbers, but it's obviously not not a huge space. I mean, it's big in church standards, but it can't fit everyone who wants to be associated with all the dignitaries and high powerful people within the room anyway. So it extends the conversation that we heard ad nauseum over the weekend about who was going to be in room A, who was going to be on the stage behind the president, who was likely to be in those shots, who was going to be out in the crowd within the rotunda, who had to be in the overflow room, including sitting governors of states with whom Trump is likely to have a really dependent relationship on. And so this is just the politics of the moment of who is closest to power, who can get literally seats next to the commander in chief. There's always a fight for that stuff, and that includes within the Washington National Cathedral there. So politics is never far from the moment, even when we're in church here.
And, you know, it's a little unclear as to what we're able to hear, but it's always interesting to at least, you know, get a sense of what's happening. So, Casey, I am going to raise the audio so we can at least, you know, listen in to see what we can hear, as clearly there are political leaders and powerhouses having conversations. Let's listen in right now.
With a 12 to 1 here the big this kind of things. What I told them to bring the lovers because
All right, so I did want to raise the audio. We heard maybe some muffled sounds of this conversation. Couldn't pick up any words, at least, that I could decipher. But it's always interesting because, of course, there are always cameras and microphones, you know, really anywhere you go, especially if you are a political leader in such a public venue, you know, an event that not only the nation is watching, but of course the world, as President Trump, you know, continues to issue executive orders that impact many different countries. You know, Casey, we haven't yet seen his motorcade. That's a live look that we are anticipating as he is scheduled to arrive in just about 7 or 8 minutes or so. The service itself, just to let our viewers know, is scheduled to begin at around 11 a.m. Of course, it could be postponed depending, of course, on those who are not yet in attendance. It is scheduled to last for about an hour and 15 minutes, concluding approximately at around 12:15 p.m. Eastern Time, with President Trump departing at around 12:30. But Casey, as we saw yesterday, sometimes these events, you know, they are a little slower to get underway. We do see the choir walking in, so as soon as they start singing, we're going to raise the audio once again. But of course, you know, as we await, Casey, sometimes these events, they don't always happen on time, is, of course, you know, the weather perhaps also a factor there in Washington, D.C.
100%. And especially with something like an inauguration, when you have 450 variables all at one time, you moved it inside just 3 days before. And then everyone in the audience wants to say hi to everyone else in the audience. So I'm often surprised at how close they actually are to being on time, given all that can go wrong and how many people you need to basically sit in their chairs when they're effectively 5-year-olds in kindergarten class. It's really hard to do with any politician to make sure that they're keeping on their timeline. And so as we look at the shot here, that this service will not start, as we saw yesterday. The president is basically the clock of the nation when he's the number one invited guest. That up front, you see all of those seats available. Those are obviously connected to the president, and when he comes in, they'll fill those seats in. As you see behind him, all those seats are already filled, so they are waiting they are running on presidential time, as we like to say in DC. So they're there on time, and the president, when he shows up, the ceremony will start, and then we'll see how long it takes after that. But it won't start until the commander-in-chief sits down and says, "Let's go."
You know, and I love what you just said. The president is the clock of the nation, you know, and that's true because his arrival really dictates when services get underway. I do actually see that Chris Macchio is now singing, so we're going to head over there and listen into his performance.
secret chord that David played, and it pleased the Lord. But you don't really care for music, do you? Goes like this: the fourth, the fifth, the minor fourth, the major lift, the Bible king composing hallelujah, 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 ain't too strong, but you need it grow. Saw her bathing on the road of beauty and the moonlight overthrew you. Tying you to a kitchen chair, she broke out the rose, she cut your hair, and from your lips she drew the hallelujah. But it wasn't much, I couldn't feel, so I tried to touch. I told the truth, I didn't come to fool you. And even though it all went on, I stand before the Lord I saw with nothing on my tongue but hallelujah, hallelujah. Lord my God, when I and all
O great Spirit who dwells in the sky, lead us to the path of peace and understanding. Let all of us live together as brothers and sisters. Our lives are short here, walking upon Mother Earth's surface. Let our eyes be opened to all the blessings you have given us. Please hear our prayers, O great Spirit. the cathedral since 1933 and the inauguration of President Franklin Roosevelt. As we mark the transition of political leadership and begin a new chapter in the story of America, may these sacred texts, songs, and petitions from the many faith traditions of our country inspire and challenge us to care for one another and to live according to the highest ideals to which God has called us. Thank you for being here, and please know that we are a house of prayer for all people, and you are always welcome here.
O God, be merciful to us and bless us. Show us the light of your countenance and come to us. Let your ways be known upon earth.
Your saving help among all nations.
Let the peoples praise you, O God.
Let all the peoples praise you.
Let the nations be glad and sing for joy.
For you judge the peoples with equity, guide all the nations upon earth.
Blessed be the one holy and living God. Glory to God.
Let us pray. O God, you made us in your image and redeemed us through Jesus, your Son. Look with compassion on the whole human family. Take away the arrogance and hatred which infect our hearts. Break down the walls that separate us. Unite us in bonds of love. And work through our struggle and confusion to accomplish your purposes on earth, that in your good time all nations and races may serve you in harmony around your heavenly throne. Through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen.
A reading from the Torah. For the Holy One, your God, is eternal and supreme, the great, the mighty, and the awesome God, who shows no favor and takes no bribe, but upholds the cause of the orphan and the widow, and befriends the stranger, providing those who need with food and clothing. You too must befriend the stranger, for you were strangers in the land of Egypt. You must revere and honor the Holy One, your God. Only God shall you worship. To God shall you hold fast, and by the name of the Holy One shall you swear. God is your glory, and the one who wrought for you those marvelous, awesome deeds that you saw with your own eyes.
Faithful God, accept the fervent prayers of all your people for our nation and for all those who govern.
Lord God Almighty, you have made all the peoples of the earth for your glory, to serve you in freedom and in peace. Give to the people of our country a zeal for justice and the strength of forbearance, that we may use our liberty in accordance with your gracious will.
Almighty and ever-living God, ruler of all things in heaven and earth, grant to the President, Vice President, and members of the Cabinet wisdom and grace in the exercise of their duties, that they may serve all people of this nation and promote the dignity and freedom of every person. Keep this nation under your care.
And guide us in the way of justice and truth.
O Lord, whose will is good and gracious, and whose law is truth, grant to senators and representatives who we entrust to make our laws, courage and foresight to provide for the needs of all our people. And to the justices of the Supreme Court and the judges and the officers of all our courts, give understanding and integrity, that human rights may be safeguarded and justice served. Keep this nation under your care.
And guide us in the way of justice and truth.
Almighty God, instill in the governors of the states, mayors of cities and towns, and in all administrative and governmental authority, the spirit of wisdom, charity, and justice, that with steadfast purpose they may faithfully serve in their offices to promote the well-being of all people. Keep this nation under your care.
O Lord our God, bless all who dedicate themselves to governing in our land. Fill them with the love of truth and strength to uphold our democracy and the rule of law. Enable us to be a people at peace among ourselves and a blessing to other nations of the world. May we serve you faithfully in our generation.
We seek refuge with Allah from Satan rejected. In the name of Allah, the most gracious, the most merciful. He is the one who created the heavens and the earth in 6 days. Then he established himself on the throne. He knows whatever goes into the earth and whatever comes out of it, and whatever descends from the sky and whatever ascends into it. And he is with you wherever you are. For Allah is all-seeing of what you do. And to Allah all matters are returned. He merges the night into the day and the day into the night. He knows best what is hidden in the heart. Believe in Allah and His Messenger, and donate from what He has entrusted with you. So those of you who believe and donate will have a mighty reward.
Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar. أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله أشهد أن لا إله إلا أشهد أن محمدًا رسول الله أشهد أن محمدًا رسول الله حي حي على الصلاة حي على الفلاح حي على الفلاح Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar. La ilaha illallah.
God of compassion, be near to all who call upon your name in the course of daily life, work, and service. Let us pray for those who, through any form of service, offer themselves in devotion to our nation.
Almighty God, we commend to your gracious care and keeping all the men and women of our armed forces at home and abroad. Defend them day by day with your heavenly grace in places of danger. Endue them with courage and loyalty. Guide those who represent our nation as members of diplomatic corps, that they may be ambassadors of hope, working for peace and goodwill among all people. Give us grace to do your will in all that we undertake.
That our works may find favor in your sight.
One universal God, creator and sustainer, uphold all civil servants. May they serve with integrity and compassion, without justice or partiality, to better their communities and the nation. Give us grace to do your will in all what we undertake.
O God, the fountain of all wisdom, enlightened by your Holy Spirit all teachers and educators, give them a spirit of grace and compassion, that they may have the strength and endurance to instill a love of learning, new discovery, and the pursuit of wisdom in those they teach. Give us grace to do your will in all that we undertake.
God of help and hope, surround with your loving care all first responders, police, firefighters, emergency medical technicians, and all healthcare workers who devote their lives to helping others. Grant them courage when afraid and strength when weary, that they may serve you and their neighbor. Give us grace to do your will in all that we undertake.
Give to all the people of our land, O God, the desire to serve you in their life's work and vocation. May your presence be manifest in all that we say and do. Weave together the work of every hand and the commitment of every heart. For we recognize our interdependence, our responsibilities to one another, and the mutuality of our destiny.
A reading from the Gospel according to St. Matthew. Jesus said, "Everyone then who hears these words of mine and acts on them will be like a wise man who built his house on rock. The rain fell, the floods came, and the wind blew and beat on that house, but it did not fall, because it had been founded on rock. And everyone who hears these words of mine and does not act on them will be like a foolish man who built his house on sand. The rain fell and the floods came and the winds blew and beat against that house and it fell, and great was its fall." Now when Jesus had finished saying these things, the crowds were astounded at his teaching, for he had taught them as one having authority and not as the scribes.
O God, whom we cannot love unless we love our neighbor, let us pray for the most vulnerable in our community and lead us to be present with them in their suffering.
Lord, you have taught us that we are members of one another. Hear our prayer for all who do the tedious, dirty, and dangerous work which is necessary to sustain our life. Bless those who work the fields and grant that all who depend upon their service may remember them with thankful hearts. Bless all who live, whose lives are closely linked with ours.
Almighty and most merciful God, we remember before you the poor and neglected, the unemployed and the underemployed, the homeless and the destitute, the sick and suffering, the rejected and disempowered. give them the blessing of your presence, that all in need may be relieved and protected. Bless all whose lives are closely linked with ours, that we may love one another as you love us.
We pray for all children and young people growing up in an unstable and confusing world. Show them that yours is the way of life. Should they fall short of their own expectations, help them to see it not as a measure of their worth, but as a chance for a new beginning. Give them strength to hold their faith in you and to keep alive their joy in your creation. Bless all whose lives are closely linked with ours.
That we may love one another as you love us.
Look with compassion, O Heavenly Father, upon the widowed and orphans, outcasts and refugees, prisoners, and all who are in danger, that they may find you and be comforted. Bless all whose lives are closely linked with ours,
that we may love one another as you love us.
One universal creator God, you have blessed us and given us dominion over all the earth. Increase our reverence before the mystery of life and give us new insight into your purpose for humankind and new wisdom and determination in making provision for its future in accordance with your will. Bless all whose lives are closely linked with ours,
that we may love one another as you love us.
Merciful God, fill our hearts with your self-giving love, that our voice may speak your praise. As you have moved toward us in love, so lead us to be present with all your people, that we may faithfully minister in your name and witness to your love and grace to all the world. Amen.
May the words of my mouth and the meditation of all our hearts be acceptable in your sight, O God, for you are our strength and our Redeemer. Amen. Please be seated. Again, my warm welcome to all who have gathered in this house of prayer for all people and for those who are joining us via live stream. As a country, we have gathered this morning to pray for unity as a people and a nation. Not for agreement, political or otherwise, but for the kind of unity that fosters community across diversity and division, a unity that serves the common good. Unity in this sense is a threshold requirement for people to live in freedom and together in a free society. It is the solid rock, as Jesus said, in this case, upon which to build a nation. It is not conformity. It is not victory. It is not polite weariness or passivity born of exhaustion. Unity is not partisan. Rather, unity is a way of being with one another, that it encompasses and respects our differences, that teaches us to hold multiple perspectives and life experiences as valid and worthy of respect, that enables us in our communities and in the halls of power to genuinely care for one another, even when we disagree. Those across our country who dedicate their lives or who volunteer to help others in times of natural disaster, often at great risk to themselves, never ask those they are helping for whom they voted in a past election or what positions they hold on a particular issue. And we are at our best when we follow their example. For unity at times is sacrificial in the way that love is sacrificial, a giving of ourselves for the sake of another. In his Sermon on the Mount, Jesus of Nazareth exhorts us to love not only our neighbors, but to love our enemies, and to pray for those who persecute us, to be merciful as our God is merciful, to forgive others as God forgives us. And Jesus went out of his way to welcome those whom his society deemed as outcasts. Now, I grant you that unity in this broad, expansive sense it's aspirational, and it's a lot to pray for. It's a big ask of our God, worthy of the best of who we are and who we can be. But there isn't much to be gained by our prayers if we act in ways that further deepen the divisions among us. Our scriptures are quite clear about this, that God is never impressed with prayers when actions are not informed by them. Nor does God spare us from the consequences of our deeds, which always, in the end, matter more than the words we pray. Those of us gathered here in the cathedral, we are not naive about the realities of politics. When power and wealth and competing interests are at stake, when views of what America should be are in conflict, when there are strong opinions across a spectrum of possibilities and starkly different understandings of what the right course of action is, there will be winners and losers when votes are cast, decisions made that set the course of public policy and the prioritization of resources. It goes without saying that in a democracy, not everyone's particular hopes and dreams can be realized in a given legislative session or a presidential term, not even in a generation, which is to say, not everyone's specific prayers, for those of us who are people of prayer, not everyone's prayers will be answered in the way we would like. But for some, the loss of their hopes and dreams will be far more than political defeat, but instead a loss of equality and dignity and their livelihoods. Given this, then, is true unity among us even possible? And why should we care about it? Well, I hope we care. I hope we care. Because the culture of contempt that has become normalized in this country threatens to destroy us. We are all bombarded daily with messages from what sociologists now call the outrage industrial complex. Some of that driven by external forces whose interests are furthered by a polarized America. Contempt fuels political campaigns and social media, and many profit from that. But it's a worrisome, it's a dangerous way to lead a country. I'm a person of faith, surrounded by people of faith. And with God's help, I believe that unity in this country is possible. Not perfectly, for we are imperfect people and an imperfect union, but sufficient enough to keep us all believing in and working to realize the ideals of the United States of America, ideals expressed in the Declaration of Independence with its assertion of innate human equality and dignity. And we are right to pray for God's help as we seek unity, for we need God's help, but only if we ourselves are willing to tend to the foundations upon which unity depends. Like Jesus' analogy of building a house of faith on the rock of his teachings as opposed to building a house on sand, the foundations we need for unity must be sturdy enough to withstand the many storms that threaten it. And so what are they? The foundations of unity? Drawing from our sacred traditions and text, let me suggest that there are at least three. The first foundation for unity is honoring the inherent dignity of every human being, which is, as all the faiths represented here affirm, the birthright of all people as children of our one God. In public discourse, honoring each other's dignity means refusing to mock or discount or demonize those with whom we differ, choosing instead to respectfully debate our differences, and whenever possible, to seek common ground. And if common ground is not possible, dignity demands that we remain true to our convictions without contempt for those who hold convictions of their own. Second foundation for unity is honesty in both private conversation and public discourse. If we're not willing to be honest, there's no use in praying for unity, because our actions work against the prayers themselves. We might, for a time, experience a false sense of unity among some, but not the sturdier, broader unity that we need to address the challenges that we face. Now, to be fair, we don't always know where the truth lies, and there's a lot working against the truth now. But when we do know, when we know what is true, it's incumbent upon us to speak the truth, even when, especially when, it costs us. And the third and last foundation I'll mention today is foundation for unity is humility, which we all need because we are all fallible human beings. We make mistakes. We say and do things that we later regret. We have our blind spots and our biases, and perhaps we are most dangerous to ourselves and others when we are persuaded without a doubt that we are absolutely right and someone else is absolutely wrong. Because then we are just a few steps from labeling ourselves as the good people versus the bad people. And the truth is that we're all people. We're both capable of good and bad. Alexander Solzhenitsyn once astutely observed that the line separating good and evil passes not through states, not between classes, nor between political parties, but right through every human heart, through all human hearts. And the more we realize this, the more room we have within ourselves for humility and openness to one another across our differences, because in fact we are more like one another than we realize, and we need each other. Unity is relatively easy to pray for on occasions of great solemnity. It's a lot harder to realize when we're dealing with real differences in our private lives and in the public arena. But without unity, we're building our nation's house on sand. And with a commitment to unity that incorporates diversity and transcends disagreement, and with the solid foundations of dignity, honesty, and humility that such unity requires, we can do our part and in our time to realize the ideals and the dream of America. Let me make one final plea, Mr. President. Millions have put their trust in you. And as you told the nation yesterday, you have felt the providential hand of a loving God. In the name of our God, I ask you to have mercy upon the people in our country who are scared now. There are gay, lesbian, and transgender children in Democratic, Republican, and independent families, some who fear for their lives. And the people who pick our crops and clean our office buildings, who labor in poultry farms and meat packing plants, who wash the dishes after we eat in restaurants and work the night shifts in hospitals, they may not be citizens or have the proper documentation, but the vast majority of immigrants are not criminals. They pay taxes and are good neighbors. They are faithful members of our churches and mosques, synagogues, wadara, and temples. I ask you to have mercy, Mr. President, on those in our communities whose children fear that their parents will be taken away, and that you help those who are fleeing war zones and persecution in their own lands to find compassion and welcome here. Our God teaches us that we are to be merciful to the stranger, for we were all once strangers in this land. May God grant us the strength and courage to honor the dignity of every human being, to speak the truth to one another in love, and walk humbly with each other and our God for the good of all people in this nation and the world. Amen.
praying for peace.
Please stand as you are able. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen.
Grant, O God, that your holy and life-giving spirit may so move every human heart, and especially the hearts of the people of this land, that barriers which divide us may crumble, suspicions disappear, and hatred cease, that our divisions being healed, we may live in justice and peace, through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen.
May penetrating light dispel the darkness of ignorance. May all karma be resolved and the mind flower of wisdom bloom in Nibbana's eternal spring. May all living beings in peace and harmony live. May they have health and wealth and contentment and friends that are true. May they have skills, talents, and knowledge and sweet success in all that they do. May they have joy and happiness and abundance. May all beautiful, great, and noble virtues of generosity, love, kindness, compassion, patience, fortitude, tolerance, forgiveness, honesty, courage, strength, energy, resolution, determination, resilience, perseverance, consideration, humility, generosity, gratitude, contentment, composure, serenity, understanding, and equanimity be theirs. May they attain full wisdom and liberation.
O God, you have bound us together in a common life. Help us in the midst of our struggles for justice and truth to confront one another without hatred or bitterness, and to work together with mutual forbearance and respect. Through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen.
Let us pray. Almighty God, you have given us this good land as our heritage. Make us always remember your generosity and constantly do your will. Bless our land with honest industry, sound learning, and an honorable way of life. Save us from violence, discord, and confusion, from pride and arrogance, and from every evil way. Make us, who come from many nations with many different languages, a united people. Defend our liberties and give those whom we have entrusted with the authority of government the spirit of wisdom, that there might be justice and peace in our land. When times are prosperous, let our hearts be thankful. And in troubled times, do not let our trust in you fail. We ask all this through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen.
And now may the Lord bless you and keep you. The Lord make his face to shine upon you and be gracious to you. The Lord lift his countenance upon you and give you peace. Amen.
Go forth in peace, be watchful, stand firm in your faith, be courageous and strong. Let all that you do be done in love. Thanks be to God.
And we continue to follow the conclusion of the National Prayer Service at the Washington National Cathedral. This is a tradition for incoming presidents attending these national prayer services. And you can see President Trump now departing along with his family and Vice President Vance as well in attendance. We actually see House Speaker Mike Johnson still there with a number of lawmakers as the National Prayer Service does conclude in Washington, D.C. And to speak more on this, I do want to bring in Madeleine Somerville, who is an attorney and also a political analyst. And Madeleine, you know, looking ahead, President Trump, this is his first full day in office once again as the 47th president. Already a busy 24 hours for him, signing dozens of executive orders. He is set to make an announcement later on today about infrastructure. Looking ahead to the coming days, I mean, he is off and running already.
He is certainly off and running already. And thank you so much for having me back, Stephanie. Actually, recently, Steve Bannon called what he expects his first 100 days to be, President Trump's first 100 days, the days of thunder. So I think what we'll see is more and more executive orders, specifically targeting, I think it'll be specifically targeting immigration, efficiency in government, and then also specifically working on the debt and the deficit.
And we've seen that already in some of the executive orders, calling it, you know, a national emergency at the border between Mexico and the United States, ordering federal workers to go back to work at the office, freezing all of the hiring and really taking a deep dive. And that is very different from the first time that he was in office. And also, we're looking ahead to the confirmation hearings as they continue. Marco Rubio sworn in just moments ago as Secretary of State, but of course, a number of cabinet picks still on Capitol Hill for those confirmation hearings. You know, specifically as we look ahead, you were referring to Steve Bannon, you know, calling this the days of thunder. What are you specifically looking at? He has promised a state of disruption to realign the United States and the government. What are you most focused on in the coming 100 days?
Sure. So in the coming 100 days, I think the disruption that we might see will be slight, because we kind of would have to ease the American people into accepting a different system than we're used to. So in particular, I think with focusing on immigration, as you said, declaring the national emergency, essentially what that means is that the president won't have to ask Congress for resources in order to be able to execute what it is that he wants to do. So I think that we'll see perhaps measures that we haven't seen in the past, spending on measures that we haven't seen in the past, because with that state of a national emergency, he'll have that freedom. With the debt and the deficit, one of Trump's major plans is obviously to enact those tariffs on other countries. And then we saw yesterday that he withdrew from multiple international organizations where we were, as he likes to say, footing the bill for some other countries and their projects. So I think we'll keep looking at that, and then efficiency as well with DOGE, and getting rid of any government spending that they deem will be unnecessary.
And what continues to dominate the headlines, Madeleine, of course, is TikTok, right? He issued that executive order delaying the ban on TikTok. A lot of people breathing a sigh of relief. You know, it's going to be very interesting to see what comes out of this in terms of, you know, finding an agreement with China and, of course, ByteDance to determine how to move forward, still allowing TikTok to be used here in the United States. That's going to be very interesting. I'm sure you're also very interested in where that goes.
I certainly am, and not just because I'm a user of TikTok, but also because I think it's evidence of a certain kind of relationship with China or with other countries in general, and evidence of our willingness to work with them. The Vice Prime Minister of China was present at the inauguration yesterday, and that's not something that we've seen in the past. So those relationships that might have been adversarial may end up being a little bit more cordial, hopefully in the future, for the sake of Americans and for the sake of what we enjoy.
You know, it's really interesting, and I keep going back to this example, you know, the differences in the official portrait of President Trump when he was sworn in as the 45th president, the official portrait having a very large smile on his face. Now the official portrait for the 47th president, very serious. What do you think the tone is that President Trump wants to set from the get-go?
I love this question because I think the tone matters so much more than people realize. I know there was a lot of talk about the vibes with the economy over the past 6 months, and I think the vibes from the presidency matter a lot. I think the tone is confidence and projecting that push forward, that energy with the Days of Thunder comparison that we got from Steve Bannon. I think the tone is going to be full speed ahead, which I know that the American people and all the MAGA folks would love to get behind.
And, you know, speaking of the tone and projecting confidence, projecting strength, you know, we go back to the issue of tariffs, right? Saying that he is going to impose tariffs 25% on Mexico and Canada, you know, in February. And I have to imagine, you know, again, really setting the tone right there, sending a message to the international community saying, hey, we are a serious, you know, contender. We are still in command, and we are going to dictate really what happens, not just domestically, but internationally as well.
I think you hit the nail on the head when you said in command. There are quite a few policies that have been enacted already and that we can look for in the next 100 days, kind of all under the umbrella of America First, American exceptionalism, which I know we're proud to talk about generally as Americans. And I think that commanding tone will be reflected in the policies that we see passed.
Madeline, we appreciate you taking the time to join us here as the National Prayer Service concludes in D.C., looking ahead to the Days of Thunder, as Steve Bannon has called it. We appreciate you taking the time.
Thank you so much for having me.
Absolutely. And once again, another live look right here inside the Washington National Cathedral, where President Trump and Vice President JD Vance, alongside their families and lawmakers, attended the National Prayer Service. We are going to step away for a 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox, continuing our live coverage after that. Stay with us. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinu, and happening right now out of New Jersey, the Attorney General is responding and giving a briefing about President Trump's executive orders. We want to head there now and listen in.
Good morning, everyone. I want to thank you all for being here today. When President Trump was elected November 5th, I made clear that it was my hope that he would act in ways that were in the best interest of our communities, of our residents, of our neighbors, of our friends. And I said very clearly that, A, he's a duly elected president. No one makes any bones about that. And B, he's entitled to enact a policy agenda that he sees fit for the country. But at the same time, I made it equally clear that as the Attorney General of the state of New Jersey, I would stand up for the rule of law and for the rights of our residents. And when I took this job, I swore an oath to uphold the United States Constitution and the Constitution of this state. And I made a commitment to serve the people of the state of New Jersey, all 9.5 million of them. That's why today I'm announcing that New Jersey is leading a group of 18 states, the District of Columbia, and the city of San Francisco, in filing a suit to block President Trump's executive order eliminating birthright citizenship for many Americans. The executive order renders many children born on American soil without citizenship, creating for the first time a class of American-born children whose health and well-being are threatened by their own government. This is an extreme and unprecedented act, and this executive order is an assault on the rule of law. It attacks a right that is core to our nation's earliest days. It's an assault on the very text of the Constitution, a right that our nation made sure to codify in the 14th Amendment in the aftermath of the Dred Scott decision, one of the worst decisions the Supreme Court has ever issued, and following a civil war. So you got to remember, the birthright citizenship clause in the 14th Amendment followed the only brief period in American history where the descendants of slaves were held, even if they were born on American soil, were held not to be American citizens. We fought a bloody civil war, and shortly thereafter enacted 157 years ago the 14th Amendment, which put what had always been the practice into the United States Constitution and deliberately took it out of the hands of presidents and elected leaders as to who would qualify for citizenship when born on American soil. But this isn't just an attack on the law. It's an attack on the very fabric of this nation, this diverse nation, a nation of immigrants. It's an attack on states like New Jersey, home to Ellis Island, in the shadow of the Statue of Liberty, that are built on the contributions of generations of immigrants. So many Americans who have poured blood, sweat, and tears into serving and defending this nation, including attorneys in this office, our law enforcement officers, military service members, our educators, our firefighters, our neighbors, our friends and families, are themselves immigrants or are children of immigrants. This executive order is an attack on all of them, and frankly on all of us. And I can think of nothing better that what epitomizes to uphold the Constitution and the rule of law than to defend the rights enshrined in the Constitution against this unlawful executive order. Now, we all have personal connections to immigrants. I remember very fondly going to Ellis Island as a kid and etching my grandparents' names. By the way, it was a misspelling. Plotkin was the original name. And then I stand here in Newark, where my family came, I'm sure never imagining that one day, a few generations later, I would be defending their very right to have that American experience. This is a state where my in-laws came from China. Ironically, we're going to talk about Wong Kim Ark. My father-in-law is from the same part, countryside of China that Wong Kim Ark was from. Opened a business here. For 30 years, operated that business 364 days a year. raised my wife and her brother, both of whom first-generation American-born citizens, who now is raising my two children just a few miles away from where those same grandparents raised my parents. That's the story of America, and everybody has a connection to that. And so when we talk about immigrant communities, when we talk about who these people are, we need to remember that they are all of us. They're not some people far away who we can demonize. They are all of us. They are who we are as a nation. So I am extraordinarily proud to lead this effort on behalf of an incredible coalition to block this clearly unconstitutional executive order. We're the first case to present our full legal briefing and argument to the court, and we hope for a swift decision confirming what we've known all along, that the 14th Amendment and the subsequent Supreme Court precedents that followed are crystal clear. That, quote, all persons born in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof are citizens of the United States. There's no question that a child born in the United States to non-citizen parents are, quote, subject to the jurisdiction of the United States. We know it, again, from Wong Kim Ark, an 1898 Supreme Court case that forcefully rejected the position that the executive order now advances today, one that has been repeatedly accepted by the Supreme Court in the 125 years since, and which no president, Democrat or Republican, has challenged since the Civil War. But we also know this as a matter of common sense from reading the plain language of the Constitution itself. And we know that the executive order would wreak havoc and chaos. Hundreds of thousands of children who are born in this country to non-citizen parents each year will suddenly have an uncertain legal status. That's at least 420 children born every single day if this order were to take effect. The state's ability to safeguard their well-being, to provide basic services like health care and special education needs, would be thrown into disarray if these children's legal status is uncertain. I say this as a parent of two young children, and I cannot imagine what parents would go through, not knowing if their child's suffering from an illness or as autism, isn't going to get the services that as an American-born citizen he or she is entitled to. That's why our broad coalition of states is standing up to the president and defending the rule of law. Presidents in this country have broad powers, but they are not kings. We're in the state of Hamilton. We all know this. They are not kings. They do not have the power to unilaterally rewrite the Constitution. They do not have the power to unilaterally disregard our laws. That's true for Donald Trump. That's true for every president that came before him and every president who will come after him. And as an American and as the Attorney General of the state of New Jersey, I will always stand up for our residents, and I will always stand up to defend our Constitution and the rule of law when it is under attack. That is what I swore an oath to do. And that's exactly what we're doing today. The team here and in New Jersey and in so many other states across this country have worked tirelessly over many months to prepare us for this unfortunate reality, where states are on the front lines of defending our rights and defending our residents. And they will lead this fight for birthright citizenship. I want to personally thank many members of my team, including our Solicitor General, Jeremy Feigenbaum, our Deputy Solicitor General, Shankar Duraswamy, Deputy Attorneys General Viviana Hanley, Shefali Saxena, Elizabeth Walsh, and our Executive Assistant Attorney General, Angela Kai, among many, many others. I know this feels a bit like the beginning of a long and difficult road, and I'm not going to sugarcoat it, because I know the coming weeks and months will be painful to many people in our communities. But I say this to everyone who might be afraid right now, for themselves, for their children, for their neighbors, their classmates, their friends, their loved ones, or even just strangers who they happen to emphasize with based on a shared American experience. As your Attorney General, I'm never going to back down from a fight when it means we're standing up for the rule of law. I'm never going to back down from a fight to stand up for the rights of our residents that are protected in our nation's foundational documents. State Attorneys General fought back during the first Trump administration and were successful 80% of the time in suits against that administration. That was a historically unprecedented rate of success, and it was because the first Trump administration violated the law at a historically unprecedented rate. And it's because of these fights that people in this country are safer from gun violence, that they still have access to reproductive health care, that our kids breathe clean air and drink clean water. These are not abstract concepts. As a case in point, New Jersey has been fighting for Dreamers in court for over 6 years. Dreamers who only know this country, who run businesses here, who pay taxes here, who raise, yes, American-born children here. And in 2018, when the federal administration under then President Trump did not defend DACA in court in a challenge from the state of Texas, New Jersey was the sole state to intervene to defend the program. Just this past Friday, 6 years later, we're still litigating that case. The famously conservative Fifth Circuit issued an important partial victory. Didn't agree with us entirely on the merits, but it narrowed an injunction issued on the DACA program to the state of Texas. So what does that mean? It means for the 49 other states, for the millions of people who benefit from the DACA program and their American-born children, and the tens of thousands of current and future DACA program participants in New Jersey, that program still exists. And this fight and so many others are not over. We're not going to let up and be afraid of standing up for the rule of law, no matter how hard it is, no matter how long the road may be. And we started taking action even before President Trump took office last week. You may have seen that last Wednesday I announced that New Jersey was leading a coalition of 14 states to intervene in a lawsuit to defend Dreamers' right to access the Affordable Care Act exchange. I also led a coalition of more than a dozen states to intervene in 2 different lawsuits defending ATF rules that are common sense gun safety rules. Common sense, things like prohibiting the sale of forced reset triggers, which will allow you to turn a semi-automatic weapon like an AR-15, the weapon of choice for many mass shootings, into a fully automatic machine gun. Or a gun show, closing the gun show loophole, another rule that we're defending, so that people can't go across state lines, walk into a gun show, purchase a firearm without a background check, and come across into New Jersey and wreak havoc. These are the types of things we're talking about defending. These are not partisan or political fights. These are about defending the rule of law and defending the rights and safety of our residents. And so, just as we vigorously defended DACA, just as we said we're going to fight for common sense gun safety laws in a state, by the way, that's had 2 record years running of the lowest number of shootings we've ever had, we are prepared and we are going to vigorously defend birthright citizenship and our American and New Jersey values, values that have been enshrined in the Constitution for 157 years, values that have been part of our nation's fabric for centuries. Thank you, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Yes, the President's action is using language subject to the jurisdiction of thereof, which you actually mentioned, meaning that the person who gives birth in, let's say, in the United States must have allegiance to this country, right? Can you explain that a little bit more? And does that mean that this could go and...
All right, so they are in the question and answer period, as we know that 18 states are now suing President Trump to stop birthright citizenship and the ban right there. However, we do want to take this live look as Secretary of State Marco Rubio just arriving to the State Department. He is expected to deliver remarks, as you can see that he is speaking to the crowd right there. Let's listen in.
Mr. Secretary, welcome to the department. Distinguished Mr. Rubio. Yes. Yeah. Want to give a special greeting to Mrs. Rubio. Yes. To your family, to your children, distinguished guests, members of Congress, on behalf of the nearly 80,000 strong officers who are serving in the Department of State, a warm welcome. Mr. Secretary, your career exemplifies a life of public service, advocating for core American interests all over the globe. In these challenging times, we need principled, strong leadership. And that is why we are so happy to have you with your experience, your dedication, and your energy to lead us. Thank you. Your team, who are obviously very happy to see you, have proudly supported so many of your trips abroad, where you've advanced security in the Middle East, helped us to sustain our counterterrorism fight, and inspired so many with your walk across the Simon Bolivar Bridge. Mr. Secretary, the men and women of this department are ready to get to work, advancing the agenda of President Trump and of yourself. And with that, I will welcome you to the Department of State. Colleagues, the 72nd Secretary of State, Marco Rubio.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. It's a blessing and an honor to be with all of you today. And I want to introduce you to my family. I want you to meet them. We've been able to manage them for the last 20-some years and counting. And so I said this earlier today when the Vice President swore me in. My most important job, I believe the most important job any of us will ever have, is the job we do at home. And I don't mean that both here at home domestically in our politics, but in our lives. And I'm very proud of my wife, my 4 children, and their support. My wife, Jeanette, who her parents immigrated here from Colombia. Anybody here from Colombia? Anybody cover Colombia? And then my oldest daughter, Amanda. Say hello, Amanda. And then came Daniela. And now Anthony. And our youngest, Dominic. So these three are in school, meaning, college and even jobs. We're still working. He's doing good. He's a junior in high school. And obviously my family beyond that is here who made this possible. Jeanette's mom, Maria, is here. And my sisters, Barbara and Veronica, are here. And a lot of friends that came from Miami who joined us here today. And I'm grateful. And thank you. I also want to recognize my former colleagues from the congressional branch who also happen to be appropriators and authorizers. And so I thought it was important. 3 people I've known for a long time, and by coincidence, Florida is very well represented in the authorization and appropriations in the House. Mario Diaz-Balart, who I've known as a personal friend. We served together in the Florida legislature. In fact, sat next to each other on the floor. Who would have thought, Mario, back in the day? And now here we are, and 2 Cuban Americans. If we had a third, they'd call it a conspiracy, but there's only 2, so we're in shape. Congresswoman Lois Frankel, who we also served in the legislature together. Again, I know this. I know it looks suspicious. She just happens to be from Florida as well, and she happened to be on that committee. And then, of course, my colleague, Brian Mast, who thank you for being here as well. I have asked them as a personal favor to be nice to each of you who we send over to testify and appear before their committees. So, and to be nice to us when they write those appropriations bills and pass those laws. But we are great. I'm really grateful you would join us because our partnership will be critically important. I want to thank President Trump for nominating me. This is an extraordinary honor and a privilege to serve in this role, to be here, frankly, to oversee the greatest, the most effective, the most talented, the most experienced diplomatic corps in the history of the world resides in this building. And it's important to remember that obviously they serve our national interest and our foreign policy. They also serve Americans. And as a member of the Senate, we often would get calls for a brief period of time, panicked calls about passports, as you remember that era, when everyone forgot their passport expired and their cruise was on Saturday and it's Friday, 5 p.m. So we were, why are you guys chuckling? Is that, you know it's true, it happened. And then, of course, but we also serve Americans that sometimes find themselves overseas and lost their passport, or even worse, something terrible or tragic happened and their families are impacted by it. And so it's important. It's an important task and one that I know is critical to our mission. Beyond that, this is the face of the United States. In fact, if you think about it, for many people on this planet, their only interaction with America, most will never travel here, their only interaction with America in many cases, whether they be leaders or everyday people, will be the men and women who serve us abroad and do so with tremendous integrity and dedication. They are literally the face of our country, whether it's through the aid we've provided or through the services. I also want to say hello. Is this being live streamed somewhere? Are people watching this in all of our missions? Good. I want to thank them. I know they can't be with us here today, and depending on where they are in the world, it's probably not as cold as it's been, at least for a Floridian. So I also think the brilliance of this organization shows by hosting these events indoors, which it's already showing, and we're grateful for that as well. But I want to tell you that I want to thank you, all those who are serving overseas and abroad, some in places that are strong and stable and others that are more tenuous and dangerous. And I want to do something also special. I want to also thank the locally employed staff, the nationals of those countries who work with us. Without their help, without their support, it would be impossible for us to conduct our mission. And in many ways, years later, I've literally run into people in the United States that are either conducting business or visiting as tourists or what have you, and they will tell me they were locally employed they were local employees of our missions abroad, and as a result, their love for our country is never ending. I am new to this department. Today is my first day on the job, literally, but I am not a stranger to it. I've interacted with many of you, both in my travels abroad and in our daily functions. My job now is different, and our job in some ways will be different. In our republic, the voters decide the course of our nation, both domestically and abroad, and they have elected Donald J. Trump as our president when it comes to foreign policy on a very clear mission. And that mission is to ensure that our foreign policy is centered on one thing, and that is the advancement of our national interest, which they have clearly defined through his campaign as anything that makes us stronger or safer or more prosperous. And that will be our mission. That will be our job across the world, is to ensure that we have a foreign policy that advances the national interest of the United States. I expect every nation on earth to advance their national interests. And in those instances, and I hope there will be many, in which our national interest and theirs align, we look forward to working with them. This is in many ways, and again it was referenced by President Trump yesterday in his speech, that he designs, that his overriding goal for global policy is the promotion of peace, the avoidance of conflict. And no agency will be more critical in that regard than this one. In fact, it's its founding principle and purpose. And that's what we endeavor to do, to promote peace around the world because that's in our national interest. Without peace, it is hard to be a strong nation, a prosperous nation, and one that is better off. But there will also be challenges. We recognize that there will be those times, unfortunately, as humans interact with one another because of our nature. But there will be conflict. We will seek to prevent them and avoid them, but never at the expense of our national security, never at the expense of our national interest, and never at the expense of our core values as a nation and as a people. We are, at the end of the day, a nation founded on a powerful principle. And that powerful principle is that all men are created equal, because our rights come from God, our Creator, not from our laws, not from our governments. And we hope the entire world can one day live under that, and we will always, always be strong defenders of that principle. Never at the expense of our national interest, never at the expense of pragmatic foreign policy, never at the expense of the reality that oftentimes in foreign policy our choices are not between a bad option and a good option. Sometimes in foreign relations our options are two bad ones, and we're just trying to figure out which one of them is least bad. And that's unfortunate, but it is true. And that's a tough job. It's our job, and we'll seek to do it right and well. That is the core mission of this agency, and it will be the core mission while Donald Trump is president, and we will be effective on his behalf. I also want this agency to be, and I don't mean, not that it's irrelevant now, but I want it to be where it belongs. I want the Department of State to be at the center of how America engages the world. Not just how we execute on it, but on how we formulate it. Some of the brightest minds in foreign policy reside within this building and within this government. And we need to ensure that we have an environment here that's conducive to creativity, to boldness, to new ideas, to recognizing the dynamic world in which we live, one that is changing faster than it has ever changed before. And we need to be ahead of it. When the time comes for the principals to gather, or even deputies, I want the Department of State to have the best ideas and the best options available for the president. And then I want us to be able to execute them better than any agency in our government. That will also be a task of mine. I have watched from the congressional side from time to time administrations in both parties, in which sometimes the Department of State has been sort of relegated to a secondary role because some other agency can move faster or seems to be bolder or more creative. It's not your fault, but we're going to change that. We want to be at the centerpiece. We want to be at the core of how we formulate foreign policy, because we're going to have the best ideas of any agency, and because we're going to execute it better and faster and more effectively than any other agency in our government. And I know we have the right team to do it. There's no other agency in the world, there's no other agency in our government that I'd rather lead, because of the talent that's collected here in this room and those watching around the world. That will be our mission, and I hope we'll be able to do it together. There will be changes, but the changes are not meant to be destructive. They're not meant to be punitive. They're not out of... The changes will be because we need to be a 21st century agency that can move, by a cliche that's used by many, at the speed of relevance. But we need to move faster than we ever have, because the world is changing faster than we ever have. And we have to have a view that some say it's called look around the corner, but we really need to be thinking about where are we going to be in 5, 7, 10, or 15 years. Some of the issues that confront humanity today have no precedent. They have no historic precedent. Some of the challenges we face have no historic precedent. We can compare it to another era, to another time, but they're not the same. Things are moving faster than ever. Think about how much the world has changed in the last 5 years. Imagine how much it will change over the next 25 years. And my sincerest hope and my prayer is that we will, as a nation, be able to leave the future generations with a country and a planet safer and better than the one that was left for us. And you will be a big part of achieving that goal. It is an honor to be able to lead this agency. I hope to do it with distinction and with integrity, working harder than anyone ever has at this role. And that will not be easy, because some pretty hardworking people have come before me. But I know that we are up to the task. And I'm glad that I'm in the job, on day one. I was sworn in at about 9:15. I didn't mess up the oath. And we're ready to go to work, and I know you are as well. Thank you. God bless all of you. God bless our country. Thank you.
And those were the first official remarks of Secretary of State Marco Rubio as he is visiting the State Department for the very first time under this new role, being sworn in just about 4 hours earlier, 5 hours earlier, by Vice President JD Vance. He was there joined by his wife and 4 children, saying that his mission as Secretary of State is one of creating peace. He wants to leave the world, he says, and the nation more peaceful than it is right now. And so we were hearing those brief remarks saying that he would never want another job than the one he has now. Honored to be serving in this role alongside the hundreds of other employees and staff members right there. So a live look inside the State Department as Secretary of State Marco Rubio marking his first few hours under this new role. And of course, you can count on Live Now from Fox to bring you all of these live events as they happen. I also wanted to share this live look with you. This is a live look right here at the White House briefing room. And this live look just came into our Live Now from Fox studios. We are awaiting word as to exactly why this live stream is now here, whether this could be the first Trump administration White House briefing. That is unclear, but as soon as we learn exactly why we're looking at the podium right there inside the White House briefing room, we of course will let you know. And this is a live look right here of the White House. Earlier, we were sharing live with you the National Prayer Service that President Trump and Vice President Vance attended. And we do know that coming up at around 4 p.m. Eastern Time, President Trump is set to announce billions of dollars in private sector investment to build artificial intelligence infrastructure in the United States. So we're talking about OpenAI, SoftBank, and Oracle planning a joint venture called Stargate. That is according to multiple people familiar with the deal. And we are also expecting the CEO of SoftBank at the White House this afternoon alongside Sam Altman of OpenAI and Larry Ellison of Oracle. President Trump scheduled to appear with them to announce that new company. That is scheduled for 4 p.m. Eastern Time. And Live Now from Fox will be bringing that to you as it happens. In the meantime, we are going to step away for a 2-minute commercial break. Much more coverage to come. Stay with us. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinn. Time right now is 1:20 Eastern, 10:20 Pacific, and we continue to follow a number of live stories. We were sharing with you just moments ago the very first remarks of Secretary of State Marco Rubio as he is visiting the State Department for the very first time officially in his new role as Secretary of State. And this is another live look inside the halls right there. Of course, temperatures very cold in Washington, D.C., and he was commenting as a Floridian, he appreciated the ceremony being held indoors. So this is a live look as staff continues to gather in the hallways there at the State Department as they now have a new Secretary of State. That, of course, Marco Rubio. We have a number of other live events that we are anticipating right here. And this is a live look right here at the White House briefing room. And right now, we do not have a publicly scheduled briefing as of yet. We are reaching out to ask whether we could be anticipating the very first Trump administration White House briefing. We do have this live look inside here, and we have been seeing journalists and media starting to gather and starting to sit in the media seats. So we are reaching out, but of course, as soon as we see someone come out, because perhaps this could be the very first Trump administration White House briefing, we will bring it to you here on Live Now from Fox. Meanwhile, I did want to share this live look with you. This is a live look of the White House as we are expecting President Trump at 4 p.m. Eastern time to make a major announcement about infrastructure. We also have heard that he is set to announce billions of dollars in private sector investment to build artificial intelligence infrastructure in the United States. That is according to multiple people familiar with this deal. So the deal involves OpenAI, SoftBank, and Oracle, all three planning a joint venture called Stargate. The CEO of SoftBank is expected to be at the White House this afternoon, along with Sam Altman of OpenAI and Larry Ellison of Oracle. President Trump scheduled to appear with them to make that announcement in terms of the new company. Again, that is at 4 p.m. Eastern time, and we will be bringing that to you here on Live Now from Fox. Time right now is 1:22 Eastern, 10:22 Pacific. And if you closely watch Wall Street, I did want to share this with you. This is a live look of the Dow Jones Index up about 469 points already at this hour, more than close to 44,000 points right here. And you can see all day long in the green. So perhaps a response to President Trump being sworn in yesterday, along with some of this economic news that continues to come out. And of course, we're going to keep a very close eye on Wall Street and the stock market as we still have a number of hours before it officially closes on this Tuesday. I also wanted to share this with you because this continues to be a major story. You are taking live looks across the Gulf Coast. We are talking about a historic winter storm slamming the Gulf Coast. And on the upper left-hand side of your screen, yes, you are seeing snow whipping around palm trees. That is in New Orleans. Truly unprecedented sights right here, historic in nature. We also see snow in Houston, Texas, and in Lafayette, Louisiana. And just to get you the very latest on this historic storm, we are talking about inches of snow that is falling right there along the North Coast. This is a very dangerous and deadly winter storm stretching over 1,500 miles. Right now, live looks as you can see the snow blanketing the southern U.S. with heavy snow. And of course, there are concerns of ice as well. Southwestern Louisiana under blizzard warnings. And I also wanted to share this live look with you as well and take a look at this. Yes, you are seeing New Orleans right here. This is courtesy of EarthCam. And because it's an unprecedented view right here, I did want to share this live look with you as we continue to follow the very latest right here. Again, courtesy of EarthCam. But continuing all of these live looks, as you can see, the people and their dogs right there playing in the snow. People aren't used to this at all. And so we wanted to share some of these live looks with you as we continue to follow this historic storm, blizzard warning setup, snow blanketing the Gulf Coast right here. And of course, people not prepared for this. We have been sharing with you in real time these updates from government agencies and officials talking about the preparations underway as Texas, Louisiana, even Mississippi and Florida not used to this weather as well. Part of I-10 could see more than 5 inches of snow, while most other locations are set to receive about 1 to 2 inches. North Florida and parts of southern Georgia are in for potentially an even bigger mess because they're talking about snowflakes that are melting as they fall from the sky, having the opportunity to refreeze at the surface as freezing rain. And as you can imagine, that is creating and could create very dangerous conditions right there. So we wanted to give you an overview of all of the main stories that we are keeping a very close eye on. Once again, sharing this live look right here from inside the White House briefing room. And of course, we will let you know as soon as we get any update in terms of whether or not this could be the very first Trump administration White House briefing. Well, we are going to step away for a 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinu, and we appreciate you making us your go-to for breaking news, top stories, live events, and headlines. Time right now at 1:26 Eastern, 10:26 Pacific on this Tuesday. After the 2-minute break, Mike Page is going to be your host to guide you through a number of hours as we continue to very closely follow everything that is happening here at home and around the world in real time. We'll be right back.
And welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. We appreciate everyone continuing to join us here. You're looking at the Dow It is surging big time, almost 500 points in the green there. So we'll continue to take a look at it throughout the trading day for you on Live Now from Fox. Hi, everyone. Mike Pace here. Thanks so much for joining us as we continue to bring you the top feeds, live stories, and, of course, when breaking news happens, you know we have you covered right here on Live Now. I do want to show you a look here at Capitol Hill. The podium is set up, so we may be hearing from some congressional Senate Republicans and Democrats coming up in just a moment. But new this hour that we want to bring to you, we're getting new sound from President Trump coming straight from the National Day of Prayer. And, well, President Trump had some remarks for it. He was asked how the service was, and, well, this is what he said. We'll tell you a little bit more about it on the back end.
Mr. President, what did you think of the sermon? What did you think of the sermon?
What did you think of the
What
did you think of the sermon?
What did you think?
Did you like it? Did you find it exciting? Not too exciting, was it? I didn't think it was a good service, no. Thank you very much.
Thank you, press. Thank you, press.
They can do much better.
All right, so he said they could do much better, and it comes after the remarks here from the bishop from earlier today. Bishop Budd was asking President Trump at the service to protect gay, lesbian, transgender children, illegal immigrants, and people who pick our crops and clean our office buildings during a prayer service at the National Cathedral. And so those were the remarks and statement by President Trump coming back to the White House. Let's just listen to a little bit here of the service from earlier, and you will see again the reaction from President Trump.
And together in a free society, it is the solid rock, as Jesus said, in this case, upon which to build a nation. It is not conformity. It is not victory. It is not polite weariness or passivity born of exhaustion. Unity is not partisan. Rather, unity is a way of being with one another, that it encompasses and respects our differences, that teaches us to hold multiple perspectives and life experiences as valid and worthy of respect, that enables us in our communities and in the halls of power to genuinely care for one another, even when we disagree. Those across our country who dedicate their lives or who volunteer to help others in times of natural disaster, often at great risk to themselves, never ask those they are helping for whom they voted in a past election or what positions they hold on a particular issue. And we are at our best when we follow their example. For unity, at times, is sacrificial in the way that love is sacrificial, a giving of ourselves for the sake of another. In his Sermon on the Mount, Jesus of Nazareth exhorts us to love not only our neighbors, but to love our enemies, and to pray for those who persecute us, to be merciful as our God is merciful, to forgive others as God forgives us. And Jesus went out of his way to welcome those whom his society deemed as outcasts. Now, I grant you that unity in this broad, expansive sense it's aspirational, and it's a lot to pray for. It's a big ask of our God, worthy of the best of who we are and who we can be. But there isn't much to be gained by our prayers if we act in ways that further deepen the divisions among us. Our scriptures are quite clear about this, that God is never impressed with prayers when actions are not informed by them. Nor does God spare us from the consequences of our deeds, which always, in the end, matter more than the words we pray. Those of us gathered here in the cathedral, we are not naive about the realities of politics. When power and wealth and competing interests are at stake, when views of what America should be are in conflict, when there are strong opinions across a spectrum of possibilities and starkly different understandings of what the right course of action is, there will be winners and losers when votes are cast, decisions made that set the course of public policy and the prioritization of resources. It goes without saying that in a democracy, not everyone's particular hopes and dreams can be realized in a given legislative session or a presidential term, not even in a generation. Which is to say, not everyone's specific prayers, for those of us who are people of prayer, not everyone's prayers will be answered in the way we would like. But for some, the loss of their hopes and dreams will be far more than political defeat, but instead a loss of equality and dignity and their livelihoods. Given this, then, is true unity among us even possible? And why should we care about it? Well, I hope we care. I hope we care. Because the culture of contempt that has become normalized in this country threatens to destroy us. We are all bombarded daily with messages from what sociologists now call the outrage industrial complex. Some of that driven by external forces whose interests are furthered by a polarized America. Contempt fuels political campaigns and social media, and many profit from that. But it's a worrisome, it's a dangerous way to lead a country. I'm a person of faith, surrounded by people of faith. And with God's help, I believe that unity in this country is possible. Not perfectly, for we are imperfect people and an imperfect union, but sufficient enough to keep us all believing in and working to realize the ideals of the United States of America, ideals expressed in the Declaration of Independence with its assertion of innate human equality and dignity. And we are right to pray for God's help as we seek unity, for we need God's help. But only if we ourselves are willing to tend to the foundations upon which unity depends. Like Jesus' analogy of building a house of faith on the rock of his teachings as opposed to building a house on sand, the foundations we need for unity must be sturdy enough to withstand the many storms that threaten it. And so what are they? The foundations of unity? Drawing from our sacred traditions and text, let me suggest that there are at least three. The first foundation for unity is honoring the inherent dignity of every human being, which is, as all the faiths represented here affirm, the birthright of all people as children of our one God. In public discourse, honoring each other's dignity means refusing to mock or discount or demonize those with whom we differ, choosing instead to respectfully debate our differences, and whenever possible, to seek common ground. And if common ground is not possible, dignity demands that we remain true to our convictions without contempt for those who hold convictions of their own. Second foundation for unity is honesty in both private conversation and public discourse. If we're not willing to be honest, there's no use in praying for unity, because our actions work against the prayers themselves. We might, for a time, experience a false sense of unity among some, but not the sturdier, broader unity that we need to address the challenges that we face. Now, to be fair, we don't always know where the truth lies. And there's a lot working against the truth now. But when we do know, when we know what is true, it's incumbent upon us to speak the truth, even when, especially when, it costs us. And the third and last foundation I'll mention today is, foundation for unity is humility, which we all need, because we are all fallible human beings. We make mistakes. We say and do things that we later regret. We have our blind spots and our biases, and perhaps we are most dangerous to ourselves and others when we are persuaded without a doubt that we are absolutely right and someone else is absolutely wrong. Because then we are just a few steps from labeling ourselves as the good people versus the bad people. And the truth is that we're all people. We're both capable of good and bad. Alexander Solzhenitsyn once astutely observed that the line separating good and evil passes not through states, not between classes, nor between political parties, but right through every human heart, through all human hearts. And the more we realize this, the more room we have within ourselves for humility and openness to one another across our differences, because in fact we are more like one another than we realize, and we need each other. Unity is relatively easy to pray for on occasions of great solemnity. It's a lot harder to realize when we're dealing with real differences in our private lives and in the public arena. But without unity, we're building our nation's house on sand. And with a commitment to unity that incorporates diversity and transcends disagreement, and with the solid foundations of dignity, honesty, and humility that such unity requires, we can do our part and in our time to realize the ideals and the dream of America. Let me make one final plea, Mr. President. Millions have put their trust in you. And as you told the nation yesterday, you have felt the providential hand of a loving God. In the name of our God, I ask you to have mercy upon the people in our country who are scared now. There are gay, lesbian, and transgender children in Democratic, Republican, and independent families, some who fear for their lives. And the people who pick our crops and clean our office buildings, who labor in poultry farms and meatpacking plants, who wash the dishes after we eat in restaurants and work the night shifts in hospitals, they may not be citizens or have the proper documentation, but the vast majority of immigrants are not criminals. They pay taxes and are good neighbors. They are faithful members of our churches and mosques, synagogues, wadara, and temples. I ask you to have mercy, Mr. President, on those in our communities whose children fear that their parents will be taken away, and that you help those who are fleeing war zones and persecution in their own lands, to find compassion and welcome here. Our God teaches us that we are to be merciful to the stranger, for we were all once strangers in this land. May God grant us the strength and courage to honor the dignity of every human being, to speak the truth to one another in love, and walk humbly with each other and our God for the good of all people in this nation and the world. Amen.
Once again, that was from earlier today where Bishop Budd making those remarks, and now it is making a lot of news here because of the reaction that President Trump has just talked about after coming back from this service. I want to play that out for you once again. Very brief statement there, but again, it shows you President Trump not too happy with that statement from the bishop. Take a look.
Mr. President, what did you think of the sermon? What did you think of the sermon?
What did you think of the
What did you think of the service?
What did you think? Did you like it? Did you find it exciting? Not too exciting, was it? I didn't think it was a good service, no. Thank you very much.
Thank you, press. Thank you, press.
They can do much better.
They can do much better there. So that was a closing statement there from President Trump, and we will hear from him later today, 4 p.m. Eastern. You will see it all in its entirety right here on Live Now from Fox. Let's slide away for a quick 2-minute break. We'll be back with much more coming up in just 2 minutes on Live Now. Everyone, we are back here for you on Live Now from Fox. Thanks again for joining us as always. Do want to show you a live look here at the Capitol as we await Senate Democrats, Senate Republicans to be speaking. And we're also keeping an eye on the White House because 4 p.m. Eastern, President Trump will be speaking on his first full day in the office. We'll have that for you in full when it does get going. But let's talk a little bit about really the nasty winter weather that is coming up in parts where you wouldn't really think that would have much winter weather, like Houston, Texas. They are getting a downright chilly temps with snow mixed in as well. Let's head to some of their coverage right now. Fox 26 Houston, let's go. They're on deck. Air it now.
more of a slush probably than anything else. But then as we get to tonight, those temperatures are going to drop quickly, and that'll all going to refreeze. It's going to be icy tomorrow morning for much of the area. So our futurecast shows that we're trying to continue to even move the clouds out. The snow is certainly on its way out, but even the clouds are trying to clear. We'll get a little bit of sunshine to the north and to the west. That's going to help even warm things up a little bit more. And then be ready that hard freezes tonight. We're all going to be in the 20s, many of us in the lower 20s, and then even some of us in the upper teens. So if you haven't gotten ready for the temperature drop, you got a few more hours to take care of that. Be safe doing that, of course. And then we'll be below freezing again on Thursday morning. We're getting a little bit warmer finally in the afternoon on Friday, and then somewhat normal temperatures by the time we get into the weekend. All right, we'll be back with more Fox 26 News after this break.
We will check back in with them in just moments. We have one more break to go with actually two. So let's get our final break of the hour done with, and then we will get back to more news and headlines right here on Live Now. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Page. Let's go back out to some more of the coverage. Fox 26 in Houston, talking about the big winter weather blast there.
Over in Katy, is one of the Harris County parks. While it's closed for driving, a lot of people have just been walking up and just taking advantage of the time. So overall, pretty nice. A lot of families taking advantage of the snow day, the historic snow day that we're seeing out here, guys.
Well, our boss has given you a big thumbs up. We're saying that sounds a little boring to us, but you know what? Better to make the boss happy than us. That you're nice and safe.
Sherman, you're not trying to use your workers' comp. I understand, brother. You good. It's all right.
Hey, listen. Look, just because you got the comprehensive benefits doesn't mean you have to use it.
That's a word.
I'm glad you're playing it nice and safe out there. That's a good thing. Well, you enjoy. Stay as warm as you can.
All right. So, those who are having some fun, firefighters versus police. We are gonna give you a look at the firefighters and police officers of the Houston Police Department.
What are they up to?
Having a snow fight after this.
All right, just some of the coverage there from Fox 26 in Houston. All right, coming up in just a little bit at the top of the hour, we'll be taking you out to Arizona, where soon the Arizona Attorney General will be announcing action that she will be taking alongside other attorney generals, 18 states in all, to challenge President Donald Trump's ending of birthright citizenship. So we will bring that to you right here on Live Now from Fox when that does get going. Should be happening in the next 6 minutes or so. Also keeping an eye on the Capitol. We are awaiting Senate Democrats, Senate Republicans to be speaking as well. Also keeping an eye on the White House, 4 p.m. Eastern. We will get remarks from President Trump here. So a busy couple of hours coming for you, and that's the way we like it right here on Live Now from Fox. In the meantime, while we do wait for some of these big events to start, let's go out to Florida, where Florida is experiencing a winter weather blast as well. We had Governor DeSantis talk about that earlier. Let's listen in.
It turns out that we may see some snow on our beaches throughout the Northwest Florida and even into Tallahassee and beyond. I want to thank Kevin Guthrie, the Florida Division of Emergency Management Director, for being here. We also have other members of the team that have been working really hard in anticipation for something that we're not used to seeing, but something that can have significant impacts on the region. We do expect to see a mix of snow, sleet, freezing rain, or any combination thereof throughout North Florida today and into Wednesday morning. I think you're probably already seeing stuff in Pensacola now. The conditions are going to deteriorate here in Tallahassee probably within the next couple of hours. We are expecting snow in many parts of North Florida. The forecast now is 2 to 4 inches. It's possible you could have localized accumulation of up to 6 inches. I've asked my guys to go back and look at the historical record, and we've never had 6 inches accumulate in Florida based on the information that we had. So that's something that would be very, very noteworthy. Ice is expected in North Florida, particularly in the northeastern part of Florida. Extreme cold warning's been issued across the far western panhandle for wind chill values as low as 5 degrees, being possible. Cold weather advisories extend throughout North Florida for dangerously cold wind chills overnight Tuesday and into Wednesday morning. Winter storm warnings have been issued for the western Florida panhandle, with additional extensions eastward along the I-10 corridor in Duval County. Snowfall totals, as I mentioned, forecast between 2 to 4 inches, and we could break the Florida record. The weather is, of course, forecast to continue to worsen throughout the afternoon. Roads will ice before this time as the weather continues to cool, and so driving is one of the biggest hazards of cold weather. And I'll say a little bit more about that, but that's something that's really, really critical as we weather the next day and a half, 2 days. All non-essential state workers in the impacted areas are dismissed at 1 o'clock today. There are some state offices and counties in western Florida that have already closed or will be closing sooner. As of now, state offices in impacted areas will be closed tomorrow, Wednesday, January 22nd. Localities will make independent determinations about closures with respect to things that they have control over. So please listen to your local officials and your local emergency announcements. I don't have to tell anybody that we're not necessarily used to walking in a winter wonderland here in Florida. This is atypical weather for our region. Even northern Florida, which is traditionally cooler than southern Florida at this time of year, we are not used to seeing significant snow accumulation. Now, our infrastructure is designed differently than states that are used to this. I mean, if this were South Dakota, they would just shrug their shoulders. We are designed a little bit differently. Now, the state has done a lot to prepare, but I would say that you have the opportunity to just recognize that the road conditions, driving in icy conditions, can be very, very hazardous. And that's true anyways, but you also have Florida drivers, which, look, North Florida may not be the level of South Florida in terms of the driving, but when you are in these icy conditions, there's a lot that can go wrong. And if people have never driven in that before, it is just different driving in that. So we're advocating for people to stay off the roads if at all possible as these conditions continue to deteriorate. When we've had these freezes in the past, we have had some significant mishaps. I know 2012, 2018, That was before I was here, but there were some serious mishaps. Now, we have signed an executive order ahead of this anticipated weather. We are at a level 2 here at the State Emergency Operations Center. We're going to continue to work. Now, the Florida Department of Transportation has identified priority routes along I-10 and I-75 in North Florida. They've reviewed them for possible concerns like leaning trees, low electric lines. These are going to be priority corridors for pre-treatment and de-icing if necessary. FDOT did begin the pre-treatment of state-owned bridges, so over 600 bridges in the affected region, for ice on Monday, and they have sprayed them for ice. They continue to renew the spray throughout the day between the rain events. Over 250 Florida Department of Transportation team members and nearly 200 pieces of heavy equipment stand ready to support with pre-stage items, including de-icing chemicals, 11 snowplows, believe it or not, in the state of Florida. We're mobilizing snowplows. 120 truck spray rigs to distribute de-icing chemicals on roadways, 25 spreaders to distribute de-icing chemicals on roadways, generators standing by for traffic signals as needed, and other heavy equipment including skid steers, tractors, front-end loaders, and chainsaws. Efforts are being made to prevent freezing on movable bridges by warming gearboxes and ensuring the ability for additional bridge movements if needed during extreme cold. 40 heavy equipment items have been deployed from Central Florida to assist with operations across the northern part of the state. FDOT is working with Alabama and Georgia Department of Transportation to coordinate de-icing of shared bridges, particularly at state lines, to ensure safety and functionality. Rest areas and welcome center facilities have implemented winter weather plans and appropriate protocols to make sure those facilities remain functional. Way stations have increased staffing levels to ensure operations remain functional on our roads for commercial travel for as long as possible. FDOT Rangers have expanded overnight patrol service with a flexible approach to repositioning teams based on need across North Florida. Now, as of right now, all airports are open and operational. However, each airline determines cancellations for the flights that they are doing, and there have been cancellations that have already been issued, and we anticipate there likely will be more cancellations. And so if you're planning to fly into North Florida or fly out of over the next day, that could be something that the airlines will cancel. So just stay tuned on that, but anticipate that could happen. Several school districts across the Panhandle and Big Bend have also announced school closures in anticipation of dangerous weather conditions. For more information on school closures, go to fldoe.org/storminfo. Some counties are opening cold weather shelters. Now, it's possible you can have interruption in power. People should know that that's a possibility. I think Kevin will say a little bit more about it. We don't anticipate there being massive power outages on like a hurricane scale. I mean, we had 4.2 million without power at one point, cumulative for Milton. This would likely be a little bit more localized, but when you have freezing temperatures, you have problems with lines.
All right, everyone. So that was just a little bit of Governor Ron DeSantis talking about the wild weather in the South that is really hampering some of the states, including Florida, Georgia, Texas as well. But I do want to go out live right now where we do have the Attorney General of Arizona speaking right now. Let's listen in as Attorney General May is announcing this challenge against the unconstitutional executive order ending birthright citizenship. That is what her statement is on. Let's listen in on Live Now.
Order would annually deprive thousands of newborns the citizenship and privileges they are entitled to. And those children in Arizona grow up, when they grow up, they will lose the ability to fully and fairly participate in American society as citizens, despite the Constitution's guarantee of their citizenship. Countless American patriots have fought and died to protect our Constitution and the rights it guarantees for all citizens and all individuals born in this nation. As I said after the election, I will not allow Donald Trump to shred the United States Constitution. This executive order has nothing to do with national security or protecting American jobs. At its core, it is, at its core, a complete rejection of the American dream and the values that have served as the bedrock of our great nation. It is designed to intimidate with cruelty and chaos. Birthright citizenship has allowed America to become the vibrant and dynamic home to families from all corners of this planet. It has helped make our country the strong, prosperous, and great nation that it is today. But the president wants to twist history and have us pretend that the words written in the 14th Amendment and a century and a half of legal precedent do not mean anything. He is dead wrong. The citizenship clause in the 14th Amendment could not be clearer. It automatically grants citizenship to anyone born in this country, regardless of the citizenship of their parents. And the Supreme Court has affirmed this interpretation. 3 decades after its adoption in 1868, the U.S. Supreme Court upheld the 14th Amendment's promise of birthright citizenship in a case called United States versus Wong Kim Ark. Wong Kim Ark was born in San Francisco in 1873 to Chinese parents living in the United States. His parents were not U.S. citizens and returned to China in 1890. After a trip to China to visit his parents in 1895, Wong Kim Ark was denied re-entry into the United States and told he was not a U.S. citizen. In 1898, the Supreme Court ruled that he was, in fact, a U.S. citizen under the, quote, clear words and manifest intent of the 14th Amendment. Citizenship by birth is established by the mere fact of birth under the circumstances defined in the Constitution, the majority wrote. Quote, every person born in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof becomes at once a citizen of the United States and needs no naturalization. The court also clarified who is, quote, subject to the jurisdiction of the United States. Quote, every citizen or subject of another country while domiciled here is within the allegiance and the protection and consequently subject to the jurisdiction of the United States. The only exceptions, the court ruled, were foreign nationals in the U.S. in a diplomatic capacity and those born to non-citizens in U.S. territories under hostile control. The federal government has accepted and endorsed this understanding of the citizenship clause for more than a century. And in 1995, when Congress considered proposed legislation that would have denied citizenship to certain children born in the U.S. based on their parents' immigration or citizenship status, the U.S. Department of Justice's Office of Legal Counsel called the proposal, quote, unquestionably unconstitutional. No president can unilaterally change the Constitution on a whim. Only constitutional amendments can change the Constitution. That is why just a few moments ago, I, along with the Attorneys General of Illinois, Oregon, and Washington, sued President Trump in the Western District of Washington. Another group of Attorneys General are filing a separate case in the District of Massachusetts. While the president has broad authority on matters of immigration, our lawsuit asserts that the president acted far outside the bounds of his legal authority in issuing this order. and allowing federal agencies to implement and enforce it will harm thousands of Arizonans and the state at large. Unlawfully stripping U.S. citizens of their right to citizenship will impact their future ability to vote, travel abroad, secure housing, access health care, seek employment, run for public office, serve on juries, and more generally, participate fully in American society. This lawless order is not only nakedly unconstitutional, it is an attack on families and children in this state and across this country. And it will cause irreparable damage and harm to Arizonans. Arizona administers numerous programs to support the health and welfare of its residents. Many of those programs are designed and do support the health and welfare of our residents. Many of those programs are supported by federal funding, which will be reduced due to the order, the executive order. The total loss for Arizona would be in the hundreds of millions of dollars. This illegal executive order will also harm the most vulnerable Arizona children by making it harder for the Department of Child Safety to place children in its custody with extended family members. The department prioritizes kinship placements because placing abandoned, neglected, or abused children with their relatives reduces trauma and improves outcomes for the children. And it would also make it harder to administer Arizona's laws requiring that voters show documentary proof of citizenship to register to vote. As you know, we are one of, if not the only state that has that requirement. Voters commonly use birth certificates to prove citizenship. If a U.S. birth certificate were to stop being sufficient for proof of citizenship, voter registration in Arizona would become substantially more difficult and time-consuming. And those are just a few ways that this executive order would immediately harm Arizona and our residents. The infamous Dred Scott decision by the Supreme Court stated that enslaved people and their descendants were not and could never be considered citizens of this nation. Had it been allowed to stand, it would have created a permanent subclass of people born in this country but denied their full rights. But the 14th Amendment rightfully nullified that horrific decision. This order would risk repeating one of the worst mistakes in our nation's history. The 14th Amendment protects the rights of every American citizen, no matter their ancestry. Only in a nation where every child is born with the same inalienable, God-given rights can any of us truly be free. That is why we cannot and will not allow the Constitution to be undermined in this way, and this illegal order will not stand. Howard.
Two questions. Let's start with the technical. Are you seeking a TRO? The president's order said it would take effect 30 days after the order. Are you seeking a TRO, and on what basis?
Yes, we are seeking a TRO, and then obviously after that a preliminary injunction, and on the basis that this would do immediate and irreparable harm to our state, to the residents of our state, to our economy, to the state, to our state agencies. Yeah, you're right. It does say 30 days from now, but the chaos from this is going to be immediate. Think about it. We have pregnant women in this state who are about to give birth, who now don't know whether their children are going to be U.S. citizens.
Okay. Other question.
Yeah.
When the legislature tried to do this in 2011, you may remember, I went back and read the 1898 case. One of the key differences is in that case, Wong King Ark's parents were here legally. The court said that. They were here, they were working. They did go back to China, but they weren't.
Yeah, they had gone back to China, yeah.
Does the fact that this deals with people who entered the country illegally?
No, it doesn't. No. That's where you're wrong. I mean, first of all, that's where you're wrong on that. This is a much, and I can have my Solicitor General Josh Bender come forward. It is a much broader executive order than that. It covers people who came in on a visa, who may have overstayed that visa. It covers a broad swath of people. And so, you know, the case law is clear over time, not just the case you just cited and I just cited, but the case law is consistent over time. The Constitution is clear. The plain language of the Constitution is clear. And this order is plainly unconstitutional and will cause chaos. Josh, do you want to say anything about Howie's question?
Well, I think you covered it well, but the text of the 14th Amendment doesn't suggest any difference between whether a person has been lawfully admitted or not, and that's what the Supreme Court said in a subsequent Supreme Court case called Plyler. And the circuit courts, including the Ninth Circuit, in which our case is located, have recognized the basic principles of birthright citizenship. So no, it doesn't make a difference. And as the Attorney General said, the order is broader and would affect the kids of parents who are here temporarily unlawfully.
Plyler versus Doe, is that case? Yeah. Stacey.
Can you speak to the legal approach here? Like, why join these 3 other states versus the Massachusetts case that involves 18 states?
Yeah, so we decided to file with Washington, Oregon, and Illinois also decided to join this case. Look, we're a Western state. We know the Ninth Circuit. We know the Western District of Washington. We've had cases in this, obviously, in the circuit and in that before that court. So we just thought that this was the best way to do it. I will tell you that all of the states are unified in this. That if you take a look at our lawsuit and the lawsuit that was filed in Massachusetts, there's a lot of similarities. I was on a call last night with every single Democratic AG in the country, talking about our respective lawsuits. You can tell that we've been planning for this. You don't pull together a lawsuit like this in just a few hours. So we are unified across the country. There are attorneys general across the country having press conferences right now in their states on this matter.
Can I ask a follow-up?
Yeah.
Related?
Yeah.
Is there any concern in your mind that this executive order is an intentional test of the 14th Amendment and the case law to date, given a Trump Supreme Court that reverses precedent sometimes?
It's a great question. I guess we're it's hard to know what is in the mind of someone who would so willingly seek to violate and shred our Constitution. But in our minds, this is not even a close call. So, we obviously hope that if this makes it to the United States Supreme Court, that the court will read the Constitution. We have a lot of strict constructionists on the court, and that means they read the plain language of the Constitution, and they follow, hopefully, the plain language of the Constitution. Dennis?
You said that you've been planning this for a while. Can you talk a little bit about that planning? You've been working with other attorneys general. Can you talk about how long the planning has been going on, what's been involved with that?
Yeah, I mean, at least the planning for these kinds of scenarios and these kinds of actions has gone back to at least last summer. We have been meeting regularly for at least 6 months, perhaps longer. I'd have to check my calendar, but we were in Philadelphia together, the city of our nation's birth, the city of the creation of our Constitution in November, where we, knew based on the election results that we were looking at having to battle for our Constitution and battle for the rights of Americans. And so that's where we're at. And so it's been, obviously, I would say it's probably gone back beyond that. I mean, Project 2025 was released more than a year ago. So we knew that this is what they had planned. We knew they wanted to shred our Constitution, and we had a fight on our hands. And you guys know me, I'm a fighter. And that's what I'm going to do on behalf of the people of Arizona. Every single time the new president tries to undermine our Constitution or abrogate the rights of Arizonans.
One last follow-up. Voters were pretty clear this past year when it comes to the border. There was a clear mandate with the Secure Border Act.
Yeah.
Do you feel in any way that doing what you're doing today gets in the way of that voters' mandate?
Absolutely not. I don't think voters voted to undo birthright citizenship. I mean, guys, this is bizarre. This is a bizarre attempt to undermine 150 years of jurisprudence and the 14th Amendment to the United States Constitution. And I don't think that voters in Arizona, whoever they voted for, ever thought that they would be voting to undermine birthright citizenship or to destroy birthright citizenship. So I just don't think so.
But just quickly, what the president said.
Yeah, well, he said a lot of things, that were pretty crazy. This might have been at the top of crazy for him, but I don't really think voters thought that he was going to do this. Yes.
Okay, so you mentioned the executive order is slightly broad, and obviously people need to know as much information as they possibly can. Some people hearing about this might think, oh, I became a citizen because of the 14th Amendment. Would those people under this executive order, could they possibly be impacted?
So as far as we know, and our reading of the executive order is that it is prospective, right? So that people who are already here, who were born here, even to parents who were not here lawfully, are covered, are citizens. But it certainly is prospective. As I said, every year we have thousands of children who are born in Arizona who receive birthright citizenship because they are born on American soil. And we have, I don't know how many pregnant women we have in Arizona right now who may be asking those questions. We also know that the cost to the state of Arizona is going to be in the hundreds of millions of dollars as we lose federal funding to support children who may need, for instance, access or Medicaid coverage or other assistance. That will go away, and then that will fall on the state of Arizona to try to provide. So the damage is going to be enormous, and again, it's just flatly unconstitutional. So yeah.
Can we expect other lawsuits from you challenging other elements of Trump's immigration policies here?
I think it depends. I'll come right back to you. But we are actively looking at what he's already put out. It's still early days. So we're taking a look at it. There are other things that we're looking at. I will tell you, I'm very interested in, and frankly, incredibly disappointed in what looks like an effort to impound the funds that would be coming to Arizona under the IRA, the Inflation Reduction Act, that could have enormous implications for the state of Arizona and all the investment that was coming. And I've asked my team, Josh, and our Solicitor General's office to look at whether that's possibly unconstitutional or unlawful. Yes.
Yeah, this is kind of related with the immigration. So the Senate just introduced a bill, the ICE Act, to force the Arizona authorities to comply with immigration policies. What are your thoughts about that?
The Arizona Senate,
Yep.
The recent introduction. Yeah, look, this was put out by Warren Peterson, I take it. What I would say to Warren Peterson is do your job first. You've got a lot of work to do that you haven't been doing. He has cut the budget. Last year, the Senate and House Republicans and the governor cut the DPS budget. They also cut my office's budget. We prosecute almost all of the major drug felony cases against the Mexican drug cartels, and yet they cut my budget. They cut DPS's budget. And now he's putting out something else that would be an unfunded mandate. I would say to Warren Peterson and the Republicans in the legislature, where have you been when it comes to funding our sheriffs and our police chiefs who are saddled with the unfunded mandate of Prop 314? Where have you been? So, I would say do your job first, and then, start passing more legislation. Yes, back here.
So you're talking about budget cuts to your office. The legislature in California is making a $50 million pot of money to take on Trump. Your legislature probably is not going to do that. Are you confident you have the money to do all of these upcoming lawsuits as well as what your office will do?
I have the best Solicitor General in the state of Arizona, in the country, not just the state of Arizona, but in the entire country. I have the best SGO in the country. We have managed to build, I think, one of the most talented legal teams here. They are small but mighty, and yes, we have we have what it takes. It would be nice to be one of those states where the legislature would actually support the Attorney General's office. It would be nice to have a legislature that was pro law enforcement. And that means funding the Attorney General's office, which is where most of the efforts are to combat the drug cartels, but that's not where we're at right now. So, yes.
Yes, I have a question. How does, given if this executive order goes into effect, for an Arizonan who's a U.S. citizen who doesn't have a passport, how do they get that if a birth certificate isn't proof of citizenship? Does that still affect people who say don't have passports and still need to apply?
We were talking about this upstairs, and I'll let Josh come up and try to answer it as well. It's a great question. I think it's one of the things that are not explained by this executive order, and it's part of that issue is the part of the chaos of this executive order. How do you prove your citizenship anymore if you can't do it with a birth certificate? Another question is, what are hospitals supposed to do? Are now hospitals supposed to add a component on the birth certificate or something to the birth certificate that says, I've checked the citizenship of these two people or the mom and the dad, and I have affirmed that they are citizens, and therefore there can be a birth certificate. You know, I was talking with my criminal division chief this morning about this. The Trump administration apparently is saying that all of these individuals are not under the jurisdiction of the United States. Does that mean they don't want me to prosecute people who are engaging in fentanyl trafficking in Arizona because they're not under the jurisdiction of my office? I mean, that's a conclusion you could reach from this executive order, is that I couldn't prosecute somebody who was not here lawfully or that was not here born a citizen. Does that mean that now, does this executive order now also mean that hospitals are going, and doctors are going to ask people whether they are citizens of the United States before they will treat people? Because they'd be worried that they're not going to get paid because Access won't pay for it anymore? There are a lot of questions that are raised by this executive order, and that's among the many reasons that we are going to fight it and we are going to defeat it in court. You have a follow-up question?
I have one more question,
Yeah.
which is just the executive order regarding lethal injection drugs. Will that potentially help Arizona as we look to restart executions in the state?
I don't think it's necessary. You know, we have procured the drugs necessary to carry out executions in Arizona. We are prepared to do that. We anticipate that we will be executing Aaron Gunches on March 18th if the Supreme Court approves the execution warrant. So I don't think it's necessary. Obviously, I don't know who it was aimed at or what states it was aimed at, but we are prepared and ready to go. Dennis, let's come back here, right? Okay, is it on this topic or okay?
No, I didn't expect to go off topic.
Well, you can go off topic. I'm here.
Go off topic. So you've got a fake electric case has been.
All right, the Arizona Attorney General speaking there, now going to be taking other questions, but joining Washington State and other states here, more than 15 states in this lawsuit filed in the U.S. District Court of Western Washington. So more than 15 states now on that lawsuit against Donald Trump's executive order. We will take a 2-minute break. Stay right here with us, everyone. More to come on Live Now from Fox. Back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Page. Thanks again for joining us. Let's go out to another live feed that we are getting for you out in Sacramento, California. The ACLU hosting this news conference to talk about President Trump's inaugural address. Let's listen in on Live Now.
To divide this country. But let me tell you, I stand and work with some courageous and some tenacious individuals who we will not allow these particular administrative orders, these executive orders, to define us. We will fight back. California, we serve as a safe haven. We serve as a beacon of light and hope for our immigrant brothers and sisters, our brothers and sisters who are LGBT. We want to make sure that we pass policies and laws to strengthen California's values, to make sure that California will not bow down to this administration. We stand in solidarity with each and every family member in our community. This work that's ahead of us, it's going to call every last one of us to stand together and be bold. It requires us to lock arms together, to do something that we've never done before, to elevate our voices, to come out of the shadows and not go back in, but stand boldly to making sure that this administration understand that California will fight them on every juncture. And just putting in the $25 million to arm our Attorney General is just the beginning. It's just the beginning. It is just the beginning. My colleagues and I will be carrying legislation to strengthen our values, to strengthen California, and California will continue to lead the way in this country. And so ACLU, I simply say this: we stand with you, we stand boldly with you, and we're not letting go, to making sure that no one goes back, that everyone stand in solidarity. So thank you very much, and God bless you all.
All right, everyone, you are watching Live Now from Fox. Again, we appreciate everyone continuing to join us there. We'll get you back out to California in just moments. I do want to go out to the Capitol. We do have Senator Chuck Schumer speaking right now.
President Trump declared that it was the dawning of a golden age in America. But on day one of his presidency, it's clear Donald Trump's golden age is not for the working and middle class. In fact, it's a golden age for special interests, for wealthy elites, and for corporate executives of big corporations. On day one, Donald Trump signed over 150 executive orders, dismantling years of progress on lowering costs for American families, on energy jobs, on lowering prescription drug prices, public health and public safety. With a flick of a pen, President Trump took steps to make it harder to enroll in health care and made Medicaid more restrictive. He even made it harder for Americans to save on prescription drugs. He made it a golden age for big pharma and big pharma executives. He cleared the way for big oil polluters and halted leasing of offshore wind farms, making it a golden age for oil company executives. Nothing that President Trump did on day one lowered grocery prices. Nothing helped Americans achieve their dream of owning a home. Nothing will help working families earn more and save more. Who exactly is Donald Trump's golden age for? Not for working Americans, and not for your family, and not for you. President Trump's golden age is one for America's biggest drug companies, who now can worry less about lowering their prices. It's a golden age for America's richest oil executives, who want nothing more than to kill clean jobs and deepen America's dependence on fossil fuels and raise the price for you at the pump. It's a golden age for America's top 1%, who want another $1 trillion tax break, paid for on the backs of working families. And sadly, it's a golden age for lawlessness and lawbreakers who were pardoned yesterday by President Trump. There is no other way to describe President Trump's pardon of January 6th offenders than un-American. it is so deeply un-American to do that, to pardon them. And let's be clear, President Trump didn't just pardon protesters. He pardoned individuals convicted of assaulting police officers. He pardoned individuals convicted of seditious conspiracy. And he pardoned those who attempted to undermine our democracy. It's a betrayal of the highest order of our Capitol police officers who risked their lives to keep us safe. It just is so cruel to the Stefanik family who lost a police officer. When President Trump talks about a golden age, this is what he really means. Richer drug companies, more powerful oil executives, freedom from criminals who attack our police officers and attack our democracy. It ain't a golden age for you, average American, that's for sure. Amy.
Okay. Thank you very much, Senator Schumer. When we were together last, I talked about how we as Democrats are willing to find common ground with Republicans and the administration if we're going to actually help the people they said they want to help, to bring costs down, whether it's housing, whether it's child care, whether it's health care. But we're going to stand our ground when they hurt those people. And that is exactly what is happening in this first executive order, as well as the announcement by the Ways and Means Committee over in the House for how they are going to look to pay for their tax cuts for billionaires. I'm focused today on the pharmaceutical industry. As you all know, they had a sweetheart deal for years when it came to Medicare negotiation for our seniors. And after years of trying, it was Democrats and Democrats alone that undid that deal and made sure that we got lower costs. But now in what the President has dubbed the golden age, we're seeing the goldest of the golden age getting the benefit of this. That would be pharmaceutical companies if we reverse these policies. So they've done it in two ways. One is what they've just announced over in the House of ways they want to cut things on the back of the prescription drug negotiations and some of those programs. And the second is Trump's executive order. For health care plans, he cut the Affordable Care Act enrollment period short and reversed policies that made it affordable for parents to add their kids to their health insurance. He's also making it harder for 24 million people to keep coverage year to year by revoking automatic re-enrollment in Affordable Care Act plans. For prescriptions, he ended a program encouraging Medicare prescription drug plans to offer generic drugs for a flat $2 copay for common chronic conditions. So of course we're going to oppose that and do everything we can to bring back competitive principles and cheaper drugs for our seniors. The other thing to watch, and this is key, on the Medicare negotiations, the last group that former President Biden announced was a $1.5 billion saving in out-of-pocket. $1.5 billion with common drugs like Januvia and Jardiance and Eliquis and Xarelto. Now, just at the end of this administration, the last one, they announced 15 new drugs, including weight loss drugs like Ozempic, Ribellus, and Wegovy. These drugs, also millions and millions of people on them. Those are the next set of drugs that should be negotiated. So we as Democrats are going to hold this administration accountable for actually negotiating these drugs and getting us the next 15 and the next 15. When one set of drugs saves $1.5 billion in 1 year out of pocket and then creates incentives for the companies to lower costs for people who are not seniors, that is true competition. That is how you bring the money down. And so we are, one, going to oppose these actions that are going to add costs to working people to help the oligarchs and everyone else that we saw around the Capitol, and to make sure that, and when it comes to pharma, that they don't get their sweetheart deal back. And we're also going to hold this administration accountable when it comes to reducing prescription drugs under Medicare Part D for our seniors. Thank you.
Senator Schatz.
I guess it wasn't about the price of eggs after all. You know, anyone who's been involved in planning a wedding understands that seating arrangements are important. They are significant. They are embedded with meaning. And where you put people on the inaugural stage is a strict definition of where you think they rank. And so it wasn't a trivial thing that the wealthiest people to ever walk this planet, who control our communications platforms, were seated in front of the cabinet itself, which, by the way, has a few billionaires and 100 millionaires, but not as wealthy as the people in front, with proximity to power. And that's the point we have to underscore today, which is it was never about reducing the price you pay at the pump. It was never about reducing the price you pay for your mortgage or your rent or your insurance or your grocery bills. It was always about cutting Medicare, Medicaid, the Affordable Care Act, Social Security, public education, in order to pay for the largest tax cut in human history. That's what this is. They are ripping you off.
So we all remember when the oil industry paraded down to Mar-a-Lago at the beginning of last year, and they cut a deal with Donald Trump, widely reported that they would donate $1 billion, that's still a lot of money, to his election campaign in exchange for breaks for the oil and gas industry, to allow those companies and those CEOs to make even more money. Well, the oil industry made good on their promise, and they backed Donald Trump in this election. And yesterday, he made good on his side of the deal, handing those corporations and those CEOs millions and millions more in profit and salary. This is a grift, plain and simple. If you help out Donald Trump, he'll help you out. The billionaire CEOs that were standing behind him, they have no interest in cutting costs for average Americans. Jeff Bezos wants contracts to keep up with Elon Musk. Meta wants the FTC lawsuit dropped so that they can make more in profits. Apple wants to make sure that it can continue to make its phones in China. None of them are interested in lowering costs. They're interested in cutting deals with Donald Trump to make their companies and their executives richer and richer. And I appreciate Senator Schumer talking about the most unconscionable thing that happened yesterday, the pardoning of 1,500 rioters, many of them engaged in brutal acts of violence against police officers here. And that's an affront against democracy when assault, political violence becomes legitimized and celebrated, but it's all part of the same story. Because this White House is about one simple thing, and you saw it crystal clear yesterday. If you help out Donald Trump personally, if you donate $1 billion to his campaign, if you storm the Capitol in his name to keep him in power, he'll help you. But if you're just an ordinary gas station owner out there or a security guard who goes to work for close to minimum wage, he doesn't care about you. He cares about the powerful people who can help him. He cares about the people who will engage in violence to keep him in power.
Leader Schumer. You mentioned, obviously, your concern about the Trump article. What about Joe Biden? Was it appropriate for him to give a blanket pardon to his family on the way out the door?
We're looking at the future.
Leader Schumer.
Yes.
On tariffs, the president is threatening 25% tariffs against Canada and Mexico. Do you see that as an abrogation of the U.S.-Mexico-Canada free trade agreement?
Well, look, the bottom line is if these tariffs are going to raise the costs for average American families who have to pay more for goods as a way to pay for tax cuts on the rich, that would be a travesty. It would hurt average American families and would be a very, very bad thing to do. Yes.
Do you allow a time agreement, or should Democrats allow a time agreement on John Ratcliffe? And is there a risk in Democrats allowing these nominees to be spent?
Well, John Radcliffe is, since he is not a cabinet official, is only 2 hours. But we're going to look at each nominee carefully and determine what to do. Yes.
You talked about standing up to the Trump administration and Russian Republicans, holding them accountable. Can you talk a little bit about what that looks like? What is the difficult Democrat strategy for pushing back?
Well, you're seeing it today. I mean, we are exposing what actually these EOs do and who they benefit and who they hurt. This is a relentless drumbeat. We're doing the same thing at the hearings. Our theme is we're on the side of working families. They're on the side of the wealthy, the well-privileged, the well-connected. And we're doing that on everything we do. And just as when we got into the majority in 2017, we started out doing it, we kept doing it, we're going to persist in doing it, and it's going to be very, very successful. Yes.
So Trump yesterday repealed Biden's AI executive order, and last Congress there was a push to codify parts of that. The AI Safety Institute might be at stake. How are you guys planning to proceed with that?
Yeah, look, I believe in the AI Safety Institute. I believe in NAIR. We're working with our Republican colleagues to try and have a good legislation that allows innovation in AI, but has safeguards to prevent the very bad things from happening. Thank you.
Do you support a filibuster of the Hegseth nomination?
Leader Schumer, have you seen the affidavit?
All right, Senate Democrats reacting to Trump's long executive orders that was put into motion and signed yesterday. And of course, coming up at 4 p.m. Eastern here on Live Now from Fox, we will have full remarks from President Trump on his first full day in office at the White House for his second term. We'll be back with more on Live Now from Fox coming up in 2 minutes. And we're back here for you on Live Now from Fox, continuing to bring you always the very latest. Coming up in just about over an hour to go, we will have President Trump remarks from the White House coming up at around 4 p.m. Eastern. We got you always covered on Live Now. And now we will continue with other top stories and top feeds right here on Live Now. I'm your host, Mike Page. Always great to be with you. We do want to continue to talk about crime in America, though, and some jurisdictions continue to crack down on illegal guns. Let's listen in on Live Now.
During this operation, along with a multitude of illegal drugs. While people are sleeping in this beautiful San Diego, there is an ugly underbelly of crime that tries to tear at our neighborhoods, poor and rich. And the only way to stop them is what you see here before you, a coordinated, collaborative, fearless effort that says that we're going to hold the rule of law and we are not going to give up on any child or any adult for their right to be safe. These criminals took orders from cartel bosses operating in state prison and preyed on business owners by forcing mafia-style taxes. They dealt illegal drugs, including pounds of deadly fentanyl, committed widespread violence, and trafficked weapons, such as ghost guns and AR-15s. One of the 20 cases that my team charged involves a murder that happened in Chicano Park, committed by a 15-year-old with an AR-15 supplied by an older gang member. The extraordinary cooperation and expertise from our law enforcement partners has exposed the cartel bosses in prison who were calling the shots and putting significant pressure on our streets and our street gangs to operate in this lawless and reckless and dangerous manner. I want to recognize and thank, before I provide additional details, some of the people standing here with us today. This was led by San Diego Police Department's Gang Division with Chief Scott Wall. And the amount of effort that went into this case is really something for the history books. But it also could not have been done without cooperation with our federal partners at the DEA, represented by Brian Clark, who is our agent in charge, supervising agent, the SAC here in San Diego. And we're very lucky to have him. He is a no-nonsense person when it comes to these drug dealers. Also, thank you to Joseph Stearns, resident agent in charge of the ATF Los Angeles Field Division. He's standing with us in support because of all of the firearms you see here today. I want to also thank the U.S. Attorney's Office, the Sheriff's Office, and the National City Police Department. Finally, I want to thank our own team of prosecutors and investigators. First, starting with my right and left hand, Assistant District Attorney Dwayne Woodley, and our Gang Unit Chief Deputy DA Robert Hickey, and Assistant Chief Christina Arlado, Deputy DA Robert Ekrit, who oversaw this operation with regard to the DA's office and is handling and overseeing multiple cases. Also, Mary Nayum, Deputy District Attorney in our Gang Division. And there are many more that you don't see today that were there doing the work and preparing for the 6-month operation. During this long undercover operation, there are 20 cases that came out of it. Cases of murder, attempt murder, extortion, drugs, guns, you name it, in terms of the array of criminal charges. We found that dozens of gang members were working on behalf of this Mexican mafia, and the shots were really being called by one key shot caller within the Mexican mafia. Now, the irony of it is this shot caller, who is Ronnie Ayala from National City, had murdered 3 people and attempted to murder a 4th. He received a fair trial where the death penalty was decided by a jury and affirmed by the court. However, our California Department of Corrections decided to close down death row and to release him into a general population where he has even more influence and access to our gang members on the streets. While these crimes happened all over San Diego, it was concentrated in the San Diego proper area in Barrio Logan, City Heights, and South San Diego. Every child in every neighborhood deserves to be safe. In one case, it was uncovered that an order was given to blow up a business. Why? Because the owner refused to pay the tax that was imposed by the Mexican mafia. 2 grenades were seized during the operation. Other businesses were hit with Molotov cocktails. They were robbed, beaten, shot at, including legal and illegal businesses, such as illegal gambling dens. On multiple occasions during the operation, violent acts that were about to be committed were prevented by law enforcement. The level of lawlessness, ruthlessness that these cartel and gang members displayed are stunning. And I am so grateful for our law enforcement who risked their lives to keep San Diego safe. I'd like to turn it over to San Diego Police Chief Scott Wall to tell you more from the perspective of his police department.
Thank you, Summer. Good morning, everybody. This case is one of the greatest of our time. And the reason for that is the amount of violence, sophistication, and the amount of drugs and weapons that are being pushed by these individuals doesn't compare to what we see typically day in and day out. And it's happening right here in our own backyard. Cases like this don't just come together and fall in our lap. The reason we're here today is because we have men and women who are willing to step up and put their own lives in danger to protect the greater good in society and to stand up to the most violent people among us. So I would like to start by saying thank you to all of the men and women who were involved in this exemplary case. We are all safer for it. Secondly, the amount of collaboration that's required to make a case like this a reality cannot be put into words. From a federal level, with the DEA, the ATF, our U.S. Attorney's Office, our fabulous Stefanik and all of her staff that have been with us every step of the way. Our other partner local agencies here that have stepped up to help. We could not do this without everybody. And I think this is a perfect example of how we are working here in San Diego to keep this city and this region the safest in the country. I'd like to close by saying
Right, San Diego County officials discussing this major bust around the cartels as well as illegal guns and drugs. So we want to continue on with more live feeds that are coming in right now in this new hour here on Live Now. Let's go out to the very latest here on some winter weather blast that is now hitting North Carolina. Let's listen in on Live Now.
Coast or in areas that receive snow or sleet, please avoid driving unless it is absolutely necessary to travel. When precipitation falls tonight, there will be possible accumulation due to cold ground temperatures. If you have to drive, monitor weather conditions. Before traveling, drivers should avoid slippery road conditions. Elsewhere in the state, people are experiencing dangerously bitter cold temperatures. Many communities have opened warming stations for those who need safe refuge from cold temperatures. You can find information on resources in your community by visiting your local government or emergency management agency's website and social media accounts. This morning, in addition to Director Wray, I'm also joined by the Adjutant General of the North Carolina National Guard, Major General Todd Hunt, Secretary of Public Safety, Eddie Buffalo, Commander of the State Highway Patrol, Colonel Freddie Johnson, and DOT Chief Operating Officer Chris Peoples. At this point, I'll turn it over to Emergency Management Director Will Ray to provide some updates on the weather forecast.
Thank you, Governor. Good afternoon, everyone. As we move into tonight, portions of central and eastern North Carolina may experience winter precipitation in the form of sleet and snow, and the entire state, as the governor said, will experience bitterly cold conditions. A winter storm warning is in effect starting today at 5 p.m. for the entire North Carolina coastline and inland counties in far eastern North Carolina. The current forecast places the greatest snowfall totals across the Outer Banks and northeastern coastal counties, Carteret, southern Craven, Pamlico, Terrell, and Hyde counties, where 6 to 8 inches of snowfall is possible. A winter weather advisory is also in effect for counties in eastern North Carolina and into much of central North Carolina beginning at 4 p.m. today, where 1 to 3 inches of snowfall is possible, particularly in our eastern counties. A cold weather advisory remains in effect for the entire state tonight through midday tomorrow. Wind chill values as low as 14 below zero will be possible across the mountains, and single digits down to 0 degrees are possible across the state tonight into tomorrow. In both Ashe and Watauga counties, an extreme cold warning remains in effect tonight and into tomorrow, where wind chill values as low as 15 below zero are possible. We've been monitoring the weather system and possible impacts late last week and through this weekend. And while we could continue to see some changes in forecast track and impacts, we activated portions of the state emergency response team to ensure that we are postured to support our local communities and our state partners. The State Emergency Operations Center in Raleigh and our Regional Coordination Center East activated this morning, and we have proactively deployed components of the North Carolina National Guard into the eastern part of the state to support any local emergency services and public safety needs. These include multiple all-hazards response teams with 4x4 capability staged for deployment, as well as 2 hotspot teams to support the Department of Transportation with road clearance, same as we do in the West. State and local emergency management personnel will remain in close coordination to ensure all resources are available and ready to respond for needs that may arise. There are currently 25 local emergency operations centers that are either at monitoring or open to manage the potential winter weather situation. 17 school systems and the Cherokee tribal schools are closed today, with 6 delayed starts being reported due to the cold temperatures this morning. An additional 7 school systems have implemented their remote learning protocols, and 8 school systems in eastern North Carolina are releasing early today. In areas that receive sleet and snowfall, accumulation is likely due to the cold ground temperatures, and we should expect slick roadway conditions. If you do not need to be on the road, please stay home for your safety and for the safety of our first responders and DOT personnel that may be out. If you have questions about roadway conditions, as always, please visit drivenc.gov. North Carolina continues to experience some of the coldest temperatures in quite some time, and I would like to remind all North Carolinians of a few key points this week. First is that extremely cold temperatures, like what we are experiencing, can be very dangerous. Please make sure that you and your family are prepared. And as we move through the week, please make sure you're dressing in layers, covering exposed skin, limiting time outdoors, specifically taking care of pets and other animals, and conserving energy where you can. You can find more about how to ensure that your family is ready for cold temperatures and winter weather by visiting readync.gov. Second is that ice may also form on ponds, creeks, and rivers with temperatures like we're experiencing. In North Carolina, the ice is never safe for anyone or pets to walk on. While it is a rare sight here, please enjoy it from the safety of the shore. Finally, for those in western North Carolina continuing to recover from the devastation of Tropical Storm Helene, if you need resources, assistance with housing, or help navigating the recovery process, please call the North Carolina Disaster Case Management Program at 1-844-746-0000. 2361 or visit ncdps.gov/Helene. The North Carolina Disaster Case Management Program was established to guide survivors through the recovery process, to assist with making a recovery plan to fit those individual needs, and to find resources to assist each survivor. As a reminder, you do not have to apply for FEMA assistance to receive assistance through this state program. Thank you, Governor.
Will. I also want to thank the DOT crews who've been preparing for this storm and have begun pre-treating roads focusing on eastern North Carolina. During winter weather, just like any severe weather situation in our state, the #1 priority for all of us is to keep people safe. Make sure that you have everything you need in advance of the winter weather. Check on your loved ones and anyone you know who may be especially vulnerable. As you just heard from Director Wray, we recommend the following actions as we navigate this winter weather event. Pay close attention to your local weather forecast and be prepared for whatever is expected in your area. Keep cell phones, mobile devices, spare batteries charged in case of power outages, and enable emergency alerts on your telephone so that you can hear from local emergency management agencies and the National Weather Service. Keep cabinet doors open, located under sinks, and let your faucets drip to prevent the pipes from freezing. In snowy and icy areas, please avoid traveling. The roads are the most dangerous place to be in a winter storm like this. If you have to be on the road, make sure that you have an emergency kit in your vehicle, including food, an ice scraper, jumper cables, a flashlight, extra clothing, blankets, water, and a first aid kit. Thank you, and at this point, we're happy to take any questions you have.
Governor, WPD, if you could take a look at previous storms, what have we learned from those previous storms and been able to apply to the response today?
These folks are always on their front toes. So they anticipated this storm last week and began their preparations. The Department of Transportation has been brining the roads to make it harder for the ice to stick to the roads. Highway Patrol has all of their folks out making sure that they're tagging cars and getting them towed so that we're not worrying about these stray cars on the side of the road and do they have a person in them or not. The National Guard has put advanced troops in eastern North Carolina and Kinston so that if there are needs for them to go out and rescue folks, they're on the ground ready to do it. So one unfortunate reality of living in North Carolina is we have a lot of bad weather. And when we have that weather, it gives us the experience to know what we need to do in anticipation of a storm. These things happened last week when we had the other winter weather event, and to my knowledge, no one died on the roads because of the storm.
And can you speak to what's being forecast to the eastern part of the state? Normally it would be the other way around, where we expect folks on the west to get more snow. Now it's different this time around?
Yeah, Director Wray can follow up, but the line is between Route 1 and 95, and as you get east of 95, we're anticipating more snow, and as you get west of Route 1, less snow. It is counterintuitive from what we traditionally have when it comes to winter weather.
Chair, VP Sanford, this is not a question, but I just wanted to tell you how much I appreciate the National Guard, the state troopers, and all the fine work you do. Because I'm driving up and down the road with a little small Honda CRV, and it's always nice to know that I'll get home safe.
These guys work hard.
I know you talked a little bit about it, but what would be your main key points for viewers to know with this snow that will be going or ice?
Yeah. The main thing is we want folks to stay home. If you can stay home, stay home. Put on an extra sweater, maybe turn your temperature so it's not quite as hot as you might want it to be. We want to try to reduce the load demand on the grid for power, but stay home, make sure you have all the supplies you need, the food, water, and if you have to get on the road, just drive safely. Know that there could be ice at any place.
What would be your message to school districts? Some have already canceled school for tomorrow, others are already on like a 2-hour delay, what guidance would you have to other districts who have yet to make a decision will be impacted?
Yeah, I don't have guidance. I'll see if Director Ray has. Essentially, each community needs to decide what's best for itself. But Director Ray?
I think, as the governor said, I think each school system is going to evaluate what their needs are. Obviously, last week we saw a number of school systems that had lingering impacts from some of that snow and ice well after other school districts around it have been able to open. I think, as the governor said, obviously DOT's focus has been on state and federal roadways. Some of the secondary routes we know can often be a challenge, especially with the cold temperatures. We know that some of the winter precipitation that we get may remain on those roadways for some period of time. Again, we know many of the school systems are right now evaluating what's going to be best for both the students and bus drivers and school faculty and staff to make sure that folks are safe.
Aside from the roadway conditions, we also can assume that perhaps the power grid might be a concern as well. Do you have a message to residents who may be trying to bump up their thermostats with these cold temperatures?
Yeah, whenever there are really cold temperatures like this, everybody wants more power, and sometimes that can create issues. So if you can conserve your consumption of power, it's always a good thing to do in a winter storm. So if you don't need to wash your clothes or run the dishwasher, just wait until this cold winter weather is past.
With that, if power outages do occur, how many crews do you have out on standby for this type of event?
I'll hand that to Director Ray.
So both Duke Energy, as well as our co-ops, and then some of our utility partners in states around us are regular part of our state emergency response team. They are actually at the Emergency Operations Center in Raleigh with our team today. They have a significant number of crews located native to North Carolina to be able, like they did last week, I think move crews from east to west or west to east, kind of wherever the need is. I think right now the concern of cold temperatures, again, the forecast is telling us it's largely going to be snow. There is the potential for some wintry mix. I think our concern really begins to elevate when we have significant ice accumulation potential as well as significant gusty winds. And so I think, as the governor said, I think one of the really easy measures that folks can do is some of those home conservation measures. Evaluate what you need to do, what your power consumption needs to be when, and make sure that you're following both directions of your local public safety officials, but also we know that all of the utilities will be sending out messaging on voluntary measures that could potentially be taken.
Director Ray talked about just shedding light and not forgetting about our Western North Carolina victims still recovering from Helene.
That's right.
Governor, do you plan on meeting with President Trump in Western North Carolina on Friday?
Yeah, we just learned that the president was coming to North Carolina. I think that's very good news for the people of Western North Carolina, that this issue is front of mind of the new administration. And I don't know what my schedule is on Friday, but hope to be able to see him. Thank you all very much.
North Carolina officials, including the governor, speaking on the big storm coming to North Carolina in the central parts of the state as well as the coast. You are watching Live Now from Fox, everyone. We'll take our first break of the hour. Stay right here with us. More to come in just moments. for you on Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Page. Let's go back out to Florida, learn a little bit more from Governor Ron DeSantis on the state issuing these guidances on the winter weather blasts out there in the northern parts of the state.
Some snow on our beaches throughout Northwest Florida and even into Tallahassee and beyond. I want to thank Kevin Guthrie, the Florida Division of Emergency Management Director, for being here. We also have other members of the team that have been working really hard in anticipation for something that we're not used to seeing, but something that can have significant impacts on the region. We do expect to see a mix of snow, sleet, freezing rain, or any combination thereof throughout North Florida today and into Wednesday morning. I think you're probably already seeing stuff in Pensacola now. The conditions are going to deteriorate here in Tallahassee probably within the next couple of hours. We are expecting snow in many parts of North Florida. The forecast now is 2 to 4 inches. It's possible you could have localized accumulation of up to 6 inches. I've asked my guys to go back and look at the historical record, and we've never had 6 inches accumulate in Florida based on the information that we had. So that's something that would be very, very noteworthy. Ice is expected in North Florida, particularly in the northeastern part of Florida. Extreme cold warning's been issued across the far western panhandle for wind chill values as low as 5 degrees, being possible. Cold weather advisories extend throughout North Florida for dangerously cold wind chills overnight Tuesday and into Wednesday morning. Winter storm warnings have been issued for the western Florida panhandle, with additional extensions eastward along the I-10 corridor in Duval County. Snowfall totals, as I mentioned, forecast between 2 to 4 inches, and we could break the Florida record. The weather is, of course, forecast to continue to worsen throughout the afternoon. Roads will ice before this time as the weather continues to cool, and so driving is one of the biggest hazards of cold weather. And I'll say a little bit more about that, but that's something that's really, really critical as we weather the next day and a half, 2 days. All non-essential state workers in the impacted areas are dismissed at 1 o'clock today. There are some state offices and counties in western Florida that have already closed or will be closing sooner. As of now, state offices in impacted areas will be closed tomorrow, Wednesday, January 22nd. Localities will make independent determinations about closures with respect to things that they have control over. So please listen to your local officials and your local emergency announcements. I don't have to tell anybody that we're not necessarily used to walking in a winter wonderland here in Florida. This is atypical weather for our region. Even northern Florida, which is traditionally cooler than southern Florida at this time of year, we are not used to seeing significant snow accumulation. Now, our infrastructure is designed differently than states that are used to this. I mean, if this were South Dakota, they would just shrug their shoulders. We are designed a little bit differently. Now, the state has done a lot to prepare, but I would say that you have the opportunity to just recognize that the road conditions, driving in icy conditions, can be very, very hazardous. And that's true anyways, but you also have Florida drivers, which, look, North Florida may not be the level of South Florida in terms of the driving, but when you are in these icy conditions, there's a lot that can go wrong. And if people have never driven in that before, it is just different driving in that. So we're advocating for people to stay off the roads if at all possible as these conditions continue to deteriorate. When we've had these freezes in the past, we have had some significant mishaps. I know 2012, 2018, that was before I was here, but there were some serious mishaps. Now, we have signed an executive order ahead of this anticipated weather. We are at a level 2 here at the State Emergency Operations Center. We're going to continue to work. Now, the Florida Department of Transportation has identified priority routes along I-10 and I-75 in North Florida. They've reviewed them for possible concerns like leaning trees, low electric lines. These are going to be priority corridors for pre-treatment and de-icing if necessary. FDOT did begin the pre-treatment of state-owned bridges, so over 600 bridges in the affected region, for ice on Monday, and they have sprayed them for ice. They continue to renew the spray throughout the day between the rain events. Over 250 Florida Department of Transportation team members and nearly 200 pieces of heavy equipment stand ready to support with pre-stage items, including de-icing chemicals, 11 snowplows, believe it or not, in the state of Florida. We're mobilizing snowplows. 120 truck spray rigs to distribute de-icing chemicals on roadways, 25 spreaders to distribute de-icing chemicals on roadways, generators standing by for traffic signals as needed, and other heavy equipment including skid steers, tractors, front-end loaders, and chainsaws. Efforts are being made to prevent freezing on movable bridges by warming gearboxes and ensuring the ability for additional bridge movements if needed during extreme cold. 40 heavy equipment items have been deployed from Central Florida to assist with operations across the northern part of the state. FDOT is working with Alabama and Georgia Department of Transportation to coordinate de-icing of shared bridges, particularly at state lines, to ensure safety and functionality. Rest areas and welcome center facilities have implemented winter weather plans and appropriate protocols to make sure those facilities remain functional. Way stations have increased staffing levels to ensure operations remain functional on our roads for commercial travel for as long as possible. FDOT Rangers have expanded overnight patrol service with a flexible approach to repositioning teams based on need across North Florida. Now, as of right now, all airports are open and operational. However, each airline determines cancellations for the flights that they are doing, and there have been cancellations that have already been issued, and we anticipate there likely will be more cancellations. And so if you're planning to fly into North Florida or fly out of over the next day, that could be something that the airlines will cancel. So just stay tuned on that, but anticipate that could happen. Several school districts across the Panhandle and Big Bend have also announced school closures in anticipation of dangerous weather conditions. For more information on school closures, go to fldoe.org/storm info. Some counties are opening cold weather shelters. Now, it's possible you can have interruption in power. People should know that that's a possibility. I think Kevin will say a little bit more about it. We don't anticipate there being massive power outages on like a hurricane scale. I mean, we had 4.2 million without power at one point, cumulative from Milton. This would likely be a little bit more localized, but when you have freezing temperatures, you have problems with lines. Obviously, if the transmission is interrupted, you could have an interruption in service. So people should just be prepared for that. If you want to see if your county has a cold weather shelter open, go to floridadisaster.org/counties for updated information. Now, as for preparing yourself in your home, we are encouraging residents follow the 5 Ps of cold weather safety. These are not things most people in this state are probably familiar with, especially if you've never lived up north before. One is protect people. You wear multiple layers of clothing to keep warm, hats, gloves, scarves, thermal socks. Just assume that you may have an interruption of heat. If you don't have heat, then obviously that's going to be even more significant. Protect pets. If you are cold, they are cold. Bring your pets inside during cold weather or ensure they have proper shelter and warm bedding if kept outdoors. Protect pipes.
Governor Ron DeSantis giving some warnings and tips there about the cold winter blast coming and already in Florida right now. Well, that's going to do it for my time here on the desk. Stay right here with us. More to come on Live Now from Fox. We are about a half an hour away from President Trump remarks about 4 p.m. Eastern. That is slated for at the White House. So we'll have that and so much more coming up on Live Now from Fox all evening long right here. We'll be back in 2 minutes.
Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. You are taking a look at the White House over in Washington, D.C. as we continue to track now the first official day of President Donald Trump being sworn in officially just yesterday, and of course signing a slew of executive orders dealing with all of those promises that he made during the 2024 campaign trail. I'd like to thank you all for being with us on this Tuesday. My name is Karal Lahara, and I'll be with you for the next several hours as we continue to discuss some of these top breaking news headlines. I also want to bring you out here to this live look at the Capitol building in D.C. because I do want to start the first part of my programming here discussing some of these executive orders, particularly when it has to do with immigration and border security. So to do that, to help us break it all down, I'm going to be joined now by Elizabeth Ritchie. She is a partner at Rambana and Ritchie and an adjunct immigration law professor at Florida State University. Elizabeth, thank you for joining us.
Good afternoon. Thanks for having me.
Of course. So as you just heard in the intro that I gave, I mean, President Trump really wasting no time, just a few hours after he was officially sworn in, signing all of those executive orders. And one of those policies that he's really looking at to enforce during these next 4 years is the Remain in Mexico policy, also enhancing that law enforcement presence along the southern border. So, Elizabeth, what does this mean for asylum seekers and immigrants as a whole heading into this term?
Well, first of all, I want to point out that the president has wide executive authority to act on matters including over immigration. So he certainly can do this. The question remains to be seen to what extent, right? So we'll see some litigation for sure. But how it's going to affect people, it's really going to affect those who are filing for asylum or who would like to file for asylum in the United States. Because now with reinstating Remain in Mexico, people will not be able to remain here while they're waiting on their court date. That's going to be a big issue as far as logistics, not just for them, but for our law enforcement, especially in coordination with Mexican officials who have said that they won't cooperate. But that had to take place in coordination with basically canceling that CBP One app. You had to have both of those actions at once for this to have any real meaningful effect, because on one hand, we were having people come in and make those requests here, and on the other hand, people using that app to make those entries. So now that both of those are moving forward, reinstating the Remain in Mexico and basically canceling the app and all of the applications, that would be a more robust solution to having fewer people request asylum in the United States. Now, whether they can do that under international law is another question, but it will drastically reduce the number of people requesting asylum in the U.S.
And then, Elizabeth, just to give an overview to our viewers who may not be too familiar with the CBP app, what exactly did that provide for a lot of the immigrants coming into the United States? How did it work?
So, see, it's an app that about 1,500 people a day were able to use to enter the United States with an appointment. The idea was that to bring order to the border because so many people were entering and we did not have a way to process people. So now that app and all of the appointments through next month have been canceled. The app is not effective right now. So people who were going to enter the United States with permission via the app will no longer be able to do so. It's basically a lottery system.
And then you did mention something within that last answer that I want to touch on, because we have seen that some states are already pushing back attorney generals across the country of filing this litigation against the Trump administration for all of these policies he's trying to enact. So what kind of power do the states have if they do want to push back on this?
Well, I think what you're referring to is over a dozen states have filed lawsuits today, or a joint lawsuit, with regard to the proposal to end birthright citizenship. That one in particular is the most contentious of all these proposals, because basically we have a constitutional right in this country to be recognized as a U.S. citizen if you're born here. So what this new litigation is about is preventing the proposal from moving forward so that we can continue to recognize that people born in the United States on U.S. soil, that recognizing them as U.S. citizens, because this proposal would basically prohibit states from issuing birth certificates for people born to an undocumented parent, despite being born in the United States, and preventing the Department of State from issuing passports or visas to those children. So that's what that litigation is. We'll see other litigation, I'm sure, but that's kind of the most obvious one that we're seeing right out of the gate with regard to the new executive orders.
Yeah, we did showcase quite a few of those news conferences with those attorney generals, but I want to move on to another executive action presented and signed by President Trump, which is designating cartels as foreign terrorist organizations. Now, are there any challenges to that designation? Is that being widely accepted?
I think it will be. I think the reasonable person agrees that a drug trafficker is a criminal who should be prosecuted to the full extent of the law. And what designating cartels as foreign terrorist organizations would do would give law enforcement basically the ability to treat drug cartels and their associates as ISIS or Al-Qaeda type groups. The problems that we might see are kind of a complication with diplomatic relations with countries where cartels operate, or some unintended impacts on legitimate business and civilian populations in those places. But we have to keep in mind that drug cartels would not be in effect and be so successful if Americans didn't have an appetite for drugs. So attacking the cartels in and of itself is one way to handle this issue, but we also need to handle the problem in this country with drug abuse and addiction.
And then I do want to go back to birthright citizenship. I apologize, we're going a bit back and forth here, but there's a lot to talk about, and all these questions just kind of come up during the conversation. But if you can, Elizabeth, just give us a bit of background on birthright citizenship, when this was first, really implemented here in the U.S., some of the challenges that it has faced since, and some of the benefits that have come from it.
So birthright citizenship is part of our Constitution, part of the 14th Amendment. You can be a citizen one of two ways: Juris solis, being born in the United States on U.S. soil, or Juris sanguinis, by way of blood, right? You're born to a U.S. Citizen parent. So that is part of our Constitution. That is a result of the Civil War and slavery in this country, and it is a way to recognize that anyone who's born in the United States is a U.S. citizen. So when we start trying to adjust immigration in this country, which I understand, again, the reasonable person knows that we have some very serious challenges with immigration in this country, but that is a constitutional issue that really cannot be fixed or improved upon by way of executive order. That is something that would require a constitutional amendment, which would be very, very challenging logistically. There are other ways, just like I said, with the cartels, to address issues. And this is a very one-sided, legally problematic attempt to address this issue of people who are undocumented having children in the United States, because it is part of our Constitution.
And just going a little deeper off of this answer that you gave here, because it is challenging to tackle all of these issues. People are concerned about the border, but how, or if anything, what would be the most efficient way to, kind of oversee immigration as a whole, make sure that people stay safe, and make sure that people are still provided the protections that the United States can offer?
That's a great question, and it needs to be addressed holistically. So again, the reasonable person agrees immigration is a challenge in this country, but we need Congress to act. We need bipartisan attempts at addressing the core issues, including America's appetite for drugs. We need to address the issue of U.S. companies paying immigrant workers less than their U.S. counterparts. We need better enforcement. We need more money to do all of those things. So executive orders are just one way that the president does have the authority to address these issues, but it's not a holistic way, and it's not something that is going to be able to have the long-term effect without Congress acting. And that's really what we need to live up to our American values and to comply with international law.
You know, Elizabeth, the topic of immigration is constantly in the headlines. There's so many different storylines that we can take when discussing this specific topic. Is there anything that you feel maybe hasn't been spoken on enough that could provide a better context as to this entire situation as a whole?
Sure, thank you. So just like the issue with America's appetite for drugs, cartels wouldn't operate here if they didn't have customers. Likewise, employers would not be able to employ undocumented immigrants if they weren't paying, generally speaking, a wage less than American workers were willing to receive. So we have to enforce immigration law, not just on the immigrants, but on those who employ immigrants without authorization because they're able to take advantage of their undocumented status and pay them less. And that's why we need a holistic approach in Congress to take action, taking the economy as well as society and safety into consideration so that we can move forward, fix the system, and not continuing to kick the can down the road as we have been for over 25 years.
All right, Elizabeth, before I let you go, what are your thoughts going forward within the Trump administration with this situation on immigration and the border? What do you have your eye on?
I have my eye on this birthright citizenship executive order. I'm very curious how that's going to be effectuated, and I'm encouraging people to get their documents ready, be able to show that their children and their property and bank accounts are taken care of in case there is a mass deportation, so that people's families and property are protected. And in the meantime, encouraging people not to sign a stipulated waiver if they don't understand what it says and don't agree with its terms, so that they have the opportunity to see a judge in case they are eligible for a benefit to remain in the United States. Otherwise, this is going to be very interesting 4 years, and I'm going to be reading a lot and keeping up to date with all of these changes, like I know you will be.
Actually, Elizabeth, I'm not going to let you go because you just brought up another point that I want to address here. And I just wanted to be like very specific. If these mass deportations do begin, we don't know when or how, but what are those specific documents that people have to have ready in case this does go down?
Well, what they should have ready is a power of attorney to show that someone can pick up their child from school, someone can access their bank account, their home. Because if those kinds of things are not in place and ICE does come knocking on the door and someone is taken away who has family, who has a business, who has property and accounts here, that's going to be very logistically difficult to handle detained or from abroad. So powers of attorney, things like that. Have a family and friends aware of where important documents and keys, things like that are, so that you're prepared. It's late in the game now to start looking for solutions for people who are here undocumented, but it's not too late. There may be opportunities for people who are here without documentation or who are not sure of their status to get legal help. But right now we're moving on toward if you are undocumented and you are picked up, how do you protect your family and your property? That's going to be the question, at least in the time being.
Elizabeth Ricci, partner at Rambana and Ricci, adjunct immigration law professor at Florida State University. We appreciate your time here at Live Now from Fox. There's a lot to look out for within the next 4 years of this administration. So, of course, we'll be happy to check in with you soon to see how all of this develops.
Let's do that. Thanks.
Of course. We want to step away for a quick commercial break here at Live Now from Fox. The Live Now look at the White House over in Washington, D.C., because a lot of the program today is going to be focused on these executive actions and what President Trump has done within the first few hours of his time in the Oval Office. We'll be right back. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I want to take you out to this live picture that we're just getting into our newsroom. Take a look at this. It is just outside of a Washington, D.C. correctional facility, and we are expecting to see most likely some of these January 6 rioters leaving. They were pardoned by President Trump. So in case you have not been following the news or you weren't with us during our coverage yesterday, of course, the president signing a slew of executive orders within the first few hours of being sworn in as the 47th president. Now, the president did pardon and commuted the prison sentences or vowed to dismiss the cases of all 1,500 plus people charged with crimes in the January 6, 2021 Capitol riot, including people convicted of assaulting police officers, using his clemency powers on his first day back in office to undo the massive prosecution of unprecedented assault on the seat of American democracy. He also ordered the Attorney General to seek the dismissal of roughly 450 cases that are pending before judges stemming from the largest investigation in Justice Department history. Trump's move clears a path for the release from prison of individuals found guilty of violent attacks on police and leaders of far-right extremist groups convicted of botched attempts to keep Trump in power after he lost the 2020 presidential election to Democrat Joe Biden. That's not the only thing that he was really focused on during all of these pardons. We also know that he is rolling back protections for transgender people. Now, based on Donald Trump's executive order, the definition of what is male or female will be based on whether people are born with eggs or sperm, rather than on their chromosomes. The change is being pitched to protect women from, quote, gender extremism. Under the order, federal prisons and shelters for migrants and rape victims would be segregated by sex as defined by the order, and federal taxpayer money could not be used to fund transition services. Besides that, we did just have a conversation right before the break discussing some of these border and immigration policies that President Trump is also installing with those executive orders. So Donald Trump announcing his plan to launch the largest deportation program in American history. The plan including ending President Joe Biden's catch and release policies, reinstating Remain in Mexico, building the border wall, ending asylum for people crossing the border illegally, cracking down on criminal sanctuaries, and enhancing vetting and screening of immigrants. That's according to a White House email that was sent out on Monday, so just yesterday. Trump's deportation operation will address the record crossings of the border of criminals under the prior administration. Now, Trump also signing an order attempting to end birthright citizenship. And earlier today, we did showcase quite a few news conferences held by attorney generals across the country as they are pushing back on that executive order from the president that, again, was just signed yesterday. Let's take a look at how some of these cities across the country are preparing for some of these promises that Trump did make during his 2024 election season and during his campaigns. Let's check in with Fox 32 in Chicago and take a look at how they're bracing for some of this immigration crackdown.
The administration said to expect mass deportations on day one. But now in day two, they seem to be treading a little more lightly than anticipated. Border Czar Tom Homan said earlier today, quote, "We're looking for public safety threats. ICE agents are out there doing that now."
ICE officers starting to doing their job that they haven't been allowed to do for 4 years. There's not a blanket, saying we can't go in these locations at all, but there's going to be a process put in place where there is discretion used, but it's decided by a higher level ICE officer to make sure we're doing the right thing. Has to be a significant public safety threat, a significant national security threat to do something like that.
Homan says the city's sanctuary status will make no difference to his ultimate goal, But the sanctuary city label means the Chicago Police Department will not be aiding ICE agents. And last week, 2 older people attempted to pass an amendment to the city's sanctuary city ordinance to allow police to work with ICE officials when undocumented residents are arrested or convicted of specific gang or drug-related crimes. The idea was rejected 39-11, but Alderman Raymond Lopez tells me they're not going to give up. This Wednesday, they'll welcome their colleagues in City Hall to collaborate on possible new measures. President Trump's border czar, Homan, has previously threatened to prosecute anyone who stands in his way, and that includes Mayor Brandon Johnson for what he calls harboring and concealing asylum seekers. Chicago has spent nearly $630 million on the migrant crisis. In Chicago, Kelly Saberi, Fox Business.
Thank you to Kelly Saberi there for Fox Business, not Fox 32 in Chicago. But we are working closely with our partners down there at Fox 32, seeing how all of this is going to play out. We know that Chicago is one of those places that has seen an influx of migrants in recent years and is dubbed one of those sanctuary cities. A live now look at the Capitol building in Washington, D.C., as we do have to step away for our final commercial break of this hour. We continue with more of these live looks and top stories when we come back. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. On your screen, you are taking a look out of Biloxi, Mississippi. It is quite a beautiful shot, actually. Oh, freezing at parts there, but you can see all of the snow falling down there on the roads. However, dangerous conditions when you see roads looking like that. And we know that a rare winter storm is charging through not just here in Mississippi, but also parts of Texas and the northern Gulf Coast, leaving New Orleans and Houston frozen most of the day today. I also have a couple of more live pictures. Pretty neat here, a 4-box shot. Look at that. So you see New Orleans there on the top left-hand side of your screen. And to me, that is quite shocking. There's just so much snow. There's so much wind. It is so cold in that area. On the right top corner of your screen, you do see Houston, Texas. It looks like possibly some snow there on the ground, but very different from what you're seeing over in New Orleans. However, if we continue on with more of these cameras, we also have Lafayette in Louisiana, bitterly cold there in that area. And, you know, the storm that we're seeing here are prompting the first ever blizzard warnings for several coastal counties near the Texas-Louisiana border, all four of which you're taking a look at there. Heavy snow, sleet, freezing rain expected around the deep south as a blast of Arctic air plunging much of the Midwest and the eastern U.S. into a deep freeze. We also know that nearly 2,000 flights to, from, or within the U.S. were canceled today, with about 10,000 others delayed, according to the online tracker FlightAware.com. Now, in Texas, both Houston airports suspended flight operations starting today in anticipation of these hazardous conditions. And nearly every flight was canceled at the New Orleans Louis Armstrong International Airport, though officials said the airport itself would remain open as long as the conditions are safe. Most airlines plan to resume normal operations tomorrow. That's on Wednesday. So this is one of the major stories that we are keeping our eye on for you here at Live Now from Fox. But speaking of some of this winter weather that we're seeing, I do want to give the audience and our viewers a chance to connect with us here at Live Now. So if you take a look at your screen, we want you all to send us your snow day photos. So there is a QR code there on the top right side of your screen. All you have to do is take out your phone, scan it, and we will get some of those photos, and as soon as we do, we'll share them for you here at Live Now from Fox. If you don't want to scan the QR code, you can also head to livenowfox.com/connect. Show us how you're spending your snow days. Show us what the conditions look like there on the ground. We really want to get a better sense from people that are living in these cities, because some of these conditions, they're hazardous, they can be dangerous, but we also know that on the other side of that, some people are enjoying some of this snow, some of this winter weather that is unexpected in places like Houston, Texas, and places like New Orleans, Louisiana. So again, just scan that QR code, send us your pictures, and we'll work to showcase them here. I do want to thank you all for being with us on this Tuesday, January 21st. I'm your host, Carla Hara. I also want to tackle another one of the biggest stories that really dominated our coverage over the last several weeks, and that has to do with the wildfires in California. So while some states in the U.S., they're dealing with these frigid temperatures, Californians are still looking to rebuild after several of those fires across Los Angeles County really reduced entire neighborhoods to rubble. Now, earlier today, we did get a news conference featuring LA Mayor's Karen Bass, in which she details some of those recovery efforts and what we need to know going forward. Let's watch.
To create an online post-fire hazard map to identify homes and properties that are at increased risk of mudslides and debris flow. We also need every resident to be part of the effort to stay safe and healthy. As people are permitted to return to the Palisades in coming days, either to return home or to inspect their properties, I strongly urge everyone to follow public health warnings and guidelines on handling ash and debris safely, and to wear the protective gear being provided to people as they return at entry points. And I'll finish on this point with a message to my friends and residents of the Palisades, many of whom are increasingly frustrated with the delays and lack of clear timelines about when they can return. You've all at least seen the images. The devastation and loss are immense, and our beautiful Palisades neighborhood is virtually unrecognizable. The work needed just to make the roads drivable and the area safe enough to allow people to start coming back has been a massive undertaking. I want to thank the hundreds of workers who have been on the ground, clearing fallen trees, broken power lines, turning off broken gas and water pipes, and sweeping nails from the streets, because the last thing residents need right now is a flat tire on top of everything else they're going through. As we go through this traumatic experience together, I want to reassure Palisades residents that we will be with them every step of the way, and that we will do everything we can to contain the damage already done and protect the health and safety of our environment and our community. Thank you.
Next, Chief Crowley.
Good morning, everyone. Your LAFD has had a very busy 24 hours. There were 3 additional brush fires fueled by high winds and dry vegetation within the city. I am happy to report that all 3 fires were kept very small and involved Griffith Park, Granada Hills, and the Tujunga areas. Due to the robust deployment models that included 64 additional resources and quick, decisive actions by LAFD firefighters, no homes were damaged or destroyed, and no evacuation orders were issued. In addition to responding to these brush fires, there were 3,370 911 calls for service that required 642 ambulance transports.